Alrighty, welcome back everybody to our latest severe weather coverage.
Taking an emerger here.
Everybody's having a good afternoon.
We're in a
thus
super
far.
good spot. Right
again,
now.
we are going live right now.
Keep watching. It's starting to rotate a lot now.
We have a rapidly rotating wall cloud right now in Illinois. This is just south of Effingham. We have a brand new tornado warning that was just issued by the National Weather Service for Mason, Illinois. Watson, you guys are included in a tornado warning. Right on the middle and top of your screen there, you can see the rotating wall cloud right over the tree line. And this is a storm that is right along a warm frontal boundary. So there's a lot more wind shear in place, which is going to help to allow for this thing to try to crank and produce a tornado. And again, we have a clear
drop right now, though. This is near some towns.
This is getting awfully close to dropping a tornado. Storm chaser Connor Croft is also looking at this.
I'm on the outside of the storm still, and you gotta.
So this is, again, the look at it. You can see this is a much more wide view here. You can see the clouds all wrapping around right now in a counterclockwise direction. Front of your screen, the clouds are going this way, so they're going west to east, kind of left to right. And then on the back side, that is where that inflow tail's coming, and you can see it stretching from the right side of your screen with that right to left motion. So that is basically leading to counterclockwise rotation, and it's attempting to drop a tornado right now, again, just south of Effingham, Illinois. You need to be, again, if you're just south of Effingham, all right, you need to be getting to your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. Get away from windows, get to the lowest floor humanly possible. This is an environment today where we could end up seeing strong, maybe even large tornadoes in this particular system. So again, if we go back over to radar here, this is what the storm looks like. You can actually see the hook echo beginning to develop. We even got a little scatter spike, which means there's a significant hail core that is also developing with this storm. Notice the rotation is right here, so it's around and just southeast there of I-57. This storm is currently taking a right turn, which basically means that it is starting to get more inflow and it's going to start to rotate even harder. So we could see a tornado drop at any moment. So once again, this storm is rapidly moving to the northeast at about 40 miles per hour here near Effingham. Let's go back over to Storm Chaser Ryan Scholl is literally underneath the wall cloud. So this will look underneath the wall cloud here. And again, you can see the inflow there on the right kind of cranking in.
Does that Skip Talbot past me?
Look right above, at the very top of your screen. Look at that rotation. Right at the top of your screen. That is a tornado trying to develop right there. This is going to be approaching Watson, Hartville, and Elliottstown, Illinois here over the next few minutes.
Holy crap.
It is literally right above him.
We're going to get hit by the RFD, aren't we? Yeah. It's going to try right next to us.
I don't think it's going to drop here, but it's trying literally right next to him.
It's rotating a lot right now.
Top right of your screen. Ryan Scholl is...
I'm gonna turn around.
All right, Ryan Scholl is now driving. Let's go back over to Storm Chaser Connor Croft. He has a more wide view of this. And again, Ryan Scholl was basically underneath the wall cloud. What we are looking at here is, again, a very large rotating column right there in the middle of your screen. Got the inflow coming in from right to left. And it is really starting to crank now. You can see the motion a lot more clear now. And this might just be a minute or two away from producing a tornado. We also got Storm Chaser Rob McBay, who is live on Radar Omega. He is in the hailstorm, so he is currently inside of the storm where the hail is falling. There's at least quarters coming down here. It's getting very intense in the center of this storm. So again, there's some quarter to $half sized hail that is coming down. Let's go back over to Ryan Scholl. He's once again underneath the wall cloud.
Keep watching.
All right, look right there in the middle. That's where we're looking for a tornado.
Backside.
Yeah, if you're just tuning in, bottom right of your screen, this is a tornado warning.
Nothing dropping right now.
On the south side
of Effingham. Go back to that road.
Effingham,
slammed with
Illinois
RFD here.
is not included, but the south side of Effingham is included in this.
Whole thing's spinning.
Just back over to Connor Croft. Again, all these chasers are on the same exact storm that we are looking at right now.
Whole thing is spinning there. It's gonna go just to our south.
It is attempting to cycle.
Very weak, but we do have a tornado in progress.
There's reportedly a tornado in progress with this. Storm Chaser just said there is
I don't have a visual.
A tornado. Connor does not have a visual of it, but apparently there is a tornado, at least somewhere, that has touched down. It might not be condensed.
Yeah, across the road about 10 feet behind Copic.
So at least a brief tornado has touched down. It might, again, I think what this is going to probably do, since it is a discrete supercell, is that it's got a lot of room to try to drop an actual, possibly significant tornado.
We're gonna have to run quick. We're gonna have to the car.
Channel 4.
Unless it goes directly to our south.
Again, look at all the motion with this. The clouds are obviously hanging very low. And I do want to reiterate that this is a pretty populated area that we're talking about here, just south of Effingham. There's a lot of concerns with the supercell, one of which is being a tornado,
Max,
but also...
I'm on that tornado warning supercell. It is rapidly rotating, just trying to produce a tornado, and it can at any time. It's trying right now.
Thank you for the report. All right, so Storm Chaser Ryan Scholl just buzzed in. And again, we are looking at a rapidly rotating wall cloud. This is Connor Croft here. And you can again see that inflow really very strong on the right side. It's all feeding into that wall cloud. Clouds are hanging very low. It looks like it's trying to drop a tornado as we speak. Again, significant hail is also ongoing. I do want to mention that we could have golf ball sized hail falling over Watson and on the south side of Effingham in Illinois.
Channel 3.
Waiting for another velocity scan.
Channel 2.
Look at the hook echo bottom right. Look at that hook.
Alright, get in.
This is awfully close to trying to drop a tornado, again, just south of Effingham. Also, there is now a new severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag if you are in Paradise or Mattoon over here in central Illinois. So make sure that you are seeking shelter if you are in that location. Another thing I want to point out, guys, we did have a video earlier today. Did not go over this because it was not in the SBC Outlook. We do now have a 10% hatched tornado risk. We're not just talking about a generalized, isolated tornado or two today. We are talking about a possibility of strong, maybe even significant tornadoes here across parts of the Ohio Valley. So southeastern Illinois, southern Indiana, you guys especially need to be on alert for the possibility of strong tornadoes. And it looks like we are maybe seeing the glimpse here, or at least the beginning of a possible small-scale tornado outbreak here across the Ohio Valley. Again, Storm Chaser Connor Croft here is right next to the wall cloud on the storm in Effingham. Hook echo has been developing here over the last couple of minutes. It's becoming more organized. The storm developed no less than maybe 15, 20 minutes ago, at least into a severe level, and is now attempting to drop a tornado. There's a lot of motion.
Some rain.
Some rain
Stay on
wrapping
Connor.
around it.
Hey, which bridge is out?
Somebody's struggling. Hey, Griff, for becoming a member.
I don't know who it is.
If you guys have any friends or family, by the way, here in the Watson area, anywhere around Effingham, please make sure to spread the word, get the word out there. Again, we have a possible tornado trying to form right now here in the in Effingham County, Illinois. This is inside of the storm. Once again, we're not just talking about tornadoes here. We also have some pretty big hail coming down. Storm Chaser Rob McBay, who's also live on Radar Omega, just had some pretty significant hail coming down just a moment ago. Look at this right here. Look at it crank. Now you can really see the right to left motion on the backside. That's all inflow. Left to right. That's all just wrapping right now. It's all
big lightning bolt north.
It's really trying to crank right now.
Jesus Christ.
It is getting a lot more intense. This thing is trying to drop right now. You look on the top right there. That's where we're looking. This is Storm Chaser Connor Croft.
Certainly think, but
This is nowhere where we're looking.
Yeah, I just gotta figure it out. I'm just trying to figure out how to get around all this.
As a large rotating wall cloud. We've had a couple of funnel reports here throughout the day with this storm.
Yeah, I don't know what road the bridge is out on, but I'll just guess.
Rebel, I got it.
coming in there, like you can see the huge area spin.
Oh yeah,
up
definitely
above,
spinning.
but it's just
Very strong low-level rotation. In today's environment, by the way, it's a very interesting setup, but we have a lot of wind shear that is in place. The one big question mark going into today was going to be temperatures, moisture, and instability. We got all three of them. All right, we basically got all three of them. This is a very favorable setup at this point for tornadoes. And so this storm that we are looking at right now has the best chance of producing, especially since it's right along a warm frontal boundary. So we got this warm front that is in place. It's basically lined up here with Effingham on the south side of this warm front. That is where there's a lot stronger of wind shear. We will naturally have more wind shear as well on the south side, or within about 30 miles of that warm frontal boundary. That is why this storm is having more success than storms, for example, further down to the south. We've had some attempts at convection further south. None of those have really had much luck. There's also a storm that's west of Charleston. This is also close to the warm front, and it is rotating, but it's not there yet. It's a little bit more elevated. So if this storm can become a bit more surface-based, we'll have to watch for a tornado going in the direction of Mattoon. There's also an airport that'll be in the track that near I-57. So that's something else that we need to really keep a very close eye on for. We also got some severe storms ongoing back over in eastern Kentucky. So if you're over near Paintsville, Madison, or Lexington, Kentucky, there are some hailstorms that are currently happening as we speak. Look at this, by the way. This is storm chaser Edgar O'Neill. He's also live on the Radar Omega app. You can see the huge wall cloud. This is what it looks like from a distance. You might not be able to see it up close, but that is a massive, like, 2-mile wall that is out there in the distance right beyond the tree line. There's also a huge scatter spike on this storm, which indicates that we have significant hail falling at the same time. I mean, man, that wall cloud is just huge. On the right side is where that rotating column is. That is where we have more of an RFD surge. That is also where we have more of an inflow that is trying to basically wrap this thing into a tornado. So, huge wall cloud. Back over to Storm Chaser Connor Croft. There's a huge chaser convergence right now in this supercell. If you look bottom right of your screen, if you look bottom right of your screen, we have approximately 12 different storm chasers live on Radar Omega right now. It's the most, I think, ever on the app, and almost all of them are on this storm or going towards this storm. And that's not a good thing if you're out in front of this, by the way. If storm chasers are confident that this storm is going to be something long-term, they're going to be driving towards it. And yeah, we got this massive conga line that's going up here towards Deertich, I think it is, just southeast of Effingham. So there are a lot of chasers en route for this supercell that looks very healthy right now. Again, we got a hook echo, pretty strong inflow, and a very large hail core. This right here is what we call a scatter spike. What that basically means is that we have a significant hail core that is developed. We are likely talking golf ball to 2-inch sized hail right now with this storm. So this storm's no joke when it comes to not just the tornado threat, but also the possibility of seeing some pretty major hail. So yeah, this is Edgar O'Neill who's coming up on the storm right now. We'll be keeping an eye on him. I think everybody's positioning right now. Wow, look at this. This is Storm Chaser Rob McBay on the backside of the storm. You got a huge rainbow. That's the wall cloud right there, but there's also a huge rainbow off there to the left. Yeah, a rainbow in a field. All right, here we go. Back to Connor. He's looking at that rotating wall cloud still. It's off to his left. Last couple of radar scans, it looks like the rotation on the bottom right is trying to cycle. This is what it looks like on radar right now. You can see the greens. Those are the winds going towards the radar. The reds are going away from the radar. The rotation is not very tight as of right now, but it is attempting to tighten. The mid-level rotation has been much stronger, as we've seen with that, you know, the wall cloud. There was a lot of mid to low-level rotation, just nothing quite yet reaching the ground. Out in front of this, the environment is very favorable, again, for severe weather in terms of tornadoes. If you look down here, even closer to Olney here in Illinois, you can see that the dew point and temperature spread is pretty favorable. We got a temperature of 70 degrees. The dew point is also 59. What that basically means is that the environment near the low levels is pretty much almost not saturated, but it's not far away from being saturated.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And as long as that dew point continues to increase, we are going to continue to see the possibility of tornadoes, especially over here in Illinois. We have a brand new tornado warning for Wheeler, Rose Hill, Gillette, Island Grove, Evers, and Falmouth. If you are in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter, get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. Did that tornado warning sound play, by the way? I just want to make sure. I don't know if it worked. But again, if you are in this tornado warning, you need to get to your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, get away from windows, and get on your lowest floor. You got a storm shelter, that is the place to go right now. All right, the storm is moving east-northeast, and I'm gonna be honest, I'm just gonna put a little path here on screen. But if you are anywhere, let me go ahead and put a little pen here. Let's go ahead and track it out. But basically, if you are in this general direction that I've just outlined, all right, anywhere in this red area, you're going to want to make sure that you have that tornado action plan ready to go. I do think that this is going to be a long track supercell that's going to be capable of producing the possibility of a strong, maybe significant tornado for hours to come. I do not think this is a short-term threat in this environment today. Again, we're only really talking about maybe 2 or 3 different supercells that are going to develop here today that'll actually be tornadic. A lot of them are going to be kind of messy, but there will be 2 or 3 that stand out that are going to have the possibility of producing a tornado in the long term. This one has the possibility, at least has the potential to be something more long tracked. So again, if you see yourself on the map here, I'm going to put the locations on the left side of your screen, but if you see one of your town names here, these are areas that should have that tornado action plan ready to go. Many of you are not being hit for about an hour or two. Terre Haute, for example, you guys are still probably about 50-60 minutes at least out from this even being on your doorstep, but it is an area that I'll be keeping an eye on for here over the next few hours. Again, this storm is going to have the capability of doing so. We also need to keep an eye on these southern storms as well. It's not just this storm. We got several other storms that are ongoing here near like Jacksonville, Bloomfield, Bloomington, Olney, and all these storms not really doing much yet, but there is a possibility down the road that one of these could start to try to crank and maybe even start to rotate. We got storm chaser Jacob McMillan, who is just south of Olney in Illinois right now, and we're going to keep an eye on this storm that he's nearby because this one may try to do something down the road. The dew point and temperature right now are around the upper 50s for dew points. If it gets over 60, it'll have a much better shot of trying to produce something. I also want to reiterate, if you're back over here in Kentucky, if you are over in West Virginia, the storms that we have out here right now, these are not tornadic. We got a lot of hailstorms ongoing. These are not going to be the storms, though, that try to produce a tornado, at least in the short term. There's a very low-end chance anything here is going to be tornadic. Most of these storms are elevated. We need to really watch this western side of the watch. That's where a lot of these storms are going to try to produce the potential for tornadoes. Back to our storm southeast of Effingham. Again, we got several storm chasers on this, but right now we have a hook echo that is attempting to organize once again. We got a large hail core that is developed just off to the west of Wheeler. You can see the inflow that is coming into the storm just from the south and southeast. It is coming up towards Wheeler as we speak. The rotation has also begun to intensify a little bit more. So as long as it continues to wrap up here, we're gonna have that possibility of a tornado. We also just got a new tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning. I do want to touch on that real quick. Let me go back to radar. Brand new tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning in Illinois. That'll be near Shelbyville, Stewardson, just to the west of Paradise. You can see the broad area of rotation that has developed. This is located just to the southwest of Windsor. That is heading up towards Paradise and then eventually going towards Lerna and Mattoon. We got kind of back-to-back storms here that are moving through this area. It's a pretty messy cluster of storms, but one of these might try to produce a tornado here pretty soon. This is storm chaser Rob McBay, and this is a view of that storm right now here in Watson, Illinois. And I'm not seeing a whole lot right now. He's kind of on the back side of this storm, but the wall cloud will be kind of buried back in there in the middle of your screen by the tree line. And then this right here is storm chaser CJ Ziegler. You can see again the massive wall cloud right there in the middle of your screen. That is from a distance.
Still in town. I'm glad we just made the decision to turn.
What is that? Let me go back over to storm chaser. I don't know what that. There's some suspicious looking clouds right there in the middle of your screen. This is storm chaser Ryan Scholl.
Whatever's happening is what you have out your view right now.
Look at the bottom right of your screen. This rotation is starting to ramp up a lot more here.
So from what I can see, at least, let's try and have a clear slot rolling too.
Look at at this. What is... Can't tell what that is. Right there on the right side of your screen. That's either just some scary looking cloud. I think that might just be scary looking clouds. It's hard to tell.
That looks insane.
There's a crazy looking right edge to this, though.
Is there something there?
I do think we have a tornado attempting to form, though. The velocity couplet has tightened here over the last scan.
Okay. Get into dangerous zone. Drone might be going up soon, guys. Drone might be going up.
Looks like CJ might have his drone go up here in a minute. And that looks very sus. That will probably be the area, though, that we have a tornado trying to drop in. And velocities have gotten stronger on the latest scan. If you're just tuning in, once again, we are talking about a tornado warning if you are in the southeastern section of Effingham County, Illinois. Same thing goes if you are in Jasper County, Illinois. That's where this tornado warning is located. Bottom right of your screen. Some locations include Deer Titch, Rose Hill, Foulmouth.
Yeah, wind's coming in from here.
Gilla. So some of the suburbs.
Okay, have to stop soon, actually. Probably
Right side of your screen, middle right is kind of where we're looking for a possible tornado trying to drop right now. This is Storm Chaser.
Anything I've ever seen. An entire flock of about 300 birds rotating in a circle.
Apparently there's a birdnado. Apparently there's a bunch of birds circling right now somewhere. I don't know. I don't know where that is, but... Look, bottom right of your screen, new velocities scan is coming in here in just a second. That's what it looks like from Connor's POV. He's on the south side of this. CJ is looking in from the east, so he has a much better POV of this. He's going to fly his drone up here in a second, but, you know, he's looking from the east. If you look...
Actually a pretty good spot right up here.
Let me go back over to radar so I can show you guys.
Back there, guys. I got a road coming up here.
So if you look at the radar here, again, we got a lot of storm chasers that are plotted on this map. Some of them are looking from the south, so it's kind of wrapped in rain right now from their angle. CJ is kind of in the inflow notch, kind of the dry sector here of the east side, and that's going to help him have a little bit better of a view here if we do have a tornado, which, again, do not think there's one on the ground right now, but one is definitely trying to drop. Velocity still remaining on the stronger side of things. If we go over to our velocity scale, this is still about a 5 out of 10, so it's not yet on the ground by any means, but the rotation is definitely intensified. Over the last 5 to 10 minutes, it's trying to cycle. Again, it's a very discrete supercell, so as long as it stays discrete, it'll have a much better shot of producing a tornado. We got some little weird showers that are coming out of the south that could kind of hinder development in the short term. A little storm merger action that's attempting to happen, and once that is complete, though, there's really not going to be a whole lot stopping this supercell, as I am still expecting that this will be a long-track supercell capable of producing a tornado as it continues to track east-northeast in the direction of Terre Haute. The storm's also warned for ping-pong ball-sized hail. It is moving east at about 30 to 35 miles per hour. We got a small storm near Olney, Illinois. This one is not of concern right now. It's mostly just producing hail. It's kind of moving off to the left more. It's like a left mover storm. What that means is it's more of a hail producer. Right-hand moving storms like the one that's up here that's moving more to the east-northeast, those are the ones that'll be more favorable for tornadoes. These ones that are moving like this more to the north, that's going to be more of a hail concern. So that one right now is not concerning, but obviously if anything changes, we will definitely...
For a quick second, just because we already can have a pretty good view from
We'll definitely let you know. All right, so CJ's going up with his drone right now. Here's a look at this supercell that is, again, tornado warned here in Illinois. We have a huge hail core just southeast of Effingham. Ping pong.
Hey, Max.
Who just said my name?
What?
Watch out. Say my name? Oh.
Going up.
Go ahead.
I have a pretty good view of this cell near Effingham with the drone currently.
Thank you. This is CJ Ziegler.
Hey, Max.
So this is, again, looking at the storm with a drone view. Right there on the right side of your screen, that's the wall cloud. Some of this rotation's got a little bit more wrapped in rain. It's got a little messy over the last few minutes.
Go ahead.
That's a large wall cloud, though, right there in the middle of your screen. A lot of farmland out here near Wheeler, Illinois. Significant hail is definitely going to damage crops, unfortunately, for the farmers. Back to this audio here. Thank you, Angela, for the $20 super chat. Thank you for always being here when you are needed, Max. Stay
there
safe,
it is,
everybody.
guys.
Appreciate that.
This is gonna be a great view if it drops right here.
See some scud right there on the right. That's some rising motion. And I think we may have just lost him, question mark. All right, we just lost CJ there for a second. We'll go back to him in a moment. And, oh, we lost multiple chasers. What happened? Alrighty, I think we just lost multiple chasers. All right, we'll try to get them back here in a second. But again, what we're looking at right now is a rotating supercell. If you're near Wheeler, Illinois, again, you need to be in your safe place. If you're in Island Grove, Gila, Rose Hill, all of you guys need to be in your safe places right now. Get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. Again, this storm currently is tracking to the east-northeast at about 30 miles per hour. There's a large chaser convoy that is currently near this. You can see all the different storm chasers right here. They're all live inside of the Radar Omega app. And all of them are currently very close to the storm. It's very interesting to see how this is evolving right now. Let me go back over to CJ. We'll do it the old-fashioned way for right now. So this is CJ Ziegler's view again of a tornado that is attempting to drop. This is again a drone view here. Does cell tower go down? I don't think so. Looking into it though. Oh, all right, everybody's working again. All right, let's do this again. Apparently it was a me problem.
What?
All right, here we go. John McKinney has a good view. Yeah, John McKinney is actually pretty close to this. This is a little bit closer to the base of the storm. So you can see the rotating wall cloud there in the middle of your screen. The velocities over the last couple of scans have gotten a bit broader, so I do question if these little storm mergers to the south are interacting with the storm. Again, a lot of the time when we get storm mergers like this does not mean the tornado threat is over by any means. A lot of the time what it means is when we get these little cells that come out of the south. So what we're seeing here is a couple different little showers that have come out the south. They're kind of providing rain cool air into the inflow, and that can kind of hinder development in the short term, but a lot of the times after these storm mergers are done, it becomes a much more organized supercell, and I think over the next few minutes we are going to see that in real time happen as this storm continues to track towards Yale and Rose Hill here in Illinois. I do want to remind you a little bit further off to the north and west, we have a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings in place near Paradise and Mattoon. These are both tornado possible labeled. If you are near Stewardson, near the Strasburg and Windsor areas, you need to be staying very vigilant right now as we have a potential tornado threat attempting to develop closer to the right around our warm frontal boundary, so just off to the west there of Toledo in Illinois. Here's a larger view here of this supercell.
Matthias.
See the large hanging wall cloud.
Beautiful wall cloud. Beautiful wall cloud.
Also, we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning if you are in Magoffin and Wolfe counties in Kentucky. Hey, Tracy, for the $10 super chat. Please don't forget to protect your pets. We also just got a new severe thunderstorm warning in Clay, Green, Owen, and Sullivan counties in Indiana.
That was Chad. Yeah.
This is an interesting one. We just got a brand new warning back over here in Indiana. So this is near Linton and Worthington. This is a bit more of a left-hand moving storm, which means it's going to be more of a hail threat. You can actually see, though, from the far distant radar site, there is just a little bit of rotation, at least in the mid-levels. That's over near Bucktown and Pleasantville. So this storm will be tracking to the northeast. It's about to be moving into Linton. Get away from windows if you are in this severe thunderstorm warning. Long term, it should be moving in the direction of Indianapolis. We got a lot of little cells that are developing out in front of this cluster of storms that is rotating. And again, most of these storms will be struggling to produce a tornado threat, but we do have a lot of wind shear. So any storm that can get surface base today in this environment is going to be very favorable for tornadoes. In fact, if you look at the STP values here, this is your significant tornado parameter values. Look at the values here over the next few hours. This pictured here is 4 o'clock or 3 o'clock. So this is basically over the last 30 minutes or so, and the values are rapidly increasing as our warm and unstable air is all lifting off to the north. And I know there's very high values here across Tennessee and southern Kentucky, but we do not have a whole lot of moisture in the mid-levels, and this isn't really accounting for that. So if you are in Tennessee, we're not really in a concerning place right now. Don't really think we'll be really in one today, but some of these areas, just keep in mind that the environment is actually favorable if we had mid-level moisture. We don't really have any, though, in Tennessee. But further off to the north near that warm frontal boundary, you can see how those values will continue to increase over the next few hours. And this is why we have a 10% hatch tornado risk in place, is because we have a lot of wind shear and also a lot more instability than we initially forecasted. So the environment today is still very favorable for tornadoes. This should at least continue through about 7 or 8 o'clock tonight. It's going to be a pretty long-lasting threat for this time of the year. Usually in February, you do not see much in the way of severe weather in the Ohio Valley. This is a pretty rare severe weather setup that is happening. And then over here in southern Indiana and northern Kentucky, values are going to be around 1 to 2 by about 10 o'clock tonight. So the value, or in terms of the environment, it's going to be a lot less favorable this evening. But at least for the next few hours, we have a very favorable corridor, especially near Louisville, Evansville, and then back into southern Illinois, where we do have the possibility of seeing a few tornadoes. And again, a strong tornado threat is also on the table. This is the last view of the drone until he pulls over again. But again, you can see the large storm right now moving in the direction of Wheeler. It is actually right over Wheeler right now. Looks like it's become a little bit outflowy here over the last few minutes. You can see the velocities, though, bottom right of your screen. Storm chaser Ryan Scholl is now underneath the wall cloud again.
Yellow Wheeler Road. East. No tornado on the ground from what I can see.
Hey, Rose, for becoming a member.
For the better, probably. Have a good view right where we're at.
Again, Ryan Scholl is pretty much underneath the storm right now. Velocities have gone a little bit broader over the last few minutes. Look at this view. Wow. It's right here. Storm chaser Connor Croft with an incredible
trying to have
view.
an RFD cut.
Very low-hanging clouds.
Nice RFD cut coming around again.
That beautiful RFD cut, yeah. Scott is on 33, that's southeast on highway.
As a reminder, if you guys have friends or family in the path of these severe storms today, we're not just talking about Illinois. We got Indiana, we got Ohio, Kentucky, northern Tennessee in the risk of severe weather today. Make sure to get the word out there, share the stream. And we are live providing commercial-free coverage. We've got about a dozen storm chasers here today, most of them in Illinois. And we also got some storm chasers that are kind of back over in southeastern Illinois in case something does kind of pop down there. But for the most part, this is looking like the main threat for the next probably 30 minutes to an hour is going to be this one storm here. Maybe some other ones will go up. We do have one in Indiana that we are keeping tabs on. Again, we are live on YouTube, and also Facebook is up as well.
Looks slightly cold. Cold.
I do think the reason why we don't have a tornado right now is because of those storm mergers. We alluded to that just a moment ago.
Great question.
But once those are done, which they're not far from being done, we could see a tornado threat pop up again here. Really at any time. This is a closer view. This is CJ Ziegler. This is close up.
We gotta get closer.
Look at that.
Oh, look at.
Got a lot of rising motion. A lot of rising motion right there.
I need to go closer.
This might be trying to drop right now.
That's where it's gonna be.
This is right where the inflow tail is. What I'd say by inflow tail is you see that little...
Oh, it's me right there.
Kind of like, it almost looks like a pencil that's sticking out of the clouds there on the middle right. That's the inflow tail. You can see all that motion right to left, and then now it's starting to spin again.
The pull a quick UE.
Yeah.
Super quick UE. This is such an LP. Oh my god.
Once again, if you are just tuning in, this tornado warning no longer includes Effingham County. It's only
south to east, copy.
For Jasper County,
South
in
or
Illinois.
east.
This is radar indicated rotation.
National Weather Service. Tornado warning in this area until 4:15 p.m. CST. Take shelter now in a basement.
It's trying to organize. It's a little scuddy still, but it's still trying to organize.
If you are out
right on the inflow tail.
Okay, we can't get that. We can't get any closer.
And protect yourself from flying debris.
Keep in mind that we could have a tornado at any time, even if you don't see a tube coming down. There can sometimes be non-condensed tornadoes. I think we had one also about 20-25 minutes ago, according to a storm chaser that was on this storm. So there may have been already at least some sort of tornado with this, but very brief from the sounds of it. And again, it would have been non-condensed.
Oh, it's right there. Look at it. Look at it.
Oh, there's another area of rotation right there. Look at that. This is okay. So there's two different areas that we're looking at.
Trying right there.
We got one right off to the left here, Connor. Once Connor's looking that way, there's another area, a new area of rotation that's developing. And you can see the velocities bottom right at the top of your screen. And there's birds flying around this area of circulation.
I don't think this guy's gonna drive into it. So
there's birds everywhere.
Road that actually works here.
Wait, I should get around these.
Look at all the birds.
For Pete's sake.
What in the world? We got bird chasers. In 2026, we got bird chasers.
And, we are going.
This is the new next level of chasing.
To escape it.
We can go east right up here, Coppic, next county road. And we could, yeah, go to 33 and then just drop southeast on it a little bit if we need to.
Got Birdnado.
I'm hoping these cars up ahead don't see it.
I don't know if I've ever seen that many birds circling a tornado. Or not a tornado, but storm in general.
RFD coming around.
So again, Connor's right underneath now that area of rotation.
Everybody's gonna fall behind.
Storm chaser Ryan Scholl, this is his view.
No tornado dropping at the moment. 57 degrees right where we're at. It's still trying like a son of a bees.
And this is Storm Chaser.
With the road. I don't know exactly.
That's Rob McBay. And you can see the wall cloud again. This is from a distance, so you can see the wall cloud a little bit better here. Let's go back over to CJ Ziegler, who's now approaching this.
Bus. Oh, actually, we can
it looks like it is attempting to organize again. Look, bottom right of your screen, you got the hook echo and the inflow. And velocities have upticked just a little bit here over the last couple of minutes. The storm mergers are done at least for the next 10-15 minutes. We shouldn't have another one for a little bit of time. So as long as there's no more storm mergers here, this thing is probably going to drop. There's not a whole lot holding it back anymore.
Up in it. Gotta get out ahead of it. Oh yeah, that view on the 360. Wow. Oh, she's coming.
There we go.
Getting the rear flank.
It's a Storm Chaser Tornado Pagey. Look bottom right of your screen, guys. This is all the Storm Chasers, at least on just Radar Omega, that are on the storm. This is unbelievable. There are, I believe,
nice looking little storm.
I believe there are 12 Storm Chasers that are live on Radar Omega today. We got about 10 of them just on this storm. It is a massive convoy. This is not a good thing if you are out in front of the storm, by the way. When there's a lot of Storm Chasers on a singular storm, that never means good things. Or maybe it does. Maybe the storm will just, you know, die. Never know. But at the same time,
yeah, for sure.
there are so many chasers on this. You can see all the dots. Those are all chasers. Again, this storm has a very defined hook echo again. We got the inflow coming out of the south. It's trying to clear out again. Pretty strong, at least mid to low level rotation. Nothing hitting the ground quite yet, but it is still trying to organize. Again, the green are the winds that are going towards the radar. The radar site is positioned further down to the southeast. That red is going to be the winds that are going towards the radar. That inflow is much more intense than the RFD surge right now, which again means that it's basically trying to balance itself out right now. But the rotation itself is getting a little bit stronger. If again we put it on the velocity scale, it'll be right around about a 6 right now. So the rotation's in the middle stage. It's kind of moderate rotation. Nothing strong or nothing on the ground yet, but it's at least trying to currently. We just got a new severe thunderstorm warning for the storm that's further north. This one has a tornado possible tag. So if you're in Casey, Timothy, Greenup, or Toledo in Illinois, you guys need to be getting away from windows. There's no tornado warning here, but look at that right there. We got strong rotation that's developing over Dees, Liberty Hill, Hazeldale, Oak Point, and Hoagtown. That is a very strong area of rotation, actually. Let me see if the other radar site is also showing that. That looks very intense. I mean, that's pretty strong rotation. This might end up getting a tornado warning here in a moment. So we need to keep a very close eye on this storm. That one has kind of come out of nowhere. That's tracking east. That one's going to be going more in the direction of Terre Haute.
Yeah, you can put the tablets.
Might have made a mistake. What are we doing?
I'm trying to figure out where I want to go north. I might just go all the way to Newton and shoot north.
Look at this. Jacob McMillan has a massive wall cloud. This is from Newton, Illinois. This is looking into that tornado warning cell. We should have a tornado warning right now for Greenup and Casey. I bet there will be one at any moment, but that storm looks very concerning.
A new tornado warning.
Timing's pretty incredible. We have a brand new tornado warning. All right, so this one is going to be for Casey, Greenup, and Toledo. So Clark and Cumberland counties, you guys need to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. Get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. So if you're in Greenup, Vive, Park, and Casey, all of you need to be in your safe place right now. Again, very dangerous storm is moving to the east-northeast. That rotation is very intense. At this point, obviously, we don't have a new radar scan yet. We're going to have one here in just a moment, but this one is probably just moments away from dropping a tornado if one's not already on the ground. This environment, again, is very favorable for tornadoes. The velocity scale here is about an 8, which means there's very strong rotation with this storm, and it may be moments away, again, from dropping a tornado if there isn't already one in progress. So again, that is going to be eventually tracking towards Martinsville, Marshall, and Terre Haute. As it continues to move east-northeast, it's going towards pretty populated areas, and it's basically tracking right along I-70. So it's going directly towards western Indiana as we speak. We're going to track it out just a little bit here. Again, these storms are moving east-northeast at about 35 miles per hour. If we do a little tracking tool here on Radar Omega, you can see the different towns and cities that are currently in the path of this. One of which is going to be Casey in about 17 minutes. Martinsville, 28 minutes. We got Marshall about 46 minutes, so a little bit past 4:30. Prairie Creek and Terre Haute, we're only about an hour out from this storm hitting you guys. So be ready to go to your safe place. And obviously, if you are in a tornado warning, do not wait 17 minutes if you're in Casey to go to your safe place. This is just an ETA on when that rotation is going to arrive. It could arrive sooner. It also could arrive later. So do not wait to go to your safe place. But again, this storm definitely looks a little concerning right now. And that's, again, tracking east-northeast at about 30 to 35 miles per hour. I've got to say, though, I mean, again, this is
not that far up the road. Like
this wall cloud is just huge. Most chasers, it looks like right now, are still on this tornado warning cell, the southern tornado warning cell. It looks like some are attempting to go north right now, but that wall cloud is still huge here near Newton, Illinois. So you can see that right there on the left side of your screen.
Pretty gnarly looking lowering back there now.
This is a closer view. Tornado Pagey is actually going through a forest, but on the left side is where we're looking for a potential tornado. See, the hook echo and the inflow is still pretty strong.
We got one in the southeast of us too. Worth watching if you can't get back.
Yeah, I'm coming into Newton now.
I'm stuck behind the slow people again, Coppic.
I know.
To plug you guys in.
All right, Shoals next to the wall cloud.
I've got a whole
All right, Tornado Pagey is looking at that lowering here. This is now approaching Rose Hill, Illinois.
Yeah, that's just getting inflow. Must be trying to.
A gravel road now.
All right, we just got a new radar scan. This is the 353 3 p.m. radar scan. So this is the latest scan here. All right, so again, going back to radar, we have a new tornado warning. If you're just tuning in for green up in KC, this one has been pretty concerning here over the last few minutes. We are seeing a lot more rotation on that storm. If you go back over to velocities, both storms actually have weakened over the last couple of scans. We had a very tight couplet only about 4 or 5 minutes ago, right before there was a tornado warning for green up. It has gone away more than likely because of the storm down to the south. I still think this is the dominant supercell here. You can see Rose Hill. Again, the rotation might not be tight right now, but it is still very strong. We got that hook echo, and we still have a pretty strong inflow. If we go back over to, I believe Rob McBay now has a view of the wall cloud in the southern tornado warning cell. See off to the left there, that's the area of interest. We've not had a visible tornado on stream yet, but we've had several close attempts. Also, John McKinney is about to be underneath the lowering. It's ahead for Arkansas. Arkansas is not in a risk of severe weather today. Let's go back to... He's underneath it, not really seeing a whole lot. Still some spin. It's like a lot of people are going through trees right now to see this.
Rotation's very tight back on our storm.
It's right on top of us, right in front of us, actually. Small hail, guys.
Right there in the middle of your screen. I know there's some water droplets on the camera, but right there in the middle of your screen, CJ is saying that it is rapidly rotating. Actually, look at this. This is Tornado Page's view. Got a wet window.
Hold on, friends. I need to set this down a second.
All right, we'll go back to them in a second. Once again, we have 2 tornado warnings, both in eastern Illinois. The one that is further north is likely recycling. If you are in KC and Greenup, you still need to be in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. We got very strong winds at the minimum that are surging into those locations. The tornado warning here just to the north of Newton, Illinois is still the most concerning storm in my opinion right now. It is not really fighting with any sort of storm mergers or any sort of cool air or anything like that right now. It's become a lot more discreet. Again, you can see that hook echo and the very strong inflow that is still in place. The northern cell doesn't really have that because of the southern storm here that is also tornado warned. So this storm has a lot higher success rate in my opinion of producing something. I do want to point out there's another storm that is developing now. This one looks like something we need to watch for. This one is just to the south of Oblong and Robinson. I was talking about this storm a while ago, how it was just like a little hailstorm. If we go back about 14 frames or so, you can actually see that. It was just a left-moving hailstorm that was over near Olney. We now have a new updraft that has gone up, and it is beginning to organize, and you can see that little hook shape and feature. So this one needs to be really watched closely as well. We're starting to at least get some broad rotation just to the northeast of Olney. So it'll be interesting to see what happens with this thing. I think this one has a little bit more concern than our northern 2 storms. It's also in a slightly warmer, a little bit more unstable environment, not really tapped into with any sort of showers that we've seen so far. So if you're over in Robinson, Palestine, if you're back over near Sullivan, Cass, Indiana, you guys need to be staying weather aware. This storm is currently tracking to the east-northeast at about 30 to 35 miles per hour. And then back over in Indiana, we still have 1 severe thunderstorm warning. That one is near Jasonville and Worthington. That is producing some quarter-sized hail right now. Not currently concerned about that one when it comes to a tornado risk, but things could change. We'll have to wait and see. We just got a new severe thunderstorm warning on the storm I was just talking about for Oblong and Robinson. That is going to be for Crawford, Jasper, Lawrence, and Richland counties. So stay away from windows if you are in this severe thunderstorm warning. And I wouldn't be surprised if we end up getting a tornado warning on that in about 15 minutes or so. This thing is looking very healthy compared to the other storms that we have on the radar right now. Here's that new radar scan. It is definitely trying to organize. As a reminder, again, we do have an enhanced risk of severe weather today. It is no longer just a slight risk of severe weather. If we go back over here to the severe weather outlook, this is our enhanced risk, all right? That is basically where all of our severe weather is currently located. It's mostly across southern Indiana and southeastern Illinois, Terre Haute, Columbus, Bloomington, Princeton. All of you are included in an elevated risk of severe weather today that is driven by tornadoes. So today is the day that if you are in this area, you need to be staying weather aware. If you have friends or family here, make sure to spread the word that we do have an elevated threat for tornadoes. We're talking about even a possibility of strong tornadoes in this environment. That means EF2 plus tornadoes are on the table this afternoon and even into the early evening tonight. We got a lot of chasers now with views of this storm again. Let's go back over to CJ Ziegler, who has a clear view of the wall cloud. I believe John McKinney also has it. Got two pretty clean views right now of that large wall cloud. If we have a tornado, it's going to be right there in the middle of your screen. It's going to be a little rain wrap from their perspective. This is the one. This is a tornado warning again north of Newton for Rose Hill. We should see a new tornado warning for Yale and Hunt City within the next probably minute or two. The storm's about to be moving outside of the Jasper County tornado warning that is currently in place.
Maybe blue, or like a lighter blue.
Turn left on East 1400th Avenue.
A large mesocyclone.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We're on point right now. We got a new tornado warning for Clark, Crawford, Cumberland, and Jasper counties. That is going to be the same storm that we're looking at here. So over in Yale, Hunt City, Hazeldale, all of you need to seek shelter, get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. Again, this storm is currently tracking to the east-northeast at about 30 miles per hour. You can see the hook echo and the inflow still very intense. We still got a large hail core too. Do not forget about the hail here. Still quarter to $half sized hail falling over Rose Hill, maybe even a little bit larger than that. You know, a lot of farmland out here, so crops will likely be damaged. The storm also near Casey is beginning to organize again. Look at the velocities here over the last few scans. We had a very tight couplet about 15 minutes ago, and it's become very intense again. And Connor has a very good view here. Look at that. Yeah. Still a huge wall cloud. This thing's constantly had a wall cloud for over an hour now. Huh? Yeah. No crops? Yeah, my bad, guys. Froze February. I'm not used to covering severe weather. The Midwest or Ohio Valley in the month of February. Sorry, there's probably no crops. Maybe somebody planted, though. You never know. Might be one person out there that's already done so. That would be a pain, though, to manage. Have to cover them literally every single night. Look at this view of the wall cloud.
Maybe a little more HP, but definitely not bad.
I don't know why I'm saying crops, guys. I'm not locked in on the time of the year.
If you're in
both areas.
You guys better pick up your pace.
Bottom right of your screen is a look at the supercell.
We're doing really well.
Nothing's really translated to the ground yet. We just had this really large wall cloud for quite some time.
Northern cell is recycling again. Bottom cell.
That northern cell looks like horrible on reflectivity.
Which one, the northern one?
Yeah.
Derek asking about Austin, Indiana. Yeah, if you guys are down the road, like in this general area, if you're back over in southern Indiana, even near Indianapolis, you guys are going to be talking about some possibility of severe weather here over the next few hours, but that is going to be down the line. We're talking probably 5, 6, 7 o'clock this evening. A lot of the storms over here, these are really going to be the ones to watch for down the line. We're not going to have a whole lot of development out in front of this area of storms. Like this area, yes, there's a lot of, there's not really any convection here. There's a lot of instability, but for the most part, there's really not an initiator that's going to initiate a whole lot of storm activity. So these will be the storms to watch for. I'm still very interested in this storm south of Oblong. I do think this one has a pretty high potential in the next 15 to 20 minutes to potentially get tornado warning and maybe even try to produce a tornado as it moves up towards Robinson and eventually crossing into western Indiana. So you guys over here in Oblong, Robinson, Palestine, going towards Sullivan, Cass, and Linton all need to be staying vigilant right now. I know we have 2 tornado warnings further north, but that one has a pretty good possibility of producing something down the line. All right, let's go back over to CJ Ziegler. And we got a large wall cloud here.
Oh my goodness, all the dots are all with us.
Oh, I can see them all. Dots are in front of us now.
North 1425th Street. Then you'll take your first right onto East 1380th
There's that large wall cloud.
Oh. Turn right onto East 1380th Avenue.
It's the same thing in front. Yeah. Look in front. We're right in the middle. Right in the middle, but in a gap.
There's got to be at least 100 people.
This is a little bit better of a view.
Yeah, probably.
of the lowering. This is Storm Chaser Rob McBay. You can also watch him live inside of the Radar Omega app. You can download the app at the top link in the description below. Got about 12 different chasers here today in eastern Illinois. Back to him in a second. It's like every chaser is currently in a repositioning phase, so
those might eventually merge.
We're gonna go back to them in a second. Let's back over to live radar here. Let me put CJ slot 2 bottom right, slot 1. There we go. Thank you, Nick, for the super chat. Do you think North Terre Haute is going to be nasty? I think if you're over in Terre Haute, we need to be staying vigilant. All right, these storms are going basically directly towards you. The storm that would be the most concerning is this one right here. So Terre Haute, if you're over in Sullivan, I mean, really anywhere in this box here, I'm just going to draw a box. Basically, anywhere in this box here, over the next hour, we need to be watching the radar very closely, watching the stream very closely, because these are the storms here that are going to have the best capability of producing a tornado. There's a lot of wind shear today. I want to reiterate that we have a lot of wind shear. The significant tornado parameter values are at pretty high numbers too. You don't see this really ever in the month of February in Illinois or Indiana. We have a large, narrow corridor. It's a large but narrow corridor. Horizontally, it's pretty large. Vertically, it's very thin. So we have a large area here from west to east that we could end up seeing a few tornadoes today. And strong tornadoes are also possible. We have a lot of wind shear that is coming out of the southwest. That is our southwesterly flow. We have all sorts of moisture and heat that have been lifting to the north, and that's surging towards that warm frontal boundary that is set up basically right here, so near Indianapolis and Bloomington. And then off to the north and west, we got cold air that is coming out of the northwest and the backside of this low pressure system. That's creating steep lapse rates, and that's actually helping to create a better shot of hail as well. What lapse rates basically are the temperature and how much it is decreasing as we go up into the atmosphere. So today's lapse rates are around a 7 or an 8. That would promote a pretty decent hail threat. Got another chaser here. This is Carmen Parmello, who's also on Omega. This is back over on the storm here near Newton. There's a view there of the large lowering. What those sounds are.
I can see an inflow tail right there.
Also, if you're in Cincinnati, I just had somebody ask in the chat, but if you're in Cincinnati, if you're over in Columbus, Ohio, you guys are not in the clear. I know we've had some storm activity over the last few hours, but that's really not the main event here. The main event is over here in eastern Illinois, and it will eventually track that direction. Latest couple of radar scans have come in. We still have a broad area of rotation on both of our tornado warnings, one near KC, the other one is near Yale. Further down to the south, this is a severe thunderstorm warning for Oblong and Robinson. We got a little hook now that is starting to form, a little tail, basically, here on the backside of the supercell, just northeast of Olney. We still have a strong inflow. We got one lightning strike here on this storm. There's not been much lightning today, but we got our first really lightning strike on this southern storm, so it might be trying to intensify here as we get more into the 4 o'clock hour. There you go, back to CJ Ziegler. So here's
look at that northern rotation though.
This is a view again.
It's not much though.
The selectivity is
of our
horrible.
southern tornado warning for Yale, Illinois. Well, the super chat asking about the tornado risk for Flora, Illinois.
Whale's Mouth.
The main tornado risk will be all here, bottom right of screen, in this general area. It's going to be this general area. It's basically counties that are bordering Indiana.
That's something you don't see every day.
But there's still a low chance of maybe something a little bit further back to the west.
All of the inflow, or all of the warm air getting sucked up. Or wait. Or is that the cold air coming down and being outflow dominant?
Back over to Storm Chaser Ryan Scholl. Scholl is now punching up to the north on this road, bottom right of your screen. He's basically punching up into the core of the storm. So he's going to be very close to the wall cloud here in a moment.
Yeah, here's our
The storm's out of wall cloud for about an hour and 15 minutes.
It was some crazy structure for sure. Pretty much it though.
Started right before we went live. There are so many storm chasers out here for February. All the cars that you guys are seeing on the roadway, almost all of them are storm chasers. Not a super populated area. Got chaser convergence on another level here today. Here's Tornado Pagey's view. POV Beard at the top left. Bryce Shelton. Look at this southern storm. This one's gonna cook. There's a very real threat of a tornado with this storm now, south of Oblong and Robinson. We've been talking about it since it basically developed, guys. I'm pretty concerned about this storm, and I think Connor's en route for it, but guys, if you are in Flat Rock, Robinson, Palestine over here, right along the Indiana and Illinois border, we got to be getting ready to go our safe places. This is not strong rotation yet, but that hook echo is very concerning, and along with that, there's nothing to the south. I mean, this is a very untouched environment.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning for Crawford County in Illinois. I don't think it's this storm. I think it's gonna be that northern storm. If you're in Martinsville, Marshall. Oh, wow, they did it. Wow, okay, well, they did issue a tornado warning. Well, we just talked about it. They have issued a tornado warning for Crawford County. That's gonna be for Stoy, south of Robinson. We were just talking about it. If you're in Flat Rock, you need to get to your safe place. Robinson, Palestine, get ready to go to your safe place. You don't have to be there yet, but definitely stay weather aware. I am not surprised at all by this tornado warning. We've been talking about this for a while and how this is likely going to become the next storm to try to produce a tornado, and it's now a very real threat heading towards Flat Rock. You can see the velocities here. They might not look impressive, but don't get too invested in what we're looking at on the greens and reds here. We got to look at the shape of the storm. We also need to know about the environment here. And the environment, again, is extremely ripe for tornadoes. There's no doubt that this thing is going to try to drop something here down the line. I really think this is going to be the main supercell here for a while. New tornado warning west of Terre Haute. That's going to be for Martinsville and Marshall. So if you are in this tornado warning, you need to get to your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible. Get to the most interior room of your home or building. That could be a basement, that could be a closet, it could be a bathroom, a tub, whatever it might be. You need to get there right now if you're over in Marshall and Martinsville. This is not the same type of tornado like our southern storms, by the way. This northern storm is going to be more rain-wrapped, so we do not have nearly as good of a look of this storm in comparison to the other southern storms. And even this one that's near Yale has been rain-wrapped for a while. This one should be a lot more photogenic if we end up getting a tornado, but this supercell, again, is rapidly organizing right now near Flat Rock. There's apparently a tornado on the southern storm. Is there one? Do we have any confirmation of that? Apparently there might be a tornado on the southern storm here already. According to Edgar O'Neill, who is not currently, I don't think, on it. I think he just has a long distance view of it. I know Connor Croft is going towards this, but he's still a little bit a little ways away from it.
It's just recycle after recycle.
All right, sounds like there's no tornado on the southern storm yet.
Keeps on doing that until it
that southern storm is definitely cooking. This is Noble, Illinois. This is that center. This is at this point the central tornado warning that we have. It's kind of sandwiched between the two other storms that are warned.
Don't go straight, buddy. You're gonna really regret it if you do.
Got a report in the chat of egg-sized hail that fell in Effingham earlier.
This is a very dangerous storm.
Oh, I can see the whole.
Dylan just said with the super chat, do I need to be worried about my job tomorrow? I'm at a refinery in Robinson.
High right now, though.
I don't know what you're exactly worried about. I mean, it's gonna be colder tomorrow. We know that for a fact. I mean, if a tornado happens, it'd be a different story. But Robinson definitely needs to be ready for this. We also have hail that's coming to Robinson. So if you're in Robinson, Illinois, $1.50 sized hail is on the way right now. Got super dark really fast. It's getting a lot harder to see the wall cloud with this storm here. Again, a lot of the storm chasers have left this storm for the most part. A lot of them are going to the southern storm, which I totally agree with at this point. That one looks like it's gonna cook.
Oh,
this is an urgent
warned.
alert.
All right.
A tornado is on.
All right, we do have now a confirmed tornado here in Illinois. Trying to get the details on this. Where did it just go? All right, so again, confirmed tornado warning for Crawford County, Illinois. It is that southern storm, so they've gone ahead and upgraded this to observed. This is a weather spotters confirmed tornado. All right, so if you are in Crawford County in Illinois, you need to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. This storm is, again, moving to the northeast right now, just south of Robinson near Flat Rock. Again, this is the first official confirmed tornado here of the day. It's currently moving to the northeast. We're keeping a very close eye, by the way, on all the different storm chasers that are on this. None of them have a view quite yet of there being a tornado, but if one is on the ground at any point, we will obviously, again, let you know. We are keeping a very close eye on this storm, and again, it is currently tracking to the northeast. It is now a confirmed tornado via weather spotters. The tornado itself would be located right here, so it's going to be on that the hook echo here, just west of Flat Rock. It's going to be moving in the direction of Villas, Port Jackson, and New Hebron are in the direct path of this. Got storm chaser Connor Croft, who's currently the closest to it. Again, I am concerned that this one has long-term potential to produce a tornado. I do not think this is going to be anything short-term. This is likely going to be producing a tornado for quite some time. Oh, we do have a view. Okay, Edgar O'Neill just had a view of this tornado. Let me go full screen to him. I don't know if he still has it. Looking for a distance, there is a view of this tornado. We're
Good spot, brother.
working on getting the video here on stream.
Good spot, Drew.
Did have a view of the tornado just a second ago. Getting the video up right now.
Is that what I'm seeing? We're a weird spot to see it.
About to have a video in just a second of this tornado. It's actually spotted by storm chaser Edgar O'Neill. Right there on the left. Very faintly see it. Look right there. That's it right there. Yeah, that's a little cone. So again, that is in Crawford County, Illinois, where there is now a confirmed tornado that has at least dropped at some point. And do not know how long lasting it was. That's that right there on the left. There also are probably storm chasers that are closer to this tornado that confirm ground contact. You can only see it kind of maybe getting 2/3 of the way to the ground. But with that said, that's definitely a tornado that has happened here over the last few minutes. You can see the hook echo again, still very prominent here on radar. We still got a pretty strong hook echo. There's really nothing that's going to be stopping this storm out here near Bloomfield, Vincennes, Bloomington. Like, there's nothing stopping this. All right, we got a lot of instability, got a very favorable environment out here just to the southwest of Sullivan. This is going to be a storm that's going to try to cook here for probably quite a bit of time here. We're going to be keeping an eye there on Edgar O'Neill.
At the stop sign.
This is back to the north. This is the central storm, so this is the one that's located back up near Yale. You can still see the large mesocyclone, large wall cloud out there on the right side.
I quickly ask him.
South storm is confirmed on the ground.
Oh shit! South confirmed on the ground. Go, 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 go! South confirmed on the ground.
Yeah, that south storm again is still confirmed. I'm looking for if there's any chasers that have it right now. So every storm chaser now is en route to the southern supercell. And again, tornado is now in progress just to the west of Villas. I do want to track this and kind of time it out for you guys. If you're out in front of this, this is the general direction and the timing of this storm. So left side of your screen are going to be some of the locations that are in the path of this confirmed tornado. So again, if you're back over in Palestine, if you're in Sullivan, if you are in Cass, all of you need to be in your safe place and away from windows and on the or not away from, sorry, if you're in Sullivan or Cass, you need to be staying weather aware. Anywhere out in front of this, like Linton, Bloomfield, Worthington, and Jasonville, all of you need to be staying very vigilant. Have that tornado action plan ready to go. If you are out there traveling for some reason, if you are at home, it doesn't matter where you are, wherever you're going to be at here for the next few hours or wherever you're going to be at, you want to make sure that you have a tornado action plan ready to go, because this is a storm that is likely going to be a long track supercell capable of producing a tornado, perhaps even a strong tornado. Again, EF2 plus tornadoes are on the table today in this environment. So this has a long-term potential to be producing a tornado. It will get closer to Bloomington and surrounding locations about 90 to 100 minutes from now. So we're talking closer to 5:45, 6:15 for a potential tornado risk. Is that audio I'm hearing? Oh, that's that. Okay. So again, if you are out in front of this, make sure that you're ready for this storm as it continues to push to the northeast at about 30 to 35 miles per hour. The center storm that we've been talking about for a while, this one is still not doing much. It has had a wall cloud for well over an hour and a half now. It's sandwiched between two different storms, not really having a whole lot of success. So I'm not really too concerned right now with this one, but we're still keeping tabs on it. The one that's west of Prairie Creek, Indiana, that one's just a blob of rain. I'm not super concerned right now for Terre Haute, but obviously things could change as these storms continue to track to the east. And then the observed tornado warning, obviously here near Villas, is the one that is definitely the most concerning, just to the north of Lawrenceville. Storm chaser Connor Croft has now entered into the north side of this observed tornado warning. So he is racing towards this right now in Robinson. He's pushing south quickly, so he's approaching New Hebron. You can see his location. He's just entered the north side of the confirmed tornado warning.
Dropping south on it.
I do want to remind you, there are about 12 different storm chasers that are live on Radar Omega today. If you want to download the app, it's the top link in the description below. You can follow them along like I am right now.
Why was there no passing zone right there?
Everywhere I go. Slow people.
We're definitely pounding on the roadway.
I know. Come on.
Right up here,
Yes, but they're going to turn the exact same direction.
That's why it goes slow.
So he's driving through the rain.
Yeah, I mean, what are the odds that like two people run for him?
Well, we lost one of them. Lost one of them, so.
This is on the storm. Right side of your screen is the area of interest. This is Sam, I don't know how to say his last name. Denst, maybe? So this is on the storm. This is closer to the Hook Echo. Looks like we may have a small little CC drop near Villas, but the velocities are not really matching up with it right now. For those that are asking about Riley, he's in classes right now, but he will be on soonish. And this is our closest view of this tornado-worn cell. We got Storm Chaser Connor Croft, who's punching out from the north. He should be on in about 5 minutes. If you are just tuning in, this is a confirmed tornado warning for the Flat Rock area, New Hebron, and Villas in eastern Illinois.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have a new tornado warning for Crawford and Clark counties in Illinois. That is going to be our northern cell. That is this right here, near York, Hudsonville. You guys need to be seeking shelter, getting away from windows, getting on the lowest floor possible, and getting to an interior room of your home or building. This storm is tracking to the east right now. There's been a little bit of an uptick of lightning, which sometimes can mean intensification is happening. So we got a little bit of lightning now with this storm. Still got a good hail core, around $1.25 sized hail, tracking towards York and Hudsonville, eventually going towards Fairbanks in western Indiana. Here's that tornado report. It was from a trained spotter over about 2.5 miles to the northeast of Chauncey in Illinois, about 10 minutes ago or so. It looks like it's trying to wrap up right now, and I do think there is definitely a tornado still. That looks like a pretty defined debris signature now on the south side of New Hebron. So there could very well still be a tornado here. No visual from what we're seeing. This is our closest view of it right now. This is Sam, who is in the villas area. For reference, he is on the back side of the hook echo, so if there's a tornado, it's going to be right behind that rain curtain in the middle right of your screen. They've just updated the warning. It is still a confirmed tornado warning. This is now an emergency management confirmed tornado. Again, a damaging tornado is making its way into New Hebron and Flat Rock. If you are in New Hebron, if you are in Flat Rock, guys, you guys need to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. We have a damaging tornado in progress that is likely lifting up debris, heading up towards Palestine. I would expect a new tornado warning at any moment for areas in Palestine. Robinson might not be included in that. It will eventually go towards Carlisle, maybe? Carlisle, just to the south there of Sullivan. So a new tornado warning should be issued here pretty soon. I'll draw kind of just a little polygon, kind of give you an idea, general area of where that new tornado warning should be issued. You can actually see a rainbow on the back side of this confirmed tornado warning. There on the left side of your screen, there is a rainbow. That right there in the middle is where that large wall cloud's right there in the middle. You can see it a bit clearer now. The tornado is in there. We have a tornado down. It's going to be rain wrapped. Once it gets a bit closer, we should have a bird's eye view of it. Also, Storm Chaser Connor Croft is punching into New Hebron. Big hail is coming down over here, New Hebron. This is inside of the confirmed tornado warning. Hear the hail pounding his car. He's losing signal because of all the hail that's falling.
This is an emergency alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
All right, we now have our first PDS tornado warning of 2026. This is a particularly dangerous situation. This is a life-threatening situation in Illinois now. So again, large tornado is in progress. This is going to be for Crawford County, Illinois. It is a considerable threat. All right, so if you are in this tornado warning, you need to get to your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible. This is a large and extremely dangerous tornado that is currently tracking to the east-northeast right now. It is heading into Flat Rock. Palestine is included in this. Yeah, that velocity couplet is crazy. We got a significant tornado, guys. Connor's actually very close to this now, too. But again, this is a very dangerous tornado that is currently tracking to the east-northeast. You need to be in a tornado shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. That is a debris signature, very tight velocities couplet. This is undoubtedly a strong tornado, very large tornado right now, moving up towards Palestine here in southeastern Illinois. This is an extremely dangerous situation. It will be coming up towards the Crawford County Airport here soon. And then it will also be tracking towards Maria, Richwoods, and Heathsville. This is a significant tornado, though, currently in progress. Storm Chaser Connor Croft is right next to it. He's actually inside of the storm. But you can see the hail coming down. He is in the hail core. The tornado is going to be right in front of him. I'm not sure how far south he's going to go here.
I don't know what that.
Get my way.
This tornado is currently hitting, it looks like 1000th North Street.
Can't believe that school bus is out there with their kids.
Got to hit some homes on 465 5th Avenue.
Might be able to get a visual just to our right.
This is Sam's view. So he's again on the west side of the hook echo. And from what we are seeing, there is a tornado buried back in the rain off to his east. He's taking a different road now. The tornado's gonna be right down that road.
Should be due parallel to our right.
Yeah, but yeah. Well,
Hunter's now driving in the direction of the tornado, or maybe not. He's east on 700th Avenue, so this is coming up towards Duncanville right now. Duncanville's a small town, but there is a Duncanville cemetery. Multiple homes that could be hit by this over the next few minutes. If we go back over to live radar here, you can see the debris signature that is growing in size. It was very defined just a moment ago, but there is a tornado that is potentially significant just to the south of New Hebron, northwest of Flat Rock. The latest velocity scan just weakened it a little bit, so hopefully it occludes here, but it is approaching the town of Duncanville in Illinois, and then eventually going towards Palestine. Also, there's still three tornado warnings further off to the north. None of those currently are producing tornadoes, so no concern currently in terms of an active tornado for those storms. The one that is the most concerning by far is this one that is near Flat Rock. If you're driving on State Route 58 east of Palestine, you need to be ready for this as well. Connor is again awfully close to this tornado. You might have a view of it off to the right here in a second. There's a lot of hail falling, so signal's kind of low right now.
That's what we need. Hail falling, awesome.
Yeah, no, this is the last thing we're freaking need.
Very low visibility, too. We also got a rainbow on the back side of this tornadic supercell. Got a little rainbow right there.
You kidding me?
Connor is...
right behind you on one.
Got leaves right here, so
yeah,
that's from the hail probably.
Yeah, okay, I'm getting that.
Copy. I don't know if you heard me. I just knocked over past the hydroplane you had.
Spinning right there, looks like. Yeah.
There's no visibility out in front of this storm.
Right there.
There's a lot of fog in this field. You would not believe that you're in a tornado warning.
I don't see anything.
There's tons of steam actually coming off the ground.
I got some decent sized hail coming down. I'm about to punch this hail core.
Anything?
Outstanding.
No. Getting a view though.
Is this away from one yet, or is it on one?
Does anyone have a visual of it down? I'm literally like almost north of the cup. I got freaking hail fog and everything else, making it hard to see.
We're starting to get a little bit more clearing now. So again, Connor is now inside of, he's about to be in Duncanville. This is Duncanville right up here to the right. The tornado may have lifted, and it is recycling from what we were seeing.
It's not a funnel on the ground.
Oh yeah.
It's scraping stuff on the ground.
Yep, multi-vortex tornado. Right there.
Oh yeah.
All right, so there's a multi-vortex tornado right here. So we can't clearly see it yet. It's right beyond the tree line.
This is an urgent alert. Tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter.
It's to our right, Freddie. It's not condensed. I'm gonna get the one and try and punch south.
So there's a multi-vortex non-condensed tornado.
Alright, yep, I see it. Uncondensed tornado.
Just north of Flat Rock. We have a new confirmed tornado warning for Sullivan County, Indiana. That's going to be for this same exact storm. They're just issuing tornado warnings out in front of it. This is going to be a long-term supercell that produces probably multiple different tornadoes. I usually don't say stuff like that, but this is the kind of storm that we are talking about here, all right? So, again, significant storm currently is tracking to the east-northeast. This is still a particularly dangerous situation. Tornado warning for Palestine, Illinois. It'll be moving into Carlisle and as well as south side here of Sullivan in Indiana within the next 15 to 20 minutes. You need to be going to your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom right now. You cannot be waiting here in western Indiana as this storm is racing to the east-northeast right now and producing dangerous, at least one dangerous tornado. Will likely produce a new one here soon. The reason why I think this is recycling, if you look at velocities, we had a very tight couplet, definitely a strong tornado for a brief amount of time near villas in New Hebron. You can see the velocities have weakened over the last couple of scans, so I do not think there's actively at least a condensed tornado. Maybe there is. Let's go back to Connor.
Right straight ahead. That should be right there.
Velocities are not showing anything, but it is definitely cycling if we don't have a tornado actively on the ground. The mid-level and upper-level rotations, those are starting to strengthen again. The low-level rotation brawn for a scan or two.
Yeah. Well, got a stop sign. Make a decision.
So a little bit closer to the storm. This is Storm Chaser Scott Peak. Tornado will be off to the left there. Again, may still be non-condensed.
Hail core, I don't see anything right now, but it appears to be my west.
Rapid rain curtains. It's a rapid rain curtain tornado. Lots of debris. There's debris in the air. It's not a lot, but there's still debris in the air.
So there is still a tornado down, or at least debris fallout from our previous
it's
tornado.
Up there. It's starting to get condensed.
Any visual? Yep, I'm almost inside of it right now. South of you and north of you. It is still west of one right now.
Look at that. Look at the hook echo.
Hey, but would it be north of you or south of you to the west of one? Due west of me right now. Copy, I'm almost to you. I can't see anything.
So there is a tornado here. Press speed.
Yeah, it's a bowl-shaped tornado.
So again, there is likely still a oh, whoa, yeah, we got a view. This is Storm Chaser Connor Croft.
Here it comes.
Clear view of it.
I'm in the circulation.
Yeah, I do see it under there. It's weak, but it's definitely down.
There it is. There is a tornado. It's not as strong as it was a few minutes ago.
Just your lap.
Weak, but it's down.
Yeah, I see it on the field right there.
Yep. Very, very weak. Very broad.
Yeah,
very broad, very weak tornado.
See you, Jordan. I'll let you out. Oh, Brandon, that's you behind me. Okay. Yep, we should probably go south and find an east road. Okay, Brandon, you want to lead?
That was a good runner.
Yeah, I got a
I
road
think
south
the
up
main
there.
circulation's up to the east now.
Got so
in front of us.
got a lot of rain currents wrapping around this area of circulation.
Yeah, we're gonna have to drop south, Brandon. South and east, yeah. Corey, Jaden, anybody behind me, watch.
Alright, so Connor is now repositioning.
Oh yeah, it's right there. Yeah. It's gonna be on the road in front of us eventually.
You already passed. There was an east option that you just passed.
Yeah. Not quite worth getting up there yet. Don't want to put myself out of position for it if it actually condenses. It just doesn't want to
Look
do.
at all the rain currents. We definitely had a strong tornado. There's no doubt about that.
Right there.
And this storm is trying to produce again.
Just a really weak, broad tornado.
Actually, we're going to need to jog back north with it.
Yeah, just a really weak, broad tornado still. I was debating driving up to intercept it, but it's like one vortice every 20 minutes now. It's like, I wish it would just condense real quick.
Just past the road.
Hey, Waning from coming to member.
Yeah, right there. Straight ahead of us.
Yeah.
Scott, we passed the east road. Oh, we did? Shoot. Will that take us crossing the river?
It counts, Chad. It counts.
We're going to have to go back north anyway to cross the river.
Conga line.
It counts.
All right, so there was again this is still a PDS tornado warning, but the strong tornado is no longer ongoing. Just have a large area of circulation now. It's a very weak, a lot of weak vortices that we are seeing, at least down near the ground level right now. Not producing that much damage. There's still been some little bit of debris flying in the sky here. Again, Connor's right on this storm still, and it is likely going to try to drop a new tornado. I know it might not be fully on the ground anymore, but this storm is very discreet, very favorable environment out in front of this. It's almost undoubtedly going to try to produce a new tornado.
Should eventually cross this road right here.
They'll be crossing over the river valley here, right along the Indiana-Illinois border.
Yes, you're right inside that thing. Those vortices in the
new
field
tornado
just to the
warning
west,
has been
just
issued.
beautiful.
So yeah, if you are in this, if you're in any of these tornado warnings, you all need to be in your safe place. Again, this is still a very dangerous supercell that is tracking to the east. We have a brand new tornado warning in northwestern Sullivan County. That'll be for this storm near York. That is going to be crossing over the Illinois-Indiana border here in just a few moments. That is heading towards Shelburne. It's also going towards Fairbanks and Farmersburg. So if you are in this area here, you need to be making sure that you're getting to your safe place. So Fairbanks, west of Shelburne, get to your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. Rotation on this storm has been very hit or miss for a long time. We have really not had many tornadic opportunities with this storm. There's been a lot of storm mergers, just not as favorable of an environment as like that southern supercell, for example, but it is still a supercell that could try to drop a tornado as it continues to track towards Farmersburg and Shelburne. The northern storm that is tornado warned, I don't know if they're going to issue issue a new tornado warning for this for Terre Haute, but if you are in Terre Haute, you want to make sure that your tornado action plane is ready to go right now, in case you are added to a tornado warning as this storm continues to track to the east-northeast. Also in Indiana, a little broad area of rotation currently on this storm that's northwest of Spencer. It is a left-moving supercell, so not as favorable, but going towards Cloverdale, we're going to have to keep an eye on this storm. It is moving more to the north-northeast, so not as favorable for a tornado, but something we'll be watching. They did cancel the PDS tornado warning. I'm going to be honest, I'm not entirely sure why they fully canceled it. It might have been an accident, but we should at least have a tornado warning here still for the Palestine area. If you are in Palestine, continue to stay in your safe place. If you're in Richwood, same thing. If you're in those places in Illinois, do not get out of your safe place. I know the tornado warning isn't there anymore, but it should definitely still be there because we still have an active tornado threat here in eastern Illinois. The storm over here in Flat Rock, I think this one was meant to be canceled, but the Flat Rock area is now fine and away from this ongoing tornado threat. Storm Chaser Connor Croft is still on this confirmed tornado warning here. Going through low visibility. This is also interesting.
This is an urgent alert.
Not bad.
A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
They have issued a new confirmed tornado warning for Crawford County, Illinois. Again, I think it was an accident that they did not mean to cancel it. That'll be again for Palestine. So there's still an ongoing confirmed tornado. Connor Croft, bottom right, is on that storm. We also just got a new severe thunderstorm warning for Cloverdale for $quarter to $half sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. I also want to point out that there is an uncertain severe weather risk east of St. Louis. They just issued a new mesoscale discussion over here near St. Louis, where there is a possibility for a couple of tornadoes, maybe some large hail and damaging winds. Don't exactly know how this threat is going to evolve yet, but if you are over here around and just southeast of St. Louis, definitely stay vigilant as these storms continue to try to develop. All right, going back to Connor, he's on this confirmed tornado warning here. He's in, looks like some low signal. He should come back here in just a second. There you go. So again, he's underneath the wall cloud. It's off to the left there. He's trying to cycle right now. Thank you, Krista, for becoming a member. Thank you also Wendy for the Venmo donation. Also, thank you, Scott, for the $20 super chat.
Yeah, it's going to plant on the Indiana side, I think.
Oh, nice bull funnel to our north. Bull funnel right here still. Bull funnel to our north.
So that is the area of interest.
Big bull funnel. Big bull funnel to my north.
I'm gonna keep Connor. I'll be back in 60 seconds. I got it.
Look north, dude. Look north. Huge bull funnel. Probably on the ground right there. Yeah, well, I mean, look, that's about to plant.
All right, my way.
It's about to drop. Right here. Gone across the road right there.
Okay, I see him now.
Big cinnamon bun.
That is a large area of rotation right there.
About to drop directly to the left of the road.
Connor's going in and out, but there is a tornado trying to drop here near Richwoods.
I like you.
You're just tuning in. It's this storm right here. There was a PDS tornado warning for this just a moment ago. We are now on an observed tornado warning. No longer a tornado right now, but again, there is likely going to be one here in a moment. You can see that cinnamon bun right above his head. It's really spinning.
Nope. I can't see over this damn hill.
Still has a clean hook echo. There's, again, not much stopping this. There's a lot of instability, a lot of moisture.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
all above his head right now. He's kind of driving underneath it. We're now at 7 tornado warnings. Oh, we have a new confirmed tornado. This is a completely different storm. So if you're in Crawford or Clark counties, this is the eastern sections of those near York, there is now a new confirmed tornado warning. So there is a tornado apparently being observed by weather spotters at 4:38, so about 5 minutes ago near Annapolis. So again, new confirmed tornado here. We're now at 8 tornado warnings. All right, so this one's going to be back over in Sullivan and Vigo counties. I believe that's going to be the one just south here of Terre Haute. Yep, so if you're in Terre Haute, we need to get to our safe places now. We've been talking about you guys for over an hour now. If you are in Terre Haute, you need to get to your storm shelter, get to your basement, closet, or bathroom, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible. This is an urgent situation right now. We have a tornado warning. Again, no confirmed tornado right now, but we could have a tornado at any time. So again, please get to your safe place if you are in this tornado warning. All right. Let's go here. This is Tornado Pagey. This is, I believe, on the northern storm. So this is back up near West York and York, where there was just a confirmed tornado.
Yeah.
I believe we just lost them. We'll go back to them in a second. Oh, nope, they just came back. This back over to Connor. He's on the Palestine tornado warning. That is confirmed.
Gotta get in reposition mode now.
It's cold. Hot air, cold air.
Also, guys, watch the storm over by...
This is Logan Eskridge. Can't pronounce names today. Got a huge wall cloud in the storm near Robinson. Look at that. Oh my goodness. It's a beast.
There, oh yeah, it's trying. It's really trying, y'all. I can see the motion from here. I bet it drops here in the next few minutes. The next minute or so, I would say. I bet it drops it soon. I can see the motion in the upper levels. She's trying right here. Right here, I bet it does it.
It's really trying.
Right here, y'all.
There's a huge wall cloud. Thing's gonna be big if it drops. It is in the recycling stages right now. It's again heading towards Sullivan and Carl Lisley. I need to get the pronunciation of this place in Indiana. All right, it is Carlisle. All right, Carlisle and Sullivan.
Going around, man.
So we got a huge wall cloud right now heading directly into Carlisle and as well as Sullivan. So we'll go back to him in a second. We'll keep him on the bottom middle of your screen. We got Connor Croft also on this. Again, this storm is really trying to produce something right now. I do want to go back to Terre Haute. I know we have some of you guys that are just tuning in. If you're over in Terre Haute, we do have a tornado warning. Again, nothing confirmed for Terre Haute right now. There is an area of rotation that is currently wrapped in rain. So if we get a tornado, it will likely end up being rain wrapped. So not a good idea to try to go look for this if you're in Terre Haute. Bottom right of your screen, Connor's actually seeing some minor street flooding over in Palestine, Illinois. Not sure if that's even related from this event, but there is a little bit of flooding there. Once again, this is the most concerning storm right now. It's this one near Sullivan. All right, so I'm going to zoom out just a little bit so you can see what's going on here. This is the most southern supercell, so it's north of Evansville. It's still very far southwest of Indianapolis, but this is by far the most concerning storm. We have a lot of instability, moisture, and also a lot of wind shear. All those coupled together are producing an elevated risk right now of tornadoes, and I am very concerned still about this southern storm producing a long-term tornado threat. If you're over in Bloomington, Bloomfield, Worthington, Linton, all of you guys need to be ready for a tornadic supercell. This storm is currently tracking to the east-northeast, and it will be moving directly towards you guys over the next hour or two. Most of these storms are moving east-northeast at about 30-35 miles per hour. They're actually now putting them up to about 40 miles per hour, so they are moving a little bit faster than anticipated. If we go ahead and do this little radar Omega tracking tool, we'll put 40 miles per hour on here. We can track it out and kind of give you an idea of where this more concerning supercell is tracking towards. And locations are on the left side of your screen. So you can see areas like Cass, you're about 20 minutes from seeing the storm. Linton, about 25 minutes. Worthington, about 3/4 of an hour. Same thing with Bloomfield. And then Bloomington, which is obviously very populated, we're talking about an hour and 15 minutes or so until this thing is knocking on your doorstep. I am, again, mostly concerned right now about this southern storm being a long-term risk when it comes to having the possibility of producing a strong tornado. There's no doubt that this one has a very high odd of producing something here pretty soon. The more central storm here near York, this one was reportedly just producing a tornado a few minutes ago, according to storm chasers in the area. We have a couple of storm chasers on this. We do have storm chaser Tornado Pagey, who is pretty close to this right now. This is their view right now. They are on the south side of where there would be a tornado. Don't really see much here. Also got PA storm trackers. They're going through some low signal, but they're not far from this either. Edgar O'Neill is also on the southern storm. One thing I will point out is that a lot of chasers are currently in the stages of repositioning because there is a river that kind of blocks the road here. Like a little river right here, so a lot of the chasers can't really keep up with this thing until they get past this little river valley. I do want to reiterate, if you're back over here in western Illinois, we are not done with severe weather yet. In fact, there is actually rotation right now near Mount Vernon, Illinois. This is a very interesting little thing that we are seeing right now out here in southwestern Illinois. Despite there not being a tornado watch here, we got two rotating storms right now, one near Sandoval and another one near Mount Vernon. And the Storm Prediction Center did mention there was uncertainty with this threat, but we do have a possibility still of maybe strong tornadoes if something were to end up happening here. So they may issue a new tornado watch, we'll see, or at least maybe extend the tornado watch further back to the west. Tornado warnings could also be issued really at any point for those storms. So if you're over here in central southern parts of Illinois, we need to make sure that we have our tornado plan ready to go here. We have a storm southwest of Indianapolis, and I know the shape on radar is going to look pretty scary here. The tornado threat right now is still pretty low. However, it is starting to organize into an actual supercell right now. Indianapolis, Beech Grove, Greenwood, Mooresville, and Plainfield. If you heard your name or if you're near those areas, we need to be staying weather aware. This storm is not currently tornadic, but could become tornadic over the next half an hour as it continues to track to the northeast at about 35 to 40 miles per hour. This one is, at this point, again, not currently producing anything tornadic. Doesn't even have a tornado possible tag yet, but we need to keep an eye on it because it could end up producing a tornado risk down the road as it pushes northeast. Right now, our only confirmed tornado warnings are going to be the ones that are in Illinois. So the one near York and Palestine are the only two that are currently confirmed tornado warnings. I do not think there's a tornado with either storm right now. However, the one near Sullivan does definitely look awfully close to trying to produce something right now. Okay, West Virginia. If you're tuning in from West Virginia, we have a storm over here that looks crazy. This is over in Whitesville, Dorothy, and Twilight. There's actually an area of convergence that's coming together, which means we have winds that are trying to rotate, basically trying to produce a tornado risk here. This storm's warned for 2-inch sized hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds. We got things happening everywhere. This isn't even really an area that we were expecting much of a severe weather risk in today. In fact, there's no risk of severe weather over here in West Virginia, at least this part of West Virginia. So yeah, the tornado risk isn't even over here, but this storm looks like something right now. That's for sure. 70-mile-per-hour winds, 2-inch sized hail, no tornado possible tag, but I mean, there's definitely a chance that tries to produce a tornado. It is a very defined hook echo. As a reminder, we do have a 10% hatch tornado risk today. That does include southern Indiana, southeastern Illinois. This was upgraded from what we had yesterday and even this morning. So we are expecting, again, the possibility of a few strong tornadoes. We've already had one strong tornado so far today, perhaps a second one as well. But we've at least had one, and it was out of this supercell here, which we are anticipating this will be a long-term supercell that is capable of producing
a new
tornadoes for quite some time. New tornado warning for Greene and Sullivan counties in Indiana. And that will be for this storm here that is south of Sullivan that has will likely be tornado warned for hours to come. I do not think that this is going to be something that winds down anytime soon. We are reaching the peak hour of tornadoes. It's going to be really anytime between now and about 7 o'clock, especially for this storm here. Again, brand new tornado warning if you're in Sullivan, Cass, Duggar, if you're in Linton, Jasonville, Indiana. You guys all need to be seeking shelter, getting away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building as this storm continues to move to the east-northeast. This is going to be approaching Paxton over the next few minutes. We do not have a tornado right now. Mid-level rotation is rapidly intensifying. That is definitely something that we do not want to see. But the mid-level rotation is rapidly intensifying on this. We had a large wall cloud spotted by Logan Estrich just a few minutes ago, and we had it on stream. And there's no chaser currently on this directly. We got a few that are about to be on it here in a few minutes, but there was a large wall cloud just a few minutes ago, right before it crossed the river. And now we have a few storm chasers off to the north that'll be coming up on this here pretty soon. But again, this is still a very dangerous storm that is moving east-northeast. Despite there not being a tornado right now, there will likely be one here very soon. Winnie with the $20 super chat. A wall cloud versus like just low-hanging clouds, it usually is a much more, it basically looks like a wall. Like this is almost what almost every wall cloud looks like. When we have low-hanging clouds, sometimes they can look kind of like rough and scuddy. That is not those are usually not tornadoes or wall clouds. And that happens a lot even with setups like today. Happens more frequently when we have a lot of moisture in play. So today is not really that kind of day, but we've had a couple of instances of just scary looking clouds. So you want to look for something a bit more smooth. It almost looks perfect. It looks smooth. It looks much more defined. That goes for tornadoes too. A lot of the time I've seen photos of like things that look like tornadoes, but they're not, and they're really raggedy and rough. Those are not always tornadoes. If you don't see it spinning, that's not a tornado. A lot of the time it's just scud. It's a storm chaser, Edgar O'Neill, who is now coming up onto this tornadic supercell. Off to the right there.
This is an urgent alert. On the ground.
All right, we're right back to a confirmed tornado. So confirmed tornado here, back over near Carlisle, just to the southwest of Sullivan. So if you are in this tornado warning, you need to get to your storm shelter, basement, closet, bathroom, get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible. The storm is currently tracking to the east-northeast. Once again, there is now a confirmed tornado on this storm going towards Linton. Get the details here. This is confirmed by emergency management. So we have another emergency management confirmed tornado. And tornado genesis is happening currently on this storm in West Virginia. We need a tornado warning on this storm in West Virginia. Back over near Whitesville and Dorothy, there needs to be a tornado warning. We got a tight area of rotation developing. This is outside of our severe weather risk area. It's just in a general thunderstorm risk, but this is a storm that is about to drop a tornado. Over near Bald Knob and Cook Mountain. If you're near Pine Knob, Dry Creek, Stickney, any of these locations over here in West Virginia, you need to be getting to your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, so a safe place. If you have friends or family in these areas, alert them, because there's no tornado warning here. There's just a severe thunderstorm warning. This is awfully close to having a tornado, and it probably has one right now. Just the radar hasn't updated yet. That is a very tight couplet, though. That is south of Charleston by quite a bit. This is outside of our severe weather risk area. Also, the storm that is southwest of Indianapolis is elevated. There's really not a whole lot of rotation with this right now. But there is a big hail core on that right now over in Cloverdale. This is a little bit off topic, but storm chaser Max Archer is actually in Oklahoma right now, where there have been major wildfires. This is actually live over in Wilson. And there's been a lot of fires recently. There's been several over the last 3 days, very dry and windy conditions on the backside of the storm system. This storm's producing everything, guys. It's not just producing severe weather and also snow, but it's also producing wildfires. We had a extremely critical risk just a couple of days ago. And so that is something that unfortunately has happened already and is going to continue to happen with this storm system here for the next couple of days. So every little bit of weather's happening. All right, let's go. Let's see, we'll put right page bottom middle there. Let's go back to the confirmed tornado warning. Look at that. Look at the hook echo. Again, we got a tornado down right now near Paxton in Indiana. This could easily be a strong tornado at any moment. So if you are in Paxton right now, you guys need to be getting to your safe place. If you are over in Carlisle, you need to be in your storm shelter. If you're over in Linton, Duggar, and Cass, we need to be getting to our safe places. This storm right now is producing a tornado. Could easily be strong as it continues to move to the east-northeast. Hey, Corey for the super chat. Don't have a very definitive debris signature yet, but this is a very concerning looking storm. Edgar O'Neill is coming up on it. Let's go to him. His location, by the way, is not correct. It hasn't updated. He is currently in New Lebanon. He is on the west side of that hook echo, so he's looking towards this tornado. Should come back in a second. Thank you, Corey, for the super chat. That is a view here of the west side of the supercell. All right, oh, maybe not. Sort of losing him, sort of not. There is a damaging tornado once again approaching Paxton, Indiana. And we do have a debris signature now on radar. Edgar O'Neill's the closest to it. He's bottom left of your screen. The latest radar scan is showing a possibly, definitely a tornado. I wouldn't say it's strong yet, but there's definitely a tornado down there. So that right there, that little reflectivity increase, that right there is going to be debris. So there is a tornado on the south side of Paxton, Indiana. It's going towards Jericho. And then Duggar is a bit larger of a town. And Green Sullivan State Forest, Bucktown are also in the path of this. Linton is by far one of the most, or probably the most populated town in this tornado warning. Yeah, not a PDS tornado warning, but does not matter. It's still a tornado that is down right now over Paxton. So a very strong mid and low level rotation. Go back over to Edgar here. So he's now punching into the hail core. He's about to here in the next minute. He's approaching Route 41. The west side where this tornado is.
That hook looks mean on radar, dude.
It does.
Very, very mean.
Still not sure how we don't have a tornado warning on that storm in West Virginia.
See anything over there?
Right there is where the tornado would be. Again, he's still a few miles from it, but that right there is the large lowering. He's driving right towards it. Thank you, Adam, for the 5 gift memberships. Thank you, Tron, for the super chat. St. Louis is almost done. I would give it like 30 more minutes, but you guys are probably chilling.
Hail. Big hail everywhere on the ground.
This storm's producing some pretty large hail.
Slippery hail. We are definitely right behind this massive hail core here. Not big hail, but it's a lot of little hail.
Yeah, you can see the hail core is right.
Yeah.
Going through a field of hail.
We're right on it.
Right next to it. Yeah.
All right, we're about to lose the view, at least for the moment, from Edgar. We also got Tornado Pagey bottom middle. They are coming out of the north right now to this tornado, which is, again, wrapped in rain. But we do have a debris signature on the southeast side of Paxton. There's, again, an active tornado that is going through the southeast side of Paxton in Indiana. I don't know if I keep saying Illinois. I meant to say Indiana. Going off to the east-northeast. This may have just hit the Hortons Lawn and Garden Center. There's also a large, looks like coal mine that is right here. So this is about to hit a coal mine. Tornado Pagey is driving through a roadway of hail. So that is all hail that is on the ground. And we got a lot of it. So that is all hail that is on the ground from this tornadic supercell. And Edgar's on the back side of this still.
I'm thinking so, yeah. Because there's There's like a
this little road
just north of Paxton.
Right there?
Yep, exactly. There's a little switchback and then it shoots. And I look farther down.
There's hail absolutely everywhere here. Almost looks like it snowed. It is February. Usually have snow on the ground here.
Hail fog.
Look at that full stop. Go back to Edgar. Oh, look at that. That's the inflow right there. All that stuff that you're seeing there on the right. I thought my phone dinged. On the right there, that is Scud.
The hail all over the road. That's fun.
Bro, I keep tripping. I swear it's my phone. We gotta have the dinger on. I think everybody's looking at their phone right now. Like, bro, three times? Like, my phone's dinging.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Got a new tornado warning for Jefferson County in Illinois. So we need to take our attention just real quickly back to the west, and this is something that I just talked about being a concern. We have rotating storms well behind most of our activity. So over in southern Illinois, we now have a new tornado warning that is near Mount Vernon. You can see the rotation right there moving towards Wayne City, eventually going towards Flora. If you are in this tornado warning in Illinois, you need to get to your safe place now, get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. That is currently tracking to the east-northeast right now. I actually believe Storm Chaser CJ Ziegler is heading back that direction, so we're gonna be keeping an eye on him. That storm again looks very interesting. All the storm chasers for the most part are keeping up with that one supercell. We also have a couple of other storms that are trying to rotate west of Vandalia. This is east of St. Louis. Neither of these are tornado warned right now. I do think at the minimum we could end up seeing a tornado warning on this storm near Salem in the next 10 to 15 minutes. There's been some rotation on it that is moving more in the direction of Louisville and Kinmundy and Flora.
Hey, Max.
Who just talked to me? Go ahead. That's CJ.
We're heading back west towards these cells that are reforming near Salem, Illinois. We're targeting the one that just became tornado warned. We'll be there in less than an hour.
All right, so thank you for the update. So this is a view here of that storm from a distance. This is CJ Ziegler, who is traveling towards that southern Illinois storm, so we are keeping tabs on him right now. Again, Mount Vernon area, you need to be in your safe place if you're in that pink polygon. If you are in Mount Vernon, you are okay for right now. Just stay weather aware here for the next half hour. It really looks like it snowed. We got hail all over the ground right now. Here on the backside of this tornadic storm here over in Sullivan. Like, there's just hail everywhere. It is actually crazy. And there's a major chaser convergence going down State Route 54. Thanks, Simpkins, for becoming a member. Shout out to Robert with the $25 PayPal donation out in Greensburg, Indiana. You have better information than the local news. Well, appreciate the support. All right, let's go back to... This is Edgar, who is now on the south side of the storm. I believe he's taking a different road to try to get out in front of this. We're going to keep an eye on him. There's a lot of vehicles on that one road, so I think people are kind of losing signal here and there right now. All right, let's go back to radar. Once again, if you are in Cass, Linton, and Jasonville, we do have a confirmed tornado still in progress with this discrete supercell. That is approaching Duggar and Linton right now. This right here would be where the tornado is located. So it's over near State Route 159, just south of Duggar. There is a tornado still in progress right now. We have a velocities couplet right there, east of Highway 41, and that is tracking to the east. They have also just continued this as a confirmed tornado warning, so that has not changed at all. We still have an ongoing confirmed tornado tracking to the east right now. We go over to here, you can see, again, confirmed tornado moving east about 35 miles per hour. Still emergency management confirmed. It's still confirmed by emergency management. Shout out to Under for the $10 super chat. Back over near Terre Haute, I know we haven't talked about you guys in a while. We still have a broad area of rotation on the south side of Terre Haute. That is going to be moving towards Sealyville, Stoughton and Center Point and Art. There's no tornado here, but there is an area of rotation that's kind of wrapping around here near I-70. That is going to be basically paralleling I-70 over the next few minutes. The storm that is northwest of Farmersburg, that was really the initial supercell of the day. That one has fallen apart at this point, so I don't really have too much concern about this storm right now, but we will continue to watch it in case anything does end up happening there. But again, west of Bloomfield, this is still the most concerning storm right now. There are a ton of chasers on this. Like, I mean, we got like 24 at least that are live. Edgar is on the west side of the storm. If we had a tornado, be off to the left. Not sure if he's gonna pan his camera, but if he does, we'll keep an eye on him. This is Tornado Pagey. They are getting a little bit closer now. They are on State Route 54 near Jericho.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
A new tornado warning for Clay and Vigo counties in Indiana. That's going to be near Terre Haute. Well, they've gotten out most of the hail here in Sullivan. New tornado warning. That is going to include Terre Haute, Brazil, Sealyville, Art, Stoughton, and Center Point. So if you're in this pink polygon, you need to get to that safe place right now here in Indiana. Get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible and get to an interior room of your home or building as this storm continues to track east-northeast. Right along I-70. We do not have a tornado, once again, but there is enough rotation there to the point where we could end up getting a tornado. That's going to be also approaching the Terre Haute International Airport. There is still a storm southwest of Indianapolis that looks concerning on radar, but I do want to reiterate it is not currently producing a tornado. In fact, it is probably not going to produce one. It is an elevated storm. There's really not a whole lot of moisture here. We are not really watching this storm that closely. There's still a chance it could do something, but the storms that are west are the ones that are in a more favorable environment. There's more instability. There's more wind shear. There's also more moisture. The one that's over here southwest of Indianapolis doesn't really have that. It has more of hail more than anything. So, again, not as concerned about that storm southwest of Indianapolis. It's also pretty slow moving. So, again, not concerned about that for right now when it comes to tornadoes. For hail and other things, yes, hail and wind are definitely concerns. This is near this is in Robinson. Is this Robinson, Illinois? Where? I don't know if his location's updated. Let me double check. All right, this is, I don't believe Robinson. I believe this is the storm that is over near Linton and Cass. If you look over here to the right, once he gets out of the trees, we have a clear view of a lowering. Right there. Not sure if he is, I don't know what storm he's on. I don't think his location is updated. Some people's locations don't update. Big roll cloud, though, off to the right there. Yeah, all right. I think he's in Illinois. I think he's going back west. Let me go back over to Storm Chaser Ryan Scholl.
Right now.
Yeah, this is inside of our confirmed tornado warning. Nobody's gotten to that wall cloud yet since it was over a river. And if we have a tornado, it'll be approaching Linton. There's hail all over the roadways. If you are traveling around Cass, Sullivan, or Linton, it's a heads up, there is literally hail everywhere. Hail no. Snow that is not snow. I know it's February. Alright, I know it's February, but this is not snow. And I don't know if we're going to really see much snow here for the rest of the winter. There's not a whole lot of hope for that.
Somehow, man.
We have a new severe thunderstorm warning. That's going to be for Clay City, Farmersburg, and Lewis. That'll be for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. There's also a risk of some
A new tornado
quarter-sized
warning
hail.
has been issued.
We have another tornado warning. That is for Marion County, Illinois. So that'll be back over here near Salem. Or actually, no, south of Salem. That'll be a little Dorito chip near Kell and south of Iuka. So if you are in this tornado warning here, you got to get to your safe place now. The storm is rotating currently near Dix. And it'll be moving up towards Johnsonville and Sisney. Storm Chaser CJ Ziegler, who is live on Radar Omega, is currently heading towards this. This is his live shot. Sun is...
Police interceptor, might as well just go
Sun's
to
going to be
Storm
setting here over the next hour. Sets in about, I think, about 30 minutes or so here in Illinois. Indiana's even sooner than that. But that is the look of the storm from a distance here from Flora. This is the one that is currently tornado warned. So we are keeping an eye on that one. Again, this one's west of Wayne City. If you're over in Flora, if you're near Fairfield or just north of Fairfield near Route 45 over the next hour, you need to be staying weather aware. The other two that are off to the north of this storm have not looked nearly as concerning. We have some broad areas of rotation on both of them, but for right now, no tornado warnings, and I do not see there being one, at least in the short term, but maybe something down the line. It is unknown right now if we still have a tornado near Linton. You can see here, this is Tornado Pagey. They are coming up on this storm right now. We don't really know if there's still a tornado here, but if there is one, it is going to be located here on the west side of Linton. So if there's a tornado, it's going to be moving into Hoosier, Linton, approaching Summit, and then eventually, after it gets past Linton, it's going to be moving towards Swit City and as well as Worthington. I would anticipate that we will get a new tornado warning in a few minutes for Worthington. And I think Worthington will likely end up getting some sort of tornado warning. All right, let's go back over to Tornado Pagey. They are approaching this tornado warned storm rapidly right now.
Cold under here, 55.
This is a look at our southern tornado warning. This one's all the way over in Illinois. This is Storm Runner Media. We got a wall cloud.
So we're leaving the
This is back over in Illinois.
Yeah, it's still rotating. You can see the clear slide, that clear dry air is wrapping around.
We also have a new tornado warning for Clay, Greene, Owen
So
counties in Indiana.
The other storm is stronger, correct?
Yeah.
And this, this storm.
Okay, that is a wall cloud there on that southern tornado warning. This is, again, south of Salem, Illinois. We're not talking about Indiana with this one. This is the one near Salem, Illinois. That is Storm Runner Media, who is currently on that. We just got a new tornado warning. That's going to be for Worthington, Bloomfield. Jason, you guys are now included in this. You need to get to your storm shelter. Away from windows. Get on the lowest floor possible. These are all the different warnings that we have across the board. We also just got a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning in Illinois for golf ball-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds for Vandalia, Sheboygan, and as well as Pleasant Mound. They have gone ahead and put the new tornado warning for Worthington and Bloomfield as radar indicated, so there's no tornado confirmed on this one. This storm over here near Worthington and Bloomfield, that is radar indicated, so no longer a confirmed tornado, but it is likely recycling, and we'll likely try to drop a new tornado here pretty soon. See the rotation, still pretty strong. We got a hook echo again right over Linton. So if you're in Linton, you need to be in your safe place right now. Edgar O'Neill's on the south side of this storm. Right there in the middle left would be the area to look for. This is the clearest shot we have currently. A lot of storm chasers are inside of the storm. He's gone a little bit further south. He's approaching Bucktown. That is the large mesocyclone, the supercell here. Near Linton. This is Ryan Scholl. He's a little bit closer to it. See the inflow tail coming in from right to left.
Whoa! Jeez! Yes, we do, and it's right in front of us. A huge bolt somewhere.
Also, Tornado Pagey is about to get their windshield probably hammered here over the next minute. There's big hail coming down. We got leaves flying across the screen. They are now in the RFD surge of this tornadic supercell in Linton. They're almost inside of it. They're inside of the storm here. Losing signal probably for obvious reasons here. They're going through hail. We'll go back to them in a moment. Let me go back over to Ryan Scholl. He's gonna be behind some trees for a second. We'll keep Tornado Pagey bottom left in case their connection comes back, but they're driving right through the storm right now. Again, no tornado actively from what we can see on radar. The rotation's still pretty strong. We got a large hail core producing a wide variety of quarter, $half type sized hail, maybe even a little bit larger than that. And if you're back over in Linton, all right, if you're over in Linton, if you're over in Bloomfield, you guys need to be seeking shelter for this tornado threat. I think Worthington, I mean, again, we could see a tornado here too, but obviously hail is going to be coming right towards you guys here over the next several minutes. The hail concern is definitely up there with this storm. Further to the north near Terre Haute, we do not currently have any sort of tornado on the ground with this storm. Rotation's gotten a lot broader over the last several minutes, so I'm not sure if they're going to continue this tornado warning for Sealyville in Brazil. But that storm has not been as concerning here recently. Doesn't mean it can't recycle. Just not too concerned about that storm right now. Going back inside of the storm. Tornado Pagey is, again, in the hook echo now. Or about to be in the hook echo. Off to the right, if they're going to be in probably a little bit of drier air in a moment, but off to the right is where we're going to be looking for a possible tornado. Driving through the hail right now, but they're almost out of it.
This road drops south.
We're gonna have to go down the left.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
A lot of hail. I don't see a whole lot of large hail, but there's a lot of hail falling.
Trying to get us out of the hail.
Yeah.
We're almost out of it. You can see it off. Oh, all right, so off to the right here. Starting to see some clearing now. See if we can see anything. All right, they've gotten south, so it'll be off to the left. Excuse me. If we have a tornado, it'll be off to the left here. They're going south now on State Route 54, heading into Linton. Not seeing a whole lot of tree. I see a few branches down, but not any major debris right now. No tornado from what we are seeing on radar. We're just seeing if there's any, if the ground truth is correct on that, but no matter what, it is definitely still trying to cycle. Storm's been tornado warned for a little over, I want to say about an hour and 20 minutes probably now. They've run for the 12 months.
All right, guys, there was some big hail in there. I don't know if we are back. I think we are. I think we're back. So
real quickly, over here in Oblong, Illinois, you can see a huge towering storm. These storms are tall today, and there's all the birds. Those are bird chasers. They might be going to a different storm now. We had bird chasers earlier on the stream, and we got birds flying to some sort of storm, maybe. Bird chasing in 2026 is a thing. That is a towering storm, though, back over in Illinois. Why is the audio still playing? All right, there we go. All right, let's back to Tornado Pagey on our supercell again, west of Bloomington. Real quickly, we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning southwest of Indianapolis. So this will be back over west of Greenwood. If you are in this severe thunderstorm warning, we're talking about 60-mile-per-hour winds and a potential tornado risk. As this storm, or not, sorry, no, not really any tornadoes, but quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds moving to the northeast. It'll be eventually going to Indianapolis here over the next hour. There is a live shot, which I think we're struggling to get right now, but there is a storm chaser over in Fairplay Township, Indiana, with a wall cloud. If he comes back, which you can kind of see it there, there's a view. I know it's loading, but the low signal is ongoing, but you can see it there in the middle of your screen.
Is my camera dirty?
He's back. There you go. A little bit of lightning, too. Lightning's been uptrending here over the last several minutes.
That's a good rush of winds going in.
Hey, Janice, for becoming a member. All right, we keep losing signal with him. We'll go back to him in a second, but there is definitely a little lowering there. This tornado Pagey.
Yeah.
We also got a scatter spike again. Look, bottom right of your screen, there's a large scatter spike, which indicates some pretty large hail is falling south of Jasonville, Indiana.
I'm gonna check on the dew points out in front of it, see what it looks like. It's kind of moving into drier air.
Is it?
Yeah.
Your emergency alert playing. I do want to go back to Illinois here for just a moment. We have a couple of storms that we are keeping a very close eye on right now at this hour in south central Illinois, east of St. Louis. I want to start with the northern cell. This is the one near Greenville, Pleasant Mound, and Vandalia. There is a broad area of rotation that's been developing over the last 15 minutes, approaching Route 51. That is currently tracking towards St. Elmo. So we are keeping an eye on a possible tornado risk with this storm. Golf ball sized hail is currently ongoing. There's a storm near Kinmundy that is rotating a little bit. It's in broad rotation. It looks like the updraft is maybe struggling a bit on this storm compared to the other two. The echo tops on this have already peaked at this point. They got to about 32,000 feet. They've gone down a little bit here over the last few minutes, so that likely means that we are starting to see a slightly weakening storm here, moving off to the northeast. And then a little bit further down to the south, near Mount Vernon, this storm here, I think, has a at least possible or a potential for producing a tornado here as it continues to move towards Johnsonville. The rotation's been fairly broad, though. We don't have a whole lot of low-level rotation, but there's a little bit more mid to upper-level rotation that could support maybe some sort of tornado dropping. This is a live shot from storm chaser CJ Ziegler. He is just off to the east of this storm. We can only really see just the large updraft and all the scattering out of the clouds here, basically the anvil, overshooting anvil, spreading clouds out aloft. And so we do not have a view yet of the wall cloud, but we should probably have that here in about 5 to 10 minutes as he gets a little bit closer. You can maybe just faintly see it beyond the tree line, but nothing definitively quite yet. Just back over to that wall cloud here in Fairplay Township, Indiana. This is the most southern tornado warning near Bloomfield. This is John Basillo. A large lowering. And it looks like we lost him again. We'll go back to him in a second. It's back over to Linton, Indiana.
59 degrees here.
Tornado page is on Saber 54. If we had a tornado, be off to the left. They are not saying they have anything right now, so it's a good sign for now.
Yeah, that hail was pretty crazy. In the flying tree junk.
By the way, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe, like the stream. Also, it helps get this out to more people that are in the path of severe weather. If you have friends or family in the path of this severe weather event, get the word out there. All right, this is, again, commercial-free coverage. We have literally upwards of 20 chasers today. This is almost the most chasers, I think, that we've ever had on a stream. And obviously, it is not cheap to have something like this type of operation. We are basically a news station, but on YouTube with a personal aspect. All right, so this is, if you're new to the weather space on YouTube, very different stuff here. But again, make sure that you're subscribed. Make sure to get the word out there. Again, we are providing commercial-free coverage all afternoon and also this evening, as this tornado threat is really not going anywhere. It's back over in Linton, Indiana. Got the tornado sirens going off in Linton. You can hear them. I want to remind everybody, by the way, never rely on only tornado sirens. They do not work in every town. It should never be your primary, or even, it should never really just be the main way that you know, get warnings or watches or whatever it might be. Sirens do not always work, and if a tornado hits the siren, you're not going to hear it. Or if it just has an outage, you're not going to hear it. Very important.
Whoa, what in the world just happened there?
Got a lot of storm chasers now in Linton.
Utilize it for all it's worth, man.
We got the ducks on the front of the truck here. Is Riley okay? Riley is here. He was in classes. Go back over to Tornado Pagey.
Areas south of Indianapolis.
They're down in Swit City. Tornado Pagey is now the closest to this. A lot of people have kind of stopped over there in Linton.
That's a stretch of I-65 right there from Franklin down to Columbus.
Yes, includes I-69 as well. So that goes north out of Bloomington, north and south.
So the SPC is fairly confident that this...
By the way, out of curiosity, how do you guys like the overlays and how everything looks? This is our first, like, legit severe stream that we've had, other than a couple days ago, but I feel like everything on screen now is looking pretty spiffy. At least gives you the information that you need.
And like you were saying, it has about another couple hours.
Hey, crew, become a member.
Once the sun goes down and we lose heating, I think that is probably it. Just because of how...
Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, I wanted to talk real quick about these storms over in Illinois. So I know we were talking about how the updraft tops are coming down a little bit. I actually don't think that's because the storm is weakening. I think that's because these are all going to go through a splitting process. So one of the things we talk about a lot when it comes to supercell convection is those storms splitting, and then we get a left split and a right split. In an environment like we have today, when we have a lot of wind shear, the storms have to be very, very strong to avoid splitting. So I think what we have going on here is these storms are sort of struggling to stay as one storm, and they're trying to become two. My main one that I have my eye on is this one, where it's starting to look like we have two different areas of convection. I would expect this to go through a splitting process. Then after that splitting process, if that right split manages to grow and become a more stable storm and more well-rooted in the atmosphere, that is when we'd then be talking about a tornado threat, but it's going to have to go through that splitting process first.
Hey, Riley, for the good insight. So yeah, this storm right here that CJ's coming up on right now, that is off to the northwest of Wayne City. We need to continue to keep an eye on it. Again, it is going to continue to try to produce something. Again, we're not anywhere near done with this tornado threat either. I do want to remind you that, you know, this environment is favorable for the next few hours. This is not like a 2 to 3 hour event. In fact, if you look right here, you can see that the environment is going to be pretty favorable all the way through at least 7, 8 o'clock tonight. And then it'll still stay favorable even beyond that. Riley has an urgent update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, that storm in Indianapolis is about to go through tornado genesis. We can see the RFD kicking that area convection out in front of the inflow. That is going to take an inflow, and once we have the RFD and the inflow at the same time, that is going to lead to a cyclone, and that cyclone will be a tornado. As this goes into Indianapolis, I would expect a tornado warning for this within the next few radar scans.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So, Indianapolis, this is the, first signals that we are actually seeing of a legit tornado threat. This storm has been elevated for the most part for the last several hours. It looks like now it is starting to get its grip and is now attempting to produce a tornado. You can see that hook reaching out near State Route 39 west of Adams. So, if you guys have friends or family over in Indianapolis or on the south side of Indianapolis, we need to be, staying weather aware here. If you have friends over here, make sure that they're aware that there is a dangerous storm just off to the west that may be capable of producing a tornado within the next 15 to 20 minutes. This is still moving to the east-northeast at about 30 to 35 miles per hour. It is not nearly as fast as our storms back off to the west. All right, we got a new radar scan coming in on the Indianapolis storm. Tornado Pagey, if we were just looking to the left a second ago, we got a little bit of scud on this storm in Linton. But the one that's near Linton and Bloomfield, it is still discrete, just has not been rotating nearly as much as it was earlier. So for right now, the tornado threat with this storm near Worthington and Bloomfield is a little bit questionable. I'm not too concerned about it right now, but things could definitely change. This is another view, too, of this storm in Linton. It looks angry.
Cars, the next passing zone you get around them.
It definitely looks angry. And there's no doubt there's still a wall cloud here.
You got one coming here. You got a passing zone coming up here right past when this next car goes by.
Hey, Clan for the $20 super chat.
Nobody coming.
Northern Indiana, appreciate you tuning in. Thank you, James, for the super chat. Due to the stream, it's looking very official on my end. Making big upgrades to the stream, and a lot more are coming. All throughout severe weather season to make these streams even better.
Back up to this cell here. The Mesa discussion has come out stating that this storm is.
You can see the large hanging wall cloud out there in the middle of the storm tracker's screen there. This is again in Linton, in Bloomfield. We also just got a new large severe thunderstorm warning. That one's going to be for Cloverdale, Greencastle, and Brazil, east of Terre Haute, west of Indianapolis, coming between the two. 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds are coming up. And again, this storm that's southwest of Indianapolis is getting a little bit more concerning. Scan by scan here. We got another scan now coming in. And you can see it looks like a thumb. When you get that thumb shape, that little hook shape like that, that is when we are usually talking about a tornadic supercell, and in this case, it's really not any different. Rotation has gotten stronger as well over the last couple scans. Might not look that intense, but look at that right there. That right there is now a bit more of legit and real rotation that we have. Yeah, no tornado right now, but the rotation's definitely starting to intensify just a little bit. We put it over on our little velocity scale here. It's on the low end of rotation, but it's definitely gearing in the direction of going towards stronger rotation over the next few minutes. This is an ongoing storm that is trying to undergo tornado genesis. On the southwest side of Brooklyn, just west of Banta, again, it should stay around or just south of Indianapolis. I don't think it's going to go right into Indianapolis, but Greenwood should definitely be ready for this, and areas around and just north there, Franklin. Need to be staying weather aware. It's a pretty impressive storm here in Linton still. Still got a large wall cloud.
God, the hail core on that thing. What in the world? The hail core on that thing is just nuts.
Also, we do have CJ Ziegler getting... Oh, wow, look at this. This is Tornado Pagey.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
There you go. We were just talking about it. Wow, that is insane. This is the Bloomfield storm. We have a new tornado warning south of Indianapolis. Brooklyn and Adams are included in that. Riley called that about 7 minutes ago. Tornado genesis is happening there. Could have a tornado at any moment near Brooklyn. This is a monster-looking storm over here in Bloomfield. Chilling for becoming a member. It's a crazy view of this storm. Keep that bottom middle of your screen. Wow. All right, well, now they have a clear view of it. It just looks gnarly. There's so much lightning with this storm, too. There's an incredibly high amount of lightning here in Bloomfield. Is that a standing desk? Yes, I am on I'm standing. When we get this many tornado warnings, gotta stand. Jaw-dropping stuff here. Back over to live radar. We do again have a tornado warning south of Indianapolis. We've been talking about this here for several minutes. They've now gone ahead and issued a warning. So Brooklyn, you need to be in your safe place. Waverly, Banta, Miller, Weiser, and Young all have to get to their safe places here in central Indiana. This storm is undergoing tornado genesis. We're waiting to see what the velocities look like. Strongest area of rotation will be coming up right into the city here of Brooklyn over the next couple of minutes, just to the south of Mooresville. If you are up closer to Southport, Beech Grove, Greenwood, northwest of Franklin, all of you guys need to be ready for this storm because it is heading in your direction. Indianapolis, you aren't necessarily inside of a tornado warning, and none of you out in front of this are, but you want to be ready. All right, have that tornado action plan ready. If you're in a car, if you are at school, I don't know what you're doing on a Thursday or Friday. I don't know what day today is, honestly. I think it's It's a Thursday. All right, I know what day it is. If I forget days because I'm not in college anymore. But Thursday, whatever you're doing here on a Thursday, you want to make sure that you know where you're going if we're under a tornado warning. You could be literally anywhere. A gymnasium, you could be at a gym, you could be at, you know, a college campus. Doesn't really matter where you are. You gotta be ready to have that plan ready to go, and especially since you could get caught off guard with a storm like this that, again, did not look very tornadic about half an hour ago and now really does look tornadic. It's another crazy view. It loads. Doesn't look like it's going to load. Let me go full screen here. This is from John Priscillo. This is what this storm looks like over in Bloomfield right now. He's driving into it. It's like a wide pan view. It just looks like very ominous that what he's driving into right now. These are all the storm chasers that we are currently looking at here across the Ohio Valley right now. All right, I do want to bring our attention back to Illinois. We do have a tornado warning again northwest of Wayne City. Broad rotation. CJ Ziegler has now just come up on this, so we can get a view of it. But CJ does have just a little wall cloud. It's nothing crazy right now, but it is definitely trying to still organize. Once he gets past this little line of trees on the left, you can kind of see the left edge. Or you should be able to. And there you go. That's what it looks like now here over west of Johnsonville in Indiana. You can see the towering cumulonimbus clouds. Little left edge right there is really where we're looking for a tornado.
Warning has been issued.
There's a really random stop sign. I don't know. I don't think that stop sign's facing the right direction. We have a new tornado warning. This will be back over in Ellettsville, Bloomington. You guys are now included in a brand new tornado warning. So again, if you're in Bloomington, if you are in Clear Creek, if you're in Elliottsville, if you're in Steinsville, Salisbury, Newark, New Hope, and Freedom, you need to be in your safe place right now. Get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. This is a storm that already has a history of producing a couple of different tornadoes, one of which was strong, and it looks like it might try to do that again. We got a large hook echo near Worthington that's coming up on State Route 157, which is, again, currently tracking to the east-northeast right now. Got a huge hail spike on this, too. This is a scatter spike. Again, that means that we have some really big hail right now falling over 231.
Warning has been issued.
We're now up to 7 tornado warnings. We have a brand new tornado warning for Vandalia, south of St. Elmo, near Interstate 57. So if you're in this tornado warning, you've got to get to your safe place, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible. That is south of, or just along and south of I-70. Broad rotation located over State Route 51. It'll be approaching Confidence, St. Peter, and St. James over the next 15 minutes. Very interesting, but the National Weather Service here north of Fairfield, Illinois, has gone ahead and put a severe thunderstorm warning out instead of a tornado warning. But this is what the storm looks like right now, and it doesn't look like it's about to drop a tornado, but there's definitely a small little wall cloud trying to form.
Oh, zooming out.
Look at that supercell. My goodness, you can see everything here. It's one of the most photogenic storms that we've had today. If a tornado drops, we're going to see it clearly on this storm. It's trying to reorganize. We got a little hook forming on the southwest side. This is not something that you see very often. But we have a very small little mesoscale discussion, and that's basically for Bloomington. Bloomington, north of Seymour, south of Indianapolis. This is that supercell that already has a history of producing tornadoes, and one of which was strong. It could try to do that again. You can see the most probable peak intensity for tornadoes is up to 150 miles per hour. Man, I just dropped my water bottle. But just to kind of put that into perspective, again, an EF3 tornado, those winds start at 136 miles per hour. So there is obviously a possibility out of that storm, or really any of these other storms, that, again, strong tornadoes are on the table. But that long track supercell back over here west of Bloomington is definitely still trying to do so. We still have some rotation right now off to the southeast there, State Route 157. We have several storm chasers that are currently keeping up with that storm, including Tornado Pagey, which had that crazy view just a few minutes ago. All right, let me go back up to Indianapolis. We were talking about this storm near Brooklyn that was undergoing tornado genesis. The rotation has not been nearly as strong over the last few minutes. It is still a broad area of rotation that's over Brooklyn. Again, hasn't really increased in intensity, hasn't really decreased. It's just kind of in the middle right now. On the velocity scale here, it's about a 4 out of 10, basically meaning some moderate rotation is on this storm. Not strong, not on the ground. It's still a little ways away from that, all right? But if you are in Brooklyn, continue to stay in your safe place. Be ready to go to your safe place. If you're in Greenwood, if you are in Southport or New Whiteland, or even the Beech Grove area on the south side of Indianapolis. Doesn't look very pretty either. That storm doesn't look at all really that intriguing when you look at it like this on radar. If we remove the warnings, you'd probably never think that's a tornado warning, but you know, it does have a small little mesocyclone. We got a lot of wind shear today, so it's not surprising that this thing's trying to drop something. Tornado Pagey is now inside of the storm here, west of Bloomington. They're right in the hook echo. I don't think there's a tornado here, but they are very close to it if there were to be one. Tornadoes in winter. Tornadoes can happen any time of the year. It's not a matter what month or what day it is. It can happen. We've had a tornado on every single day ever. Like any day of the year, we've had a tornado at some point. All right, they're going through some low signal. This is what CJ Ziegler's looking at. You got that wall cloud off to the right on this storm. This is in Johnsonville, Illinois. And so, again, the Illinois storm, which we'll have a view of it in a second. It's going to turn right and we'll have a view.
You see it?
Got a large wall cloud that's attempting to form now in Illinois. Wow, look at that. Look at the rising motion.
You see the very light spin.
I know, it's right, yeah.
That's impressive.
I know, they're... Yeah.
Want me to get out?
Yeah, if you want to. We have some time to sit here. Yeah. What? Sure.
This storm actually isn't even tornado warning anymore. It's on a tornado possible tag. But it's trying. It's still, I would say, a few minutes out from actually trying to drop anything. It's just trying to organize a wall cloud right now. But you can have, this is a clear bird's eye view of the rising motion.
I thought you guys saw the count.
Into the storm.
Ooh. Where's my...
Again, you can watch storm chasers like CJ Ziegler. Almost every chaser that we've shown you today is on the Radar Omega app. You can watch all of them on the app. Top link in the description below. You can also see their locations.
What was that?
And what storms they are on.
Hey, I just got this radio. I was making sure you got a copy.
Yep. Watching some rotation right now.
I've got you pulled up on screen, looking good. Hey, good luck today.
All that rising motion there on the right.
Okay, back up and good.
I have to step away.
Oh yeah, look at, oh, it's spinning now. Oh, yeah.
Hey, for about 10 minutes, I have to run down to my aunt's farm real quick.
Sounds good.
All right, we're going to keep an eye on him. We'll keep about the middle of your screen, but that storm is looking awfully interesting right now in Illinois. No tornado warning on that right now. And we're back down to 3 tornado warnings. Again, we got one south of Indianapolis. We'll go into this one first. We still have a hook echo on this storm. It does not look pretty again on radar. We have a very strong inflow, large area of clearing too. And it will be crossing over Interstate 69 in approximately 3 minutes. Come up towards Waverly. The rotation on radar is still pretty broad. Again, nothing that's tight right now. We do not have a tornado in progress yet, but this is a storm that's attempting to produce something. It'll be heading towards Greenwood, just off to the north and west there of Whiteland. They may issue a new tornado warning on this. We'll see. But if they do, it'll likely be for this general area. So New Whiteland, Greenwood, and Southport. If they issue a new warning, you guys would be next in line for this storm that's moving east-northeast at about 35 to 40 miles per hour. We have a tornado warning still in Illinois. This one's south of Vandalia, near St. Elmo. Still pretty broad rotation on this, but Nonetheless, I'd seek shelter if you're in that warning. And then this is the one that we are looking at, bottom middle of your screen, that does not have a tornado warning, but there is a little hook on the storm, and we got a little bit of rotation. It's pretty broad right now. It's been trying to just form a wall cloud here over the last several minutes. Not really seeing a whole lot yet that would indicate we have a tornado that is dropping, but we could see one as this continues to move in the direction of Kissimmee and Johnsonville here in eastern Illinois. I want to go back to the Bloomington cell. This one, again, is, in my opinion, the most concerning one, more because of the population density that this is going to be heading into. And also, this has a history of already producing tornadoes, so this particular storm, likely, it really just would not take much for this thing to actually drop a tornado. So, Bloomington, Clear Creek, Elliottsville, all of you need to be in your safe place. That's away from windows, lowest floor possible, all right? This is the most concerning storm. Even though the rotation might not look that tight or strong yet, it's still trying to cycle, and you can see the broad area of rotation over State Route 43. But if we do end up getting a tornado, this will likely end up being a strong tornado. That is why this is more concerning. It's right in that 10% hatch tornado risk that we have. It's where the most wind shear is available. We got a lot of wind shear. We got a lot of instability, so there really isn't a whole lot limiting this other than it just trying to organize again. I mean, we've kind of seen a couple instances here where the storm's kind of, let me go back in frames a little bit, but you can see there was a little storm merger not too long ago out to the east of it. Had a pretty defined hook echo, and it looks like it's trying to get a new inflow and try to develop a new hook over Newark. So by the time that happens, this might be right over Bloomington when it actually produces something. So Bloomington, Clear Creek, we need to be in our safe places now. And again, we will be live through the extent of this entire
ballistic helmet. We're partnering up with them this year to help us and our teammates stay safe.
I don't know what he's doing, but again, this storm here, over here near Bloomington, we will be live again through the entire extent of this storm and all the other ones that are currently tornadic. This is a live look here from Bloomfield, Indiana.
Right now, we're going to head towards a town called Salisbury, Indiana, just to kind of give one last shot at seeing this before it gets dark, because once it gets dark, I think it's done.
We do have another storm chaser over in Bloomington, Indiana we're keeping an eye on too.
Storm chasing, because it's like you want the stuff to go early, and it kind of did go a little early, but not super early. Oh, here's a turn.
Sort of looks like over in Bloomington, Indiana right now. This is live. This is Mark Wilson, storm chaser. There's been a lot of lightning over the last few minutes, and of course when I go to it, there's no lightning. Oh, there you go. Got a little bit of lightning, but this is the storm that's approaching. Obviously, it's nighttime now, so this makes it a lot more dangerous when it comes to this ongoing tornado threat. It's going to be very hard to see anything outside. So again, if you are in any tornado warning, do not try to go look for the tornado. It's going to be very difficult to actually see a tornado in these types of conditions now. We are nighttime. Some of these tornadoes that we've seen today have been rain wrapped. It's entirely possible that we have something like that here near Bloomington, but we've had several lightning strikes here, but that's obviously not gonna be enough to really visibly see a tornado.
Wall cloud 2.5 miles northwest of this location.
Got a disorganized wall cloud in Johnsonville, Illinois. Hasn't had a whole lot of success here, but we still got a wall cloud on this storm.
Live view.
We also now have a severe thunderstorm warning for Indianapolis. So Indianapolis, Beech Grove, Southport, Greenwood, Lawrence, and Warren Park. We need to be watching for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Quarter-sized hail is also possible. Tornado risk is not zero, but the storm itself is kind of falling apart here over the last few minutes. You can see how the hook echo is kind of disintegrated to the west there of Greenwood. So I'm not as concerned right now about this storm. With that said, we are talking about straight line damaging winds that can cause similar damage to a tornado. So stay away from windows and preferably on the lowest floor possible, especially if you live near trees. Trees could fall down from wind gusts, and if we end up getting some sort of microburst, which is a localized area of very intense winds going towards the ground, that could also create some big problems when it comes to trees being down and sending debris flying. The last few scans, guys, for the Bloomington storm continue to look pretty concerning. We are starting to see that recycling happening right now in real time. Winds going in, the inflow especially has been very strong here over the last few minutes. The winds going away from the radar here aren't as strong, but it's trying to cycle and produce something right now. So if you guys are in Bloomington, we got to be in our safe places now. We only got a couple minutes until this storm is going to be knocking on your doorstep.
This does not look like
this is another view of a supercell out here. This is over in Dix, Illinois. This is that storm that is, I believe, tornado possible label. I don't think they're on the north. I don't think they're on the northern storm, if I'm not mistaken.
I want everybody in the chat right now. Tell me, where are you tuning in from on this fine day.
Just make sure the location's right here. Yeah, it looks right. So they are on that storm that is north of Fairfield.
That's
in
awesome.
Illinois. So that's the one, that little wall cloud that's trying to hang down. See a little bit more there on the right.
No. Okay, I'm going.
Yeah, that's about to put one
A
out.
lot of scud there. I don't think there's anything really spinning there.
You might want to radio mix.
A little soon.
Because that's trying. Oh, you fixed the lights. Good.
Yep. Stop.
Continue for 1.5
Oh, man, look at that.
Oh.
Wow. That is scary looking clouds, that's for sure. Thank you, Viper, for the $10 super chat. Cambridge, Ohio. I think Ohio's not going to really see anything here for at least the next 30 minutes to an hour. Could be talking about at least a little bit of severe weather after 7, though.
It's cooling off. I don't like that.
Well, it's good. It's not hot. Or it says 60 on my thing. It's also because there's no sun now.
This thing is just cranky.
Nothing interfering with it.
There's a large wall cloud forming right now. There's no tornado warning again on this storm.
This was such a right call.
But it is once again trying to do something.
Guys, I think the tornado threat is very low on this storm right here, but
It would be really something if it was.
We're going to keep an eye on him. The bottom left camera, again, that is in Bloomington, Indiana, where we do have a stronger area of rotation that is developing right over State Route 43. It's coming right up towards the Bloomington Airport, which is a Monroe County airport, and then approaching I-69 here just south of Indianapolis. We'll have a new velocity scan in just a moment. Storm is still trying to produce right now. Again, this is a dangerous storm that is currently approaching Bloomington. And it could easily produce a tornado at any moment. This is the latest velocity scan. So again, very intense winds that are going into the storm. We do not have a whole lot that is really coming out of the RFD surge. So it hasn't really gotten to a tornado stage yet. Again, the last time that we at least know of that this produced a tornado was back at around 4:25. It's been cycling on and off for about an hour and a half now. And hopefully it does not just drop over Bloomington, because that would be, you know, obviously really bad first off. Second off, it's not produced anything in almost an hour and a half, and if it produced something right over Bloomington, that'd be really bad timing. The tornado warning for Indianapolis will be allowed to expire in 4 minutes. On the south side of Indianapolis, that one will be allowed to expire. We still have a broad area of rotation that is approaching Greenwood and Southport. You can see a little bit of winds going away from the radar and going towards the radar. It's still pretty broad, though. I mean, there's still a lot of gray there. So, again, nothing that's imminent or on the ground, but and we are still keeping an eye on it in case it does try to do something here. They arrive for the $10 super chat. Just to kind of give you an idea, I'd have some people asking questions about certain places like Martinsville, Indiana, for example, but I want to kind of give you a broad overview here that the main concern right now for a potentially strong tornado is definitely going to be out of this storm right here. Down the road, it's going to be heading towards Columbus, Greensburg, and perhaps going into Ohio down the line. That's if it can survive the decreasing temperatures and moisture, which will be happening over the next hour. Obviously, the sun just set. But back over in Indianapolis, like all these northern storms, most of these should remain wind and hail. I say should because they should, but there is obviously always a chance that one of these could try to squeeze out a tornado. It already tried to squeeze out a tornado south of Indianapolis. We still have a hook on it, so there's still some broad rotation, but the strong tornado risk is going to be lower in central Indiana compared to areas further south with this discrete cell. We also have storms over in southern Illinois, and these ones I don't think will last all the way into like southern Indiana, but they should at least get towards the border, and if they do move into Indiana and they're still rotating, there definitely could be some concern down the line for a potential, a tornado risk. So areas that have already seen tornadoes, we're not fully done yet. There's obviously
this is an urgent
still
alert.
A tornado watch for a
Tornado
reason.
Is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
We now have a confirmed tornado, so this is now on the ground. All right, confirmed tornado heading towards Bloomington, Indiana. If we are in Bloomington, Indiana, we got to be in our safe place right now. Get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. So Bloomington, Indiana, we now have a tornado that is approaching your location. It's on the west side. It's over near the Monroe County Airport. There's a very strong area of rotation right now on the south side of Whitehall. This is currently moving to the east at about 30 to 40 miles per hour, so it's pretty quick moving. All right, so again, there's now a tornado
warning
down.
has been issued.
Bloomington is very populated. If we're in Bloomington, we're going to the most interior room away from windows as humanly possible. If you're in a mobile home, you got to get to a sturdy structure. You got a few minutes until the storm is right there in Bloomington, but the rotation is still very strong right now. This is confirmed by emergency management. We have a new tornado warning in Effingham County. This is basically where today started, was over in Effingham County. So new tornado warning here south of Effingham. That is going to be just south of Altamont as well. If you are in this tornado warning, you need to get to your safe place as well. The rotation's gotten just a smidge stronger here over the last several minutes to the south of Altamont and Effingham. Storm Chaser, Storm Media is actually on this, so this is what that storm looks like right now. They're on this tornado warning here in Illinois. Their location just hasn't updated. They're not in Dix, they're further north, but the rotation's gotten a bit stronger. And you can see the velocities start to come together a little bit more. So we are going to be watching that storm very closely.
Look at that. You can see the whole structure that way. We're losing some of this structure. We're getting really good structure on the backside still, though.
We go back to live radar. The only place where you can really see anything right now is going to be back over in Illinois. The sun is set here in Bloomington. All right, back over to Bloomington. Once again, if you're just tuning in, we do have a confirmed tornado that is heading into Bloomington. This is according to emergency management. If we have a tornado right now, it's going to be right here. So it's going to be west of, it's going to be basically coming up on State Route 48 right now. It's about to cross over State Route 48, assuming that there is a tornado, in fact, down. And then, let me find where this is on the map here. Why can I not find it? Try to get some location callouts here. So again, if there's a tornado, it's going to be coming up on State Route 48. There is the Ivy Tech Community College is going to be in the direct path of this as it moves basically due northeast. Cozy Table, Cloverleaf Family Restaurant. There's also a Lowe's that's on the west side of Bloomington that could be hit by this in about 5-10 minutes. Monroe County Airport, it's a pretty small airport, but it's not far from that. It's only about a half mile to a mile to the northwest of that. But yeah, that right there is pretty concerning, guys. I mean, that is really strong and tight rotation right in that hook echo. I want to reiterate, if you have friends or family in Bloomington, we need to make sure that they are getting to their safe place right now. Possibly dangerous. This is a dangerous tornado, but it's also possible that this could be strong. So Bloomington, if you have friends or family in Bloomington, please get the word out there that this could be a strong tornado moving into Bloomington right now. Rotation's gotten much stronger over the last several minutes on the northwest side of the Monroe County Airport. And it is approaching I-69. We have a live shot in Bloomington, Indiana, bottom left of your screen. I'm going to put Storm Intermedia slot 3, and then we're going to put PA Storm Trackers bottom middle. Riley has an urgent update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, just a word of warning for those who are in Bloomington. I would support an upgrade to a PDS tornado warning for this. The velocity is getting even tighter in the last scans, and we are now well above the criteria for that. I believe the only reason that we haven't seen that happen is because we do not have a definitive CC drop, but nonetheless, I would expect the National Weather Service to upgrade this to a particularly dangerous situation.
Yeah, thank you, Riley, for the update. That is, guys, we need to get to our safe places. We need to get the word out there. Bloomington, we got a large tornado that is heading right towards town. This latest scan makes it a lot more definitive that this is almost undoubtedly a strong tornado. The velocities are increasing rapidly. We need to be in our safe places. Again, in Bloomington, Indiana, this is a very dangerous storm right now. I would anticipate a PDS tornado warning at least here for Bloomington within the next minute or two. This is heading into a very populated area. I'm going to go full cam to this. Again, we got a storm chaser here at the bottom right of your screen. They are in Bloomington. If you guys see power flashes, let me know. Bottom right, that's looking westbound. So we're looking right towards where this tornado is. It's going through rural areas right now, but it's coming up on that Lowe's, all right, on the west side of town. So this is coming up on the KFC and the Lowe's home improvement store. It's near the Cracker Barrel. It's basically at the intersection of 3rd Street.
This is an emergency alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
We have a large and extremely dangerous tornado, again, in progress right now. This is a nighttime tornado. Do not go outside and try to look for this. You need to be in your safe place right now if you are in Bloomington, if you're in Elliottsville. Going towards Nashville, this is a highly populated area that is under a PDS tornado warning for a large and extremely dangerous tornado. This is a very dangerous situation. This tornado is, again, rapidly approaching Bloomington. This is your last chance. If you're in a mobile home, you got to get to a sturdy structure. We've been talking about this here for several minutes now. This is for about 136,000 people. The latest scan, it continues to look worse. Again, we have a very tight couplet. Large tornado is entering town right now. This is not good. I'm going to go ahead and put bottom middle of your screen. There will be another camera, I believe, if it loads. Maybe not. This is a live shot, though, in Bloomington. Riley has an urgent update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. So latest velocity scan and newest CC drop. I would support a tornado emergency as this is headed into Bloomington, Indiana.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. Yeah, this is probably going to get upgraded, if I had to guess, to a tornado emergency. We have a very large debris signature now on the west side of Bloomington. So there is a significant debris signature, very tight velocities couplet once again, right over State Route 48. This is currently heading to the east right now, east-northeast. We need to get to our safe places once again in Bloomington. Again, there's a large debris signature. We could see our first tornado emergency of 2026 in just a moment. I think that is entirely possible here. This is a rain-wrapped tornado, by the way, so do not go outside and look for this. It's currently hitting a lot of homes right now. A lot of homes are being hit right now on the south side of State Route 48. It's hitting a large community. A lot of one-story homes are being hit by this near Spriggs Boulevard. Cave Creek Drive just took a direct hit from this tornado, and it's now coming up on a bunch of local businesses like the Cloverleaf Family Restaurant. It's approaching that Lowe's on the west side of Bloomington. But this has turned into a very dangerous tornado here just over the last couple of minutes. That right there, again, is a debris signature. When we're looking at this radar, this is what we call the correlation coefficient. The blues are going to be indicating, a significant tornado. That's what we're looking at there. It's a very dangerous tornado. There is a live camera that is inside of this, about to be inside of this tornado. You can see the wind picking up here. This is on the interstate. You might be able to see power flashes too, but the tornado's right there. We're looking southbound. So this is live, one of the Indiana traffic cams. Our flash on Mark Wilson. I wasn't looking. Was there? I'm looking there too. And large tornado is going to be right back there behind the tree line. You can see the winds have been picking up here over the last minute. I'm going to go back to that in a second. Going back to radar, again, tornado, if it's still down, which it looks like it is, it's now approaching that Lowe's. It's on the west side there of Bloomington. It is just to the south of State Route 45. So tornado's going to be located right over Highland Village. It is also near the Homewood Suites, the Candlewood Suites in Bloomington, and the Aldi. It's coming up on 3rd Street right now. It's about to cross over 3rd Street, assuming that this thing is still down. And the CC drop, not nearly as large, but there's definitely still debris. So there's likely a tornado still in progress right now heading into Bloomington. And this camera that we're looking at here, if we go back over to the map, this is basically barely to the north of where this tornado is. It is looking south. And once again, this is your last chance if you're in Bloomington. You got to get to your safe place now. If you have friends or family in Bloomington, get the word out there. Again, share the stream, at least message them, text them, make sure that they're in their safe place, as we do have a dangerous tornado that is entering town right now. It's entering the west side right now. It's going to be coming up on Fountain Drive. It's coming up on 11th Street, 17th Street. North and west sides of Bloomington, we are in the direct path right now of an extremely dangerous tornado. Again, this is a PDS tornado warning. That means it is a particularly dangerous situation. It is the second highest level tornado warning that we can get. They've not gone ahead and issued a tornado emergency, most likely because the rotation has gotten at least a little weaker over the last scan or so. So there's a little bit of weakening. Hopefully that continues. But if it intensifies again, definitely wouldn't be surprised if we got a tornado emergency. Hey, Speed for the super chat. Thank you also, Sean, for the super chat. My brother-in-law is in Bloomington now at the weather at the warehouse. A warehouse is not really the best place to be. If you got like a bathroom in there or something, that's where you got to be. Again, you need to put the most walls between you and the outside as possible if you're in this area. All right, latest scan does not look like we have a full-blown tornado like we just had a few minutes ago on the ground, but there is still debris that is being lifted up. So we likely still have a tornado, not nearly as large as before. The tornado itself will be located on the west side of Bloomington right now near I-69. That's going to be approaching the Indiana University in Bloomington as well. So if you're in that area, you need to be in your safe place. And then eventually this is going to be tracking towards Needmore, Unionville, and then Nashville. I do want to reiterate, by the way, obviously this is a PDS tornado warning, but on top of that, this will be continuing most likely as a very dangerous supercell. Even if you're out in front of this and you think, oh, we're going into nighttime, things are going to quiet down. That's not necessarily the case. We're going to have an ongoing, possibly significant tornado threat through 8 o'clock tonight. So I want to reiterate, if you're in Columbus, Nashville, Hope, or Greensburg, we need to be ready for this storm. This is the general direction of where this storm is currently heading. See some of the locations there on your screen. But it's going to continue to track to the east over the next several minutes. I'm also zooming in so you can get an idea of some of the local locations here, like New Unionville, Woodview Heights, Belmont. All you guys are about to be right in the direct path here of a possibly significant tornado still. I'm going to put PA storm trackers on the bottom middle. They are driving up right now into Bloomington. We still have, it looks like, a debris signature over the downtown area. Possibly a debris signature. The velocities have gotten broader over the last couple scans. But there could be a tornado still right there on the southwest side of Bloomington. It's only about a mile south. I think crisis may have just been averted, though. I mean, this is not as bad as it was like 5 minutes ago. We quickly check on these other storms just to make sure there's nothing happening. Yeah, all right, so this is still the main supercell. We got rotation on some of these other storms, but this one by far is still the most concerning one. This is still, again, a particularly dangerous situation. Tornado warning if you're just tuning in from Bloomington, Unionville needs more, and the Yellowwood State Forest is also in the path of this. Hey, Saint for the super chat. Is Indianapolis in danger? You guys are okay in Indianapolis. Mostly strong storms right now. Still low tornado risk. We got a line of storms coming out of the west right now. So we could still see a potential tornado threat. Just wouldn't be as high. All right, this is Storm Chaser PA Storm Trackers. They're on the south side of this PDS tornado warning. They are on I-69.
Nashville, Indiana.
Moving northbound. Again, there's been frequent amount of lightning here over the last few minutes. We've not seen any visible power flashes for the last few minutes either. Again, we did have a strong tornado about 9-10 minutes ago in the Monroe County, near the Monroe County Airport. But right before it actually hit all the really populated areas, the tornado lifted. I think it did hit that one community, though, for sure, on the south side of State Route 48 near Highland Village. That area definitely took a hit from this tornado. Wow, look at this. This is right inside of our area of rotation. This is live. So this is on the just barely north right now of where the tornado could be. So this is right on I-69, one of the traffic cams. Look how intense the wind is. That is all RFD. That is your rear flank downdraft surging and producing significant damaging winds. There are people parking under the overpass. Again, do not do that. Very dangerous. There are several cars, you can see bottom left there, that are parking under the overpass. But we do have winds that are currently gusting at around at least 60 to 70 miles per hour. And this is live. This is also another live shot. This is Storm Chaser Mark Wilson, who is in Bloomington. Losing audio. He's on the east side of Bloomington. You can see the hail coming down too. There's a little bit of hail out in front of this. If you look bottom right, that's where he is. He's on the east side of Bloomington, right there where my cursor is. And then we got PA storm trackers on the south side. Keep him bottom right of your screen. And this is, once again, live. The wind's been changing directions a little bit here over the last minute. Still mostly going bottom left to top right. It was going a bit more bottom to top a second ago. A clear indicator that there is obviously rotation here inside of Bloomington. And that is live there. Let's go back over to radar. New radar scan just came in.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And the last couple scans are broadening the rotation. So it does not look nearly, again, as concerning as a few minutes ago. We still have a significant amount of wind. Obviously, we had a strong tornado. There's going to be a big RFD surge. So the amount of wind here is not nearly as, or the amount of rotation isn't as concerning, but the wind is definitely the thing that has become a lot more concerning here over the last few minutes. We likely have straight line winds in Bloomington right around 80 miles per hour. From the remnants of that strong tornado that we had on the west side of Bloomington. Riley also has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. Looking north of Lebanon, Indiana here. This is a little area to keep an eye on, little convergence signature. Not tornado warned yet, not going to produce a tornado at the moment, but is going to wrap up as it heads towards Kirkland.
Alrighty. Thank you, Riley, for the update. So he's talking about this storm up here, right over here north of Lebanon. So this is basically a line of thunderstorms that is trying to develop right now just off to the south of Frankfurt. And you see that little area of rotation that's developing. This is potentially going to try to drop a tornado here. We also got a little bit of convergence signals trying to happen here between Lebanon and Danville. So we're keeping an eye on those as well. There's a storm southeast of Indianapolis that has looked kind of crazy here for the last several minutes. Does not look like it is going to drop a tornado right now, but there is plenty of different velocity signals that we're seeing in the middle of this storm.
Hook slice and get back in front of this.
Back over to the south of Beech Grove. So again, damaging winds the main concern, but still monitoring at least a low-end potential of a tornado. Back off to the west, we also have a new tornado warning. This is in a completely different zip code. This is off to the northwest of Springfield in Illinois near Rushville. I don't even think we have a tornado risk here anymore. If I had to guess, I think this is outside. Yeah, this is outside of our tornado risk. So this might catch you by surprise, but Rushville, west of Astoria, we have a new tornado warning. Seek shelter if you're back over here in western Illinois. But yeah, that is completely in a different zip code. We have, again, a couple other tornado warnings. This is inside of our strong tornado risk back over here south of Effingham. If you are in this tornado warning here, you still need to be in your safe place. Near Watson, south of Altamont, and then back over near Newton, we have another storm that's coming towards you guys. All right, this one is not tornado warned, but there is some rotation. We got some hail as well, at least around $quarter to $half sized hail that's coming up towards you guys, and maybe even a possible low-end tornado threat. Keep in mind, if you're anywhere in that yellow, jelly bean shape here, this is where we're still looking at the possibility of strong tornadoes over the next few hours. So we are still nowhere near done with our tornado threat here across Indiana, Illinois, and even back over in Ohio. We haven't even gotten there yet. All right, back over to Bloomington. Again, if you're just tuning in, we just had a very strong tornado hit the west side of Bloomington. This would have looked like several minutes ago. Passed right by the Monroe County Airport. Luckily, it occluded as it moved into town. And now it's become a very large but broad area of rotation. However, if you look right here, this is a new area of interest. We are starting to see signs that this could undergo another recycling stage down the line as it moves along State Route 46 heading towards Nashville. So tornado risk is definitely nowhere near done with this storm as it heads towards Nashville, Clarksdale, and then Bean Blossom. Columbus will also be in the track of this, but there's a stronger area of wind that is now coming together, and it's definitely still trying to produce another tornado here within the next 15 to 20 minutes. So we are still nowhere near done with this tornado threat. Mark Wilson, Storm Chaser, he is live in Bloomington. Again, we've had several lightning flashes over the last several minutes. Haven't seen any damage quite yet. I believe Ryan Scholl is currently heading... Oh yeah, look at this. Ryan Scholl is in the damage area. This is where the tornado hit, guys.
Lots of damage.
Wow. Yeah,
Not anything serious right now.
This is on the west side of Bloomington. This is what just happened. So Storm Chaser Ryan Scholl is on the scene of some of the damage. All the traffic lights are out. There's no power here.
Very careful here. I don't see much damage here right now.
So he's currently on State Route
Power
48.
lines are still up.
There is a community south of the Ivy Tech College that could be more heavily damaged, though.
Yeah, it's completely dark right here, dude.
Let me radio into him. Hey, that neighborhood that's just south of the Ivy Tech College may have taken a direct hit.
Need a direct path of where the circulation was. Need to start trying to go and... We would have been right where it was. We need to... Let's drop. Let's go a little bit further and then go south.
See, no traffic lights are on over here. And this is where the strong tornado just hit. All minor damage along this roadway. But we need to see what that community, or maybe see what that community looks like, because that would be what is more heavily damaged.
There's not a lot of damage from what I'm able to tell, which is a great...
And just for reference, if we go back over to radar here, you can see the velocities. When this was on the west side, this is when it reached its peak intensity, was basically right before where Scholl is. Scholl's right here. All right, you see how it kind of occludes right here. So it was a much weaker tornado, most likely on the west side there, Bloomington, near I-69. Further west, near the airport.
This is an urgent alert.
Is when it was a bit more significant.
Is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
We have a new confirmed tornado warning in Illinois. This will be upgraded. So that's going to be back over here near Watson and Edgewood. So if you're in this tornado warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible. Storm Chaser, Storm Intermedia, bottom right of your screen is actually on that storm, so we're going to keep an eye on him. So there is, again, a confirmed tornado, Edgewood and Watson in Illinois. We need to be in our safe places now. That is near I-57. Connor Croft is also just pulled up into Bloomington. This is some of the...
I got some branches down now here as well.
This is some of the side roads now on the west side of Bloomington.
I mean, nothing insane, thank goodness.
This is also kind of where I think the weakest part of this tornado went was right here too. This is the end of it, basically when it was occluding.
Must have weakened when it dropped down here. I mean, I
think like the Hodge Drive area probably hit pretty hard.
But you still...
Also, if you guys have friends or family on the west side of Bloomington especially,
a new tornado warning has been issued.
Please make sure that they are okay, because that is the area that was the hardest hit. I'm gonna just quickly circle on the map here. This area right here was by far the hardest hit by this strong tornado. Over here was more of the weaker side of it. That was when it was occluding. So we'll see if we see any more damage there. New tornado warning just issued in Illinois. This one will be just south Dietrich, west of Newton. So if you're in this tornado warning, again, get to your safe place away from windows and the lowest floor possible. We got 2 supercells now ongoing that are both producing an ongoing tornado threat in Illinois. The one that is south of Effingham is the one that is the most significant right now. That one is currently producing a tornado, according to storm spotters in the area. Also, the storm southeast of Indianapolis, this one is still mostly wind. I'm not seeing any tornado concern as of right now. It's really just become more of a wind threat. It's outflow dominant, so that storm should struggle to produce a tornado. We still have some broad areas of rotation west of Indianapolis, so if you are in Indianapolis, this is not something that is done yet. We still have a possibility, again, of a couple of tornadoes, but they would be on the briefer and weaker side of things.
Okay. So as you guys have the road blocked off and you're good. Okay, sounds good, man.
Back over to Storm Chaser Ryan Scholl. The reason why we're looking at nothing is because this is...
There was a power line arcing. We couldn't go anywhere there.
There's a power line down this road. This is where the strong tornado just hit in Bloomington.
I do have my spotlight just in case, so...
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have yet again another tornado warning. It's going to be for this storm here that is a long track history of producing tornadoes supercell. This will be for... let me get the county names here. Bartholomew, Brown, Johnson, and Shelby counties in Indiana. We are all now included in a brand new tornado warning. So seek shelter if you're in this warning, away from windows, lowest floor possible. Again, this has now produced at least 2 separate tornadoes. We had one in Illinois back at around 4:20. It was about 2 hours ago now. And we now just had another one on the west side of Bloomington. This is again, a broader area of rotation right now, but it's probably going to cycle again. We are now into the nighttime threat. This is where things get a lot more dangerous when it comes to supercells, because it's hard to see anything, and obviously a lot of people around this time aren't sleeping necessarily, but you can't really see anything outside anymore. It's very hard to see a tornado. So, you know, if you are traveling this evening in any of these tornado warnings, you need to be making sure that you're driving very carefully and safely, but obviously try to get to a sturdy structure if at all possible. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, real quickly on this storm, I wanted to touch on sort of the shape that it's taking and talk about how it might create a false sense of positivity or that the storm is done. So our hail core right now is off to the northeast of our actual area of circulation. This is where the tornado would be if there was a tornado, and there's sort of a gap between those in terms of the precipitation. And this is something that we see a lot of times with supercell convection. So if you're in places like Nashville and you're in this tornado warning, you're going to hear the storm stop before the area that could be producing a tornado gets there. You need to stay in your area of shelter until the tornado warning is allowed to expire, especially when there's a situation like this where it's going to sound like that storm's done, but it's just the calm before the storm. So if we're in places like Bean Blossom, Nashville, Clarksdale, anywhere in this tornado warning, know that the hail core is going to move through. You might have a 1 to 2 minute break in the precipitation, and then the area of rotation will get there. And the area of rotation is what would be producing the majority of the tornado threat.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the insight. So again, this storm was once again nowhere near done at this point. It still has a pretty good chance of trying to produce a tornado here in the next 15-25 minutes as it goes towards Columbus. Obviously, Bloomington is very populated. It narrowly missed the downtown area. Luckily, it occluded before actually going into Bloomington. But now we're raising concerns now about Columbus. I mean, Columbus is also pretty populated. This is the same storm that's heading that direction. So this is currently heading towards Columbus, Taylorsville, and Edensburg. And again, those areas are still about 15-20 minutes out, but that's about 100,000 people that are inside of this tornado warning. So again, we are still really nowhere near done with this storm right now. But velocities have not looked as impressive, but I do think there's still reason to believe that they could try to do something here soon. This looks concerning. Back over in Illinois, the last couple scans have gotten stronger west of Newton for a potential tornado. This is just off to the north of Bible Grove, heading right towards Newton right now. So if you're over here, definitely make sure that you're staying alert and definitely be in your safe place right now, because there is definitely a real tornado threat that's trying to develop here. This is just, again, south of Effingham, moving in the direction of Newton. We got several storm chasers that are on Radar Omega here. They're all kind of going in the direction of the storm. I believe Storm Intermedia is the closest to it. I think they actually might be on it. This is Storm Intermedia.
And again, our storm...
By the way, they are not in Dix right now in Illinois. The location there is not correct.
Accurate,
Yeah, I mean, it must have come from somewhere.
It had to have been. If it was,
They're
I'm
over.
sure it was
Okay, so on the back side of that supercell. So they're basically, I believe they're on maybe I-57. So they're not on it, but they're looking in the direction of that storm. We'll keep them bottom right. But the last couple scans starting to look a little bit more concerning here. Rotation's got a little bit stronger. That is going to be coming up towards Latona and Liss, our next in path for this. The internet for the super chat saying, Max, the map time is 20 minutes off. What map time? Talking about this map time? If you guys, for some reason, do not see the timestamp at the top of your screen being within like 10 seconds or 20 seconds of your time, make sure to click the live button on the bottom left to refresh the stream, because it should be right around the time, like right at 6:26. So yeah, make sure you click that little live button. Sometimes people get behind for some reason. This storm that's east of Indianapolis is looking interesting again. You know, it's not the most favorable environment, but we got a hook echo and an inflow again. This thing's been very hit or miss, but it's not really convergence yet. Again, convergence is what we're looking at when winds are coming together. It's kind of in a middle stage right now. They're kind of just neutral. Divergence is when we have more of a damaging wind threat, basically a straight line wind threat. So we have a little bit maybe of convergence trying to come together now southwest of Greenfield. here in Indiana, but nothing that is in progress right now or does not look imminent, but it's at least trying to organize.
People are.
This is Storm Chaser Ryan Scholl. Is that a power line down?
Yeah.
This is some of the Bloomfield damage, or Bloomington, sorry, Indiana damage. There's a power line down, it looks like, right there. They got a big power line down. This is back when we had that strong tornado on the west side of Bloomington just a few minutes ago.
Too. Okay.
Good shot to Liz with a $50 super chat. How will Columbus, Ohio be tonight? I think it'll be mostly a wind threat by the time these storms get to.
I don't see much. Okay, I think we're gonna double back north end of town here. There's a reason why I have a stat light on my vehicle.
All right, so again, they're looking through some of that damage on the west side. Not seeing a whole lot right now. There's been several power lines down.
Power seems to be on right here, though, so...
The ASOS at the Bloomington-Monroe County Airport was measuring 70-mile-per-hour winds. But that was not directly hit by the tornado, or wasn't really
head back north
that close, but it was about half a mile off.
Might turn right back around. Oh, do we have any roads? I might just have to turn around here.
And for reference, again, this Bloomington storm that is now no longer in Bloomington. Again, if you're in Bloomington, you guys are okay for right now. But if you're back over here near Nashville or Columbus, this storm is still a concern. I know the velocities might not look that strong right now, but obviously you can still see it looks like a supercell if you look at reflectivity. And it is not done yet. It's just in a cycling stage. It's a broad area of rotation, but it should probably come together again as it approaches Columbus. So Columbus, you guys don't have to be in your safe place right now, but you should be starting to get there right now. I mean, you guys still got about 15 minutes or so until this thing's right there. You should be in your safe place well before that, but if you have to get last minute things like water, if you have to get closed-toed shoes, if you have to get your pets, whatever it might be, you got a few minutes if you're in Columbus, really anywhere along that I-65 corridor, but do not wait too long. All right, again, we're talking no more than 10 minutes until you should be in your safe place, but ideally within the next 5 minutes over there. Let me go back over to Illinois. That Newton storm, the last couple scans, a little bit broader for that rotation. It's been awfully close to producing a tornado there near Wheeler. It's just north of Bible Grove that is tracking towards Newton right now. The storms that are further down to the south near Olney have not looked nearly as impressive. These ones were trying to produce a tornado earlier to south of Olney. It's gotten a lot less organized here over the last little while. So not too concerned about that right now, but we'll continue to watch it closely in case something does happen. Looks like we got another... Looks like we got a large tree branch down on the road west of Bloomington. Again, not major damage from what we're seeing so far. Also, we no longer have any confirmed tornado warnings. We're back down to normal. All four tornado warnings that we have are back to being just radar indicated.
Into that sucker.
I do want to touch on that tornado warning in western Illinois real quick. This is west of Havana. No longer looking like it's going to be producing anything tornadic. They just issued a new severe warning for Astoria and Havana. That'll be for 60-mile-per-hour winds. Tornado risk looks pretty low on this, though, at this point. So this little surprise tornado warning out in western Illinois where there's no severe weather risk does not look like it'll be doing much of anything here anytime soon. All right, let's go back to Columbus. They have issued a special weather statement east of Indianapolis. That'll be for some gusty winds. Again, I'm not ruling out an isolated tornado risk with this storm. It is going to be a little bit more elevated, so it'll struggle a little bit more to produce a tornado. We do have a hook and an inflow. So if you're over near Greenfield, Knightstown, Carthage, or Morristown, we need to be staying alert for maybe at least a low-end tornado potential with that storm. Thank you, Reva, for becoming a member. This is crazy. Well, I mean, we did talk about it in today's video and over the last few days, but, I mean, we were not ruling out a possible tornado outbreak. I'm not sure if we've gotten there yet, but we've at least had at least a few tornadoes today, at the bare minimum. I mean, we're at least forecasting a few. We've already had at least, I think, 3 or 4 happen. I think we had 2 in Illinois and at least 1 in Indiana. And so we're at least at a few. A small-scale tornado outbreak begins at 6 tornadoes. We're not there yet, at least from what we've seen. But that could always change as these storms continue. Because, again, we still have a couple hours at the minimum of tornadoes left. In fact, we still have really probably about 3 hours left, especially with these storms back over in Illinois. New severe thunderstorm warning. This can be for only west of Bridgeport here in Illinois, so get away from windows. They have put a tornado possible tag on this severe thunderstorm warning. So that's the mediator basically between a severe warning and a tornado warning. Hey, calling for the super chat. Everybody stay safe tonight. Thanks for the heads up in Bloomington. My daughter's at the IU. You are saving lives. Appreciate the info. Well, appreciate you tuning in. Glad I can help. And these streams would not be possible, and this type of weather coverage would not be possible without all of you guys out there. I mean, again, we have a massive operation compared to what we used to have. We have about 20 storm chasers today that are out there. We have about 10 different people on the back end of this stream as well, you know, that are running things. We have an entire team of people. 1 year ago today, we did not have a team of people. We have literally an entire team of people now. We've basically turned into a weather channel here on YouTube. So I really do appreciate, again, all the support from the bottom of my heart and also our team for being able to give, you know, us being able to give you, you know, this type of coverage. It would not be possible without your support. So I really do appreciate, again, all of you guys supporting the channel, and we're continuing to expand rapidly. Obviously, this is a much larger operation than it ever has been, and we have employed over a dozen people now because of it. So it's back over to Ryan Scholl.
I think power lines are down.
Some more of the damage in Bloomington.
Airport area. Where's the airport?
Remember?
Right near the airport, actually. We're right near the airport right now.
So he's near the airport. We'll keep an eye on the damage. Looks like there's another power line down up ahead. So we'll keep him bottom right. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. So there is still a number of tornado warnings that we're tracking. We have 3 in Illinois right now and 1 in Indiana. But I did want to talk a little bit about the environment that these storms are continuing, specifically the ones off to the east and parts of Indiana. So this is an environment that's rapidly changing, and we've seen a lot of convection already happen today. And that was something that we were concerned about in terms of storms sort of strengthening. And that is something that we're starting to see. So the first thing I want to touch on are the storms in Indiana, where we're starting to move out of the favorable environment. Looking at the temperature map here, we can see a lot of cold temperatures in place across central Illinois and Indiana associated with the cold pooling from our convection. This is going to limit the ability for storms to strengthen and or stay as strong as they are, limiting the tornado potential. And it's the same sort of thing looking at the moisture map. We're starting to see some of our already very thin moisture start to be used up by the convection. And when that moisture gets used up and we start to see dew points get below around 50 degrees, that is when the storms are going to start to weaken and stop being able to produce tornadoes. And as soon as that happens, we're going to see the tornado threat start to wane. So I think the storm in Bloomington, Indiana, and into around Indianapolis is getting to that point right now. They're not there yet, but pretty soon they are going to leave the area of favorable convection. If I had my eye on any storms right now in terms of tornado potential, I'd be looking at this convection back in Illinois, looking at the chance for that to potentially strengthen as it continues to stay in that warm, moist air. I think this is what a lot of our storm chasers are doing as well. We're starting to see a lot of this convection in central Indiana start to struggle a little bit. The tornado warnings are getting fewer and farther between, and that is of course a good thing, but all of our storm chasers are starting to migrate back down to southern and central Illinois, where that tornado risk is going to be just a little bit higher.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update.
I do think that is also expected to continue as we head towards places like Perkin and Peoria. I don't think it is going to last that long. However, places like Havana, we're still certainly going to have that tornado risk. This storm is not currently tornado warned, but it's a little bit of a different environment here, and that is going to cause it to still potentially produce a tornado until we lose the residual daytime heating that we still have left.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. I thought he was done talking and he just kept talking. I was like, all right, you can keep talking. All right, let me go back over to Ryan Scholl. This is back over, again, on the west side of Bloomington, Indiana.
Solitude Court.
And again, there's a large power line down, possibly a fence.
Just up the road. That's what I'm trying to do right now. I don't know if I can get there though.
You're not cut Riley off. My bad, guys. My bad.
Let everyone else
be a superior
turn around here. There's just a flash of something there.
Airport fence. So Ryan Scholl is, yeah, he's next to the airport. Off to the right is the airport.
Big power lines.
I believe off to the left is going to be maybe a home. Obviously, we will not know the intensity of this tornado for sure until tomorrow. Once the National Weather Service surveys the tornado, and that looks like the sun. My goodness, that's a bright
back
light.
down the whole way.
But yeah. We really won't know the intensity until tomorrow, mostly because, again, the National Weather Service isn't going to go out there and survey it tonight. It's too late at night. It's too hard to see out there. Back over in Columbus, we do have a broad area of rotation attempting to develop again west of I-65. This is near Clarksdale, heading up towards the Columbus Municipal Airport. Again, nothing in progress at this point. It's still radar indicated rotation. With that said, we still have a possibility of a tornado as the storm continues to move to the east-northeast over the next little while. We also have a severe thunderstorm warning that has been issued for Greenfield, Knightstown, just south of Newcastle. That is producing 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds now. That is tracking to the east. And then we have a couple tornado warnings again back over in Illinois. None of them are really producing much of strong rotation. But if you're in any of these warnings, continue to stay in that safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. We got some storm chasers that are now approaching this activity.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And they've gone ahead and now issued a new tornado warning. This will be for the same counties, Clay, Jasper, and Effingham counties, just south of Wheeler, or in Wheeler as well. If you're in this tornado warning, again, get to your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. This is some of that damage, again, back over in Bloomington. We got a bit more view of it now. What road is
now it's moving
Storm Intermedia on? They're on Bob's Road.
Due east.
This is inside of that tornado warning here. Quite a bit of
All I
lightning.
can think of is take this highway up to Effingham, and then take this road over to
Max must won awards, right? I don't think I've ever won an award. Could be wrong. I don't know. I don't think I ever have.
So I should be coming up on that highway up to
Hey, thank you, Marco, for becoming a member.
It's right up here. So, all right, we're gonna try to do that. Worst case scenario, they weaken or whatever. I think we have to take 70 to get back to where we want to go.
I don't really care about awards, though. Would rather save people's lives than brag about some kind of meaningless thing, to be honest.
I think that's the case.
I don't feel like having a trophy in the background would do anything for me.
There now again. It's honestly the rotation.
Not what I'm here for.
Tightening up again. Yeah. The storm, it's cooking now. Quick though, that's. I don't know if we can catch
This is
it.
back over in Flora. This is inside of the tornado warning in Noble. Heavy rain coming down here. Southeast side of Effingham. You have awards hanging behind you from YouTube? I actually didn't even think about that. Yeah, technically I do. I was talking more about weather-related ones. I didn't really think about those. Yeah, I do. I have two play buttons, but that's different. Maybe I'm lying. Oops. I forgot I had those. I never really look at them either. They're just back there. Thank you, Stacy, for becoming a member. Oh, so Dylan for becoming a member too. This is a completely snapped power pole. That power line's halfway across the road. This is from Ryan Scholl. This is from that dangerous tornado that happened on the west side of Bloomington about 30-45 minutes ago now. Hey, Daniel for the super chat. This is, again, not even like the worst damage I feel like that we're probably going to see from this tornado. It's just like the only damage that we can really see. With it being this late at night, it is hard to see stuff. Obviously, it's right now, it's only 6:40. I say it's late at night, but at the same time, it's, you know, we're past sunset, and the sun's not going to rise until probably about 6 or 7 tomorrow. So it's going to take a bit until we actually get a real ground truth of all the damage that we saw. And that's why I know a lot of people are jumping to conclusions like that tornado wasn't that big of a deal, whatever. But I mean, in reality, guys, like if that tornado in Bloomington did stay on the ground, it would have potentially been catastrophic for Bloomington. It had the capability of doing that. I saw some people in the chat saying, like, you know, I feel like this is dramatic and stuff like that, but really it wasn't. Like, the reality of the situation was that if this tornado didn't lift, we would have had significant damage all across Bloomington. This would have looked like, you know, back around 6 o'clock, so about 45 minutes ago now. And if this thing didn't occlude, it would have been bad. It would have been really bad. It only hit the suburbs. The worst of the damage is right near that airport. So it hit probably at least a few homes, but the worst of it was definitely on the west side. Some of the damage that we saw right along that state route was mostly probably RFD surge. I doubt it was really that much of a tornado there. And now we still have to watch this because it's not done. You know, this storm is still tracking right now towards Columbus. And I'm not going to say this rotation's that strong because it really isn't. But this is still something that has the capability of producing a tornado. You know, if we put this on our velocity scale, which we've talked a little bit about this, we're going to make it a little bit easier to understand here down the road too. Basically, this is a scale of 1 to 10 from almost no rotation to there being a tornado on the ground. And so it goes from low to medium to strong rotation. And we're kind of on the lower side of it right now near Columbus. It's not very strong. But obviously, we've gotten to a point where it has produced a tornado and definitely trying to produce another one here near Columbus. So we're not done with this storm by any means. We need to continue to really keep an eye on it because it has a history of producing strong tornadoes. Thank you, Slayer, for becoming a member, and Debbie. Back over near Greenfield and Knightstown, yes, there is a little bit of wind. You can see the greens and reds kind of mixing a little bit, but that's not really rotation, guys. It's mostly just straight line winds. So up here, this is going to be more of elevated storm activity. I'm not as concerned, again, about some sort of you know, tornado threat right now with this storm up here near I-70, but we'll continue to watch it in case something does change. Back over here to the northwest of Indianapolis, these storms are rotating a little bit. They've kind of fallen apart. It's more of just gusty winds, maybe a little bit of tiny hail too, some little cheese curd sized hail maybe falling there. And then back over here near Olney, west of Lawrenceville, not looking at any sort of ongoing tornado risk here. The rotation's got a lot broader. And then our one big tornado warning really near Newton, still have some broad rotation northeast of Bible Grove. Again, there could be something trying to cook here near Bible Grove. Let's go over to Storm Chaser CJ Ziegler. He is on this storm.
It's be a nice road. Nice easterly road.
So there's still some rotation here right over near Winter Road and Eberly. Thank you, POV, for also becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities.
Well, I think we were on the wrong side, so we're not going to see anything. Rain's wrapping around. I don't know if it's fully
By the way, if you do want to support our team and what we're doing here, the best way to do so is by becoming a member of the channel. It's that join button down below.
We're looking at Southwest,
anybody that's become a member here today.
Thank you for that.
Dayton, Ohio update. Not really a whole lot of updates right now for Ohio.
At the next stop sign.
Let me go back over to the map since we don't have anything really there yet. I'm gonna put CJ there, bottom right of your screen on that tornado warning. Again, this kind of looks like, almost looks like a heart here.
Can you do suspension after?
But you know, the entire wrist kind of looks like a heart. But right now, the main concern again is still in that orange area. That's where it's been all day today, is right in that orange area where, you know, the most heightened tornado risk is. But these storms will continue to push to the east over the next couple of hours into southwestern Ohio. And I would anticipate in that new SPC outlook, we'll probably end up seeing the enhanced risk removed or just condensed to a pretty small area. I do not see there being many more strong tornadoes tonight. I think the best chance would be out of this storm. And there's obviously concern because this one will be moving towards Cincinnati and Dayton. So we need to continue to watch this one very closely. The environment is not going to be as favorable after about 7 or 8 o'clock when this storm gets there, but it's still going to be favorable enough for a tornado risk, I think. So I still think if you're in Cincinnati, Hamilton, Dayton areas, we need to still be staying weather aware no matter what. There's at least a 5% tornado risk there anyway. And even some of these surrounding areas, even though a lot of these storms have been getting kind of choked off a little bit with their updrafts and just not really rotating as much, mostly because of the temperature and dew point dropping, the environment should still stay favorable here for at least the next couple of hours. This is your significant tornado parameter values. It basically combines a bunch of ingredients into one thing here to kind of give you an idea of where that greatest tornado threat is. This was at 6 o'clock. This is 7. So within the next 15 minutes or so, really the greatest threat of a tornado would be mainly in this corridor here. Obviously, the values are higher down here as well back into Tennessee, but there's really dry mid-levels right now that's going to kind of prevent any sort of tornado threat from materializing in like Tennessee or even southern Kentucky. And then once we get past about 8 o'clock tonight, you can see that environment still stays favorable enough right along that border there of Kentucky and Indiana, and even back over towards Dayton. So I do not think we're done anytime soon. I just think right now we're in maybe a small little lull period, but we should at least still have a tornado threat through about 11 o'clock tonight, I'd say, and then we're pretty much done after that. The future radar is still showing some storms out there, probably capable of at least a low-end tornado threat here in parts of Ohio and Indiana by about 10 to 11 o'clock. Things after 11 should be done, but we definitely still have a tornado risk, at least for the next few hours. All right, we do have a new tornado warning. This will be for those in Newton, Yale, and Hunt City. We actually have Storm Chaser Rob McBay that is on that near Newton. If you are in this tornado warning, get to your safe place, away from windows and the lowest floor possible. We've got a little convergent signature here right over Newton right now. This is Storm Chaser Rob McBay, which you can also watch live inside of the Radar Omega app. There's over a dozen chasers live in the app today. It's the highest number ever. Large team of chasers that we work with, including Rob here, who's brand new to the app. He's back over here near Rose Hill in Newton. Been a little bit of lightning, but he's looking directly towards where there could be a tornado. We'll see if we get another flash of lightning. If so, we might have a view of something. Just very, very occasional lightning right now. There's one little lightning strike. Thank you, Finance, for the $10 super chat. Anything bad in Washington, Pennsylvania? I do not anticipate really much happening in Pennsylvania tonight. I think things will be kind of toned down over there here soon. All right, we're not really seeing much. There's not enough lightning, but we'll keep them bottom left in case there's something there. With the super chat says, great job, Team Velocity. Appreciate that. What about North Middle Tennessee? Yeah, I mean, again, the further south you go, the lower chance there is really of tornadoes down here. Again, it's just the mid-levels are pretty dry. All right, so we're not really talking about much down there near Nashville tonight. There will be some storms that pop up in a few hours, but again, none of it is really going to get to the point where we're talking about tornadoes or anything like that. There's plenty of wind shear down there, but again, the storms just are not going to tower up. As a reminder, if you are in Columbus, Indiana, once again, we do have a tornado warning for you guys. This is near I-65. There have not been any tornadoes in the last about 50 minutes or so with this storm. The last time was when this was in Bloomington. With that said, we could still see a tornado out of it. This is a long-tracked supercell that has produced at least 2 different strong tornadoes. We do have Storm Chaser PA Storm Trackers, who is actually still in the hook right now. We'll put them bottom left of your screen. So they're currently driving through this storm right now near Columbus. This is once again tracking to the east-northeast at about 30 to 35 miles per hour. It's a good idea if you are in this tornado warning to stay away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Despite there not being a tornado on the ground, one could drop at any time. It's going to be eventually going towards Hope, Greensburg, and Batesville. See down the line here, these are some of the locations that are in the path of this, with the storm moving east at about 40 miles per hour. So Columbus is about 8 minutes out. We got Hope in about 20 minutes. Greensburg, 45 minutes from now. Batesville, a little over an hour from now. Metamora is a little over 70 minutes out from this storm hitting your location. The storm near Indianapolis, or just east of Indianapolis, still mostly a wind threat right now, not looking at much of a tornado concern. You can see the wind surging over Westland, not really seeing any rotation, though, with this storm right now. If there's any, it's very weak. This is mostly an elevated storm tracking along I-70. That'll long-term be going towards Richmond and Dayton, Ohio. Got some strong storms that are also approaching Cincinnati currently. None of these, again, are producing anything severe, but these could also try to maybe become something severe down the line. Most of them are going to probably just stay messy and disorganized, but maybe one of these tries to squeeze out a brief tornado risk before that main supercell gets out there towards Cincinnati. And again, still some broad rotation right now near Newton in Illinois. The Storm Chaser CJ Ziegler, he's on that backside tornado warning south of Wheeler. So this is live there. There's been very little lightning with these storms. We haven't really seen much, but a lightning strike, could see a wall cloud or something along those lines.
Until 7:30 p.m. CST. Take shelter now in a basement or an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy
Is that
building.
hail? I don't think there's any hail on the ground.
Outdoors, in a mobile home, or
There.
vehicle. Move
This is PA Storm Trackers on the Columbus tornado warning. Oh, looks like their thing is broken. Let's see if I can do it on Omega here.
check media.
So it looks like on the Columbus tornado warning right now. See the rain coming down pretty heavy. There might be a little bit of hail mixed in there too. The hail's not been a huge concern today, but there have been a couple storms that have just produced a large quantity of hail, not necessarily quality, as in like, you know, size, but the amount of hail that's fallen with some of these storms has been pretty significant. You know, we had some roads covered over earlier today from some of the hail that was falling. So PA Storm Trackers is currently moving towards Columbus. Last couple of radar scans on the Columbus storm showing a broad area of rotation right now over I-65. Moving right through Columbus as we speak. I have a couple of live cameras in Columbus too. Indiana's traffic site loads up. I'll show those. Thank you, Curse, for the $20 super chat. It is not my birthday. Appreciate the super chat. Actually, do you guys see that bottom right? This is, again, CJ. There is a wall cloud. We just saw it, or I at least just saw it. On the left side, if we get another lightning strike, we'll see it. But there is definitely a wall cloud here near Dietrich, Illinois.
Yeah. Just chill. I don't think there's much of this left.
See if we get another lightning flash. There was definitely a wall cloud there.
And this might try to recycle.
Maybe.
I say we keep going.
Of course, when we go to him, there's no lightning. It always happens at night.
Yeah.
Thank you, Kevin, for becoming a member.
Get stuff together again.
My birthday was 3 weeks ago, I think, from today, if I'm not mistaken. Man, I can't believe whenever we go to Chasers and there's like a wall cloud or something here at nighttime, you just can never see them. Right when you go to them. Like, there was one, I saw it for like a brief second. Hey, Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, just one note on the lightning here. It looks like we're averaging about one strike every 3 minutes. So that is why we're not seeing anything that's going on. It's because there's very little lightning. And this is actually something that we talked about when we were forecasting this event, is that we might have tornadoes on storms that don't actually have lightning at all. It looks like we're still seeing some lightning, but definitely continuing to see that even dip off a little bit more.
Hey, Riley, for the update. Yeah, there's really not a whole lot of lightning to speak of right now. It's been pretty lackluster tonight when it comes to lightning. It's one of those problems, too, with these nighttime threats. Again, and we just saw one bottom left on the Columbus storm. This one in Columbus has maybe 2 strikes every 3 minutes. A little bit better than the one in Illinois, but nonetheless, like, again, that's one of the problems with these nighttime threats, especially with tornadoes. I mean, we can have situations where there's maybe, you know, 1 lightning strike every 10 minutes and people are trying to see if there's a tornado. There could be storm chasers out there. It just makes it way more dangerous. And so that's why I always tell everybody, like, especially at nighttime, do not try to look outside for a tornado. You can sometimes have rain wrapped tornadoes even at nighttime. So never a good thing when it's like this. Lightning can be a good thing sometimes, at least when it comes to visibility at night of seeing maybe a tornado. That would be probably about the only good thing that lightning does. All right, PA Storm Trackers is now moving into Columbus. For some reason, their stream is not loading. I don't know why. Let me see if I can refresh it here. Refresh. All right, looks like their stream might just be broken. All right, we'll go back to them whenever I can fix that. They're moving into Columbus, though. This is here's a full view of what they're seeing. So this is in Columbus, Ohio. We've had, again, a bit more lightning here, but the rotation's also been a bit broader. See the light pollution out there in the distance? That right there is Columbus. RMX said in the chat, we just have silent lightning in Dearborn County.
A new tornado warning has been
issued.
issued.
Geo for the $10 super chat. We have a brand new tornado warning that's going to be for this storm here. This is a long track supercell. Tornado warnings began all the way back over here near Newton. This storm has been tornado warned literally the entire time. So new tornado warning heading towards Adams, St. Paul, Germantown, and also near Greensburg. So if you are in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter, get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. This is also including the Columbus Municipal Airport. And again, this is basically tracking directly into some of the more populated suburbs between Dayton and Cincinnati. So Hamilton, Fairfield, Forest Park, Riley, Oxford, Middletown, all of you guys should at least have your tornado action plan ready to go. Don't need to be going to your safe place. You don't have to be, you know, getting into your storm shelter right now. Just make sure you know what your safe place is. Because you could be out and about for the next couple hours, maybe shopping, whatever it is. You want to have a plan ready to go in case you are under a tornado warning, which honestly is probably likely. I don't think this storm is going to be slowing down anytime soon, and I do know, you know, this National Weather Service office does usually issue tornado warnings, especially for storms like this. They're one of the more frequent issuers of stuff for storms like this, so we'll probably end up seeing tornado warnings over in that area, assuming that the storm doesn't weaken, which it hasn't yet. Devil with the super chat says Newcastle, Indiana, just northeast of Greenfield, some storms and wind. Yeah, I mean, anything over here right along the I-70 stretch is mostly just gonna be wind and hail. I know this storm might look scary on radar because there's a hook echo, and it's probably one of the best ones that is on radar right now, aside from the Columbus storm, but it's elevated. The temperature and dew point are a little bit too low for there to be really anything organized here. If we go over to some of that METAR data, you can see right here, the dew point in Newcastle, for example, is only 55. And when I talk about dew point, it's again basically the measure of moisture, and we need it to basically be higher than 60 for a more favorable tornado risk. Severe weather could happen really at any dew point over 40. Tornadoes can happen between 50 and 59, but it's not very common. We usually need that number to be higher than 60. You know, 55 to 59 is kind of like the gray area. Like this storm right now over in Columbus, it's going to be moving into an environment where the dew points are right about 55. So it's not in the best environment down the line, but it's still it's basically still, you know, south of the warm front. So it should at least have potential, but I don't think it's going to have that much potential. I think it's working with more of a localized area of elevated moisture. Go over to the dew point map too. You know, this is, at least according to the HRRR, you know, this is as of 7 o'clock. See, the dew points are mostly 55 or so. When this was going into Bloomington, if we go back about, you know, 2 hours here, when this was back over in Bloomington at about 5, 6 o'clock, it was working with about 56, so it was not a terrible number. But the numbers here are going to be very localized in terms of where that tornado threat will be, and they could get up closer to about 58 once this gets closer to Cincinnati, as we have a little warm pull of air and a little bit more of a moist pull of air from the south. The storms over here in Illinois, they have a much shorter window, I think. They would have to stay back down near Princeton, and I don't think they're going to. If the storms continue to stay around and just south there at Terre Haute, they're going to have only about another hour left until the tornado threat is not done, but it'll be much lower. The dew point and temperatures over here, the spreads are about 57 degrees for dew point, so as long as any of these storms can stay a bit more organized, they have a little bit better of a chance of producing a tornado. Not nearly as good, I would say, as the one in Columbus, but there's still enough wind shear here south of I-70 in Illinois for maybe a couple more tornadoes. Speaking of these storms, there are, again, 2 tornado warnings here. Newton is included in this area. That is near the Highway 33 stretch. I have Storm Chaser Rod McBay that's on these. Again, you got a lot of Storm Chasers that are on these inside of the Radar Mega app. The only problem is there's really not a whole lot of lightning. We just had one lightning strike a second ago here from CJ Ziegler, but I'm not sure how many more we're going to get. But there are still a couple storms rotating here near Newton. Broad rotation. Nothing strong. But continue to stay in your safe place if you're in these tornado warnings. Thank you, Kate, for becoming a member. Thank you, James, for the super chat. Yeah, I think Southwest Ohio, mostly a damaging wind risk, but there could still be, again, an isolated tornado or two. Will not be as high, though, as what we've seen in Indiana and Illinois in terms of our tornado risk. But it does exist. Thank you, Kenny, for becoming a member.
Don't want to pull out.
Also, we just got our new Storm Prediction Center outlook for tonight. We will have the full details in just a moment, but the latest SPC outlook has come out. We will have new tornado probabilities, new, the new general risk and all that. We'll have all that here in just a second. And it looks like we have been downgraded from an enhanced risk of severe weather back to a slight risk of severe weather. So as soon as it loads, I will show you guys the latest risk outline. This is the general risk that is now in place. We now have a slight risk of severe weather, which does include central southern Indiana, southwest Ohio, northern Kentucky, and also far eastern Illinois. Marginal threat going all the way from Cleveland, Ohio, just outside there, Chicago. Fort Wayne, Indiana is kind of on the cusp of it too, and it actually goes down into Tennessee now. So central Tennessee, you guys are in a marginal threat of severe weather. We'll have to wait and see what it's for. It's probably for wind.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So we'll have that in a second. We just got a new tornado warning in Illinois. That's going to be for Jasper County, Illinois. So around and just south of Newton near Santa Marie, west of Oblong. That is a brand new tornado warning. Again, broad area of rotation, currently tracking to the east. So if you're in this tornado warning, seek shelter and get away from windows. Right now, the rotation is about a 3 or 4 out of 10 on the velocity scale. Again, not very strong, but they are at least issuing it because of it being a bit more discreet. Wind shear still pretty strong, so maybe it'll try to do something. If you're back over near Mattoon or Charleston, I'm not very concerned about this storm. That one in general is very limited in terms of its ability to do anything. It's moving off to the north and east. And the one near Bridgeport, Edgar O'Neill's actually on this. This one is mostly just a wind threat, 60-mile-per-hour winds. There is a tornado possible tag on it, but doesn't look too concerning for right now. Moving to the east-northeast at about 35 miles per hour. It is approaching Vincennes, so if you're in Vincennes, definitely stay weather aware. Hey, Colton, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Is this a tornado outbreak? No, I don't think so. At least not yet. I mean, we're very close to it being a tornado outbreak, but we need, I think, at least 2 or 3 more tornadoes. And again, a tornado outbreak technically is at least 6 tornadoes within a 12-hour period. That'd be the minimum. And I don't think we've reached that number yet.
In this month.
I think we've only had like 3 or 4. Hey, Sherry, if you're becoming a member.
Again, guys, make sure to click the links down below for Radar Omega. It'd be greatly appreciated if you do. You guys can watch us along with a whole bunch of other storm tracers.
Also, it's back over to Ryan Scholl. Looks like he's leaving the scene there in Bloomington. Let me see if I can get an update from him on the damage. Hey, can you talk about the damage that you saw out there in Bloomington? How's Chicago? I'm staring at tornadoes. Nothing happened in Chicago tonight. All right, well, Ryan Scholl might not be getting back to us. Left unread. All right. Nice.
Luckily, from what I saw, it wasn't terribly bad. Obviously, there's down power lines. A couple trees are down, whatever. But I did see a couple reports of some roofs stripped off at a neighborhood I was not able to reach. But otherwise, the damage was pretty minimal. I haven't heard of any injuries or anything. So Bloomington definitely dodged a bullet from what could have been way worse than what it was.
Thank you for the update. So that's what Ryan Scholl saw out there in Bloomington. And in case you have not watched the stream at all or haven't heard about it, there was a likely strong tornado on the west side of Bloomington. We did have a PDS tornado warning for Bloomington about an hour ago now. And this storm has now gone on to, towards Greensburg and Columbus, where there is still a tornado warning. Broad area of rotation is now approaching Hope and Hartsville. So tornado risk is still there for sure. And this has already had a history of producing 2 different, stronger sided tornadoes. So it still has another chance to maybe produce a 3rd one as it moves towards Greensburg in Indiana. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I have an update out of Effingham County in Illinois, specifically out of Watson. I have a report of a 7-vehicle accident associated with thunderstorm winds there. 1 injury was reported.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So that is an accident. That is south of Effingham. That is right around here. So, unfortunately, weather does not just cause damage to possibly homes and other things. It also can lead to accidents, especially with how heavy the rain is and also how high the winds can be. And so these storms are definitely still no joke. Even though the rotation's been pretty weak and broad on radar, it does not mean these are not producing damaging winds or other storms aren't producing damaging winds. That's what it looks like right now in
the 3rd one.
Columbus.
Probably 35.
This is live on the Columbus tornado warning. Going over the bridge here in a second. This is PA storm trackers. Beautiful bridge. Got a little bit of lightning. If we had any sort of tornado or wall cloud, be off to the right. This is the downtown area. By the way, guys, if you have photos or videos, you can send it in to us. Kind of forgot all about it because we've been so busy with today's live stream. But don't forget, if you guys have photos or videos, you can head on over to reports.maxvelocitywx.com. There's a QR code on your screen, and it's also the link on your screen. Just pause it or whatever, take a screenshot. If you have photos or videos, we're probably going to get some photos and videos of damage. This is a photo that was sent in by Chris over in Viceni's of some pretty big damage here. This is likely from high winds, if I had to guess. I don't know if we had a tornado here, but that looks crazy. My God, that looks crazy. This is from the tornado warning cell in Morgan County, Indiana from earlier. That actually looks crazy. I'm not gonna lie, like, I know it's real because we saw it on streams earlier, but that doesn't even look real, even though we saw it earlier. This is from Greene County, Indiana, approximately 50 minutes ago or so. A lot of lightning. And there haven't been that many storms producing that much lightning in Illinois today. It's been mostly on the storm that is east of Indianapolis. Those have been producing a lot more lightning. It's from Monroe County, Indiana, of, again, a bunch of lightning. So the Indiana storms are producing plenty. From Sullivan County, Indiana, possible tornado there. This is a really impressive storm over in Clay County, Illinois from earlier. Saw that on a stream too, I believe. A little bit of hail over in Charleston, Illinois. And yeah, a little bit more hail also. This is from yesterday, actually, but this is over in Erie County, New York. We had a rare severe thunderstorm warning in western New York. And again, if you guys have photos or videos, there's a QR code on your screen. It's also one of the links in the description below. You might be on stream too, which is pretty cool. It's back over in Columbus. Again, we still have a tornado warning. Columbus is no longer included in this tornado warning. However, if you're in Hope, Hartsville, north of Westport, again, you need to be in your safe place. We still have a tornado warning active heading towards Adams, Greensburg, and I-74. All of you are in the path of a tornadic storm, which is still capable of producing a tornado near St. Louis Crossing, Hope. Broad area of rotation right now is moving off to the east-northeast, but doesn't look too concerning again as of right now. But it is going to be moving again into southwest Ohio within the next hour. We still have that one storm again along I-70 near Knightstown. This is east of Indianapolis, producing 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. The tornado threat with this storm again is relatively low, as it is in a less favorable environment when it comes to our moisture content, and it will likely again stay that way here for the next little while. It's like Tornado Pagey is on some of the damage area. We'll see if we get any photos and videos from them. They're also in that area where there's damage. Let me go to them, actually. They just came back. This is Tornado Pagey. They're where that Bloomington, Indiana tornado happened. Got power out on this, or power on this street. Got a police officer at the end of the street. There were some roofs that were ripped off, apparently. Got all sorts of emergency vehicles here. Hopefully everybody's okay. Hey, Sammy, for becoming a member. All right, a lot of emergency vehicles here. So something happened there on the left.
Right here.
Yeah. I think back in a little bit more. It was there were people walking.
Ring into them. Hey, can you go over what you've seen in the Bloomington area so far? There was a bank that got ripped up, somebody just said in the chat.
Really? Oh, Maine Society. Thank goodness.
There's that big tree that's blocking the road.
Losing connection a little bit.
We have power lines.
Yeah, there have been a lot of power lines, and down from what we've seen, at least that's what Ryan Scholl said, Looks like there's a tree down the left and a power line.
Whole blocking that way.
Yeah.
They're on the left.
I'm just gonna have to turn around.
Guys turning around. There's some sort of damage right there on the left. There you go. There is a big power line down. One of the more common sights that we've seen so far from this tornado over in Bloomington from earlier. Again, it was a likely strong tornado. It was PDS at the time. A lot of emergency response as well in the scene. This is, for reference, for those that are familiar with this area, this is going to be near Fieldstone Boulevard near Kirby Road. So that right there was Kirby Road. And the road that they're on now, again, this is going to be Fieldstone Boulevard.
It was kind of jumping, I think.
A lot of emergency vehicles there. Yeah, so I'm starting to see some photos of the damage. We don't have any photos that we can show you yet, but there is pretty significant damage on the west side of Bloomington. They got a bank that was completely ripped up. You know, very heavy damage there. That bank will not be open probably for a while. We're talking like, you know, roof completely being ripped off. Bunch of debris all around the building. All the bricks and stuff are still upright, but the roof was heavily damaged. And this is all Bloomington. And I bet, you know, Tornado Pagey here and Bryce Shelton will probably get us some photos and stuff like that here soon. I'm gonna ask them if they have anything.
Sporadic. But as you guys can see, this house has major roof damage.
Asking to see if they have anything. I'm in Bloomington and they just passed by my house. It's a small world. All right, we got a video. Let me show you guys this. So we at least got a video here of some of the damage.
If the garage door was open.
From Tornado Pagey here and Bryce Shelton. This is from Bloomington. And yeah, this is pretty big damage right here. That is, again, it might be hard to see. That is a roof that was heavily damaged. Is it right on that road on Fieldstone Boulevard? So it looks like part of a roof ripped off. That is a garage roof ripped off. Might be some more damage there on the right. Maybe see a little bit there. And again, we've at least had, from what I'm seeing, there's at least 3 roofs that have been ripped off from that tornado that hit Bloomington. Again, the west side of Bloomington specifically. Also, we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning. That is going to be back over in Franklin. Also near Mighty. So 60-mile-per-hour winds possible. Also, we have a new rotating storm. This one is kind of out of nowhere, but there's a little bit of rotation west of Rushville in Indiana. Not very strong, but some weak rotation. Is going to be approaching Homer, going towards Rushville over the next few minutes. This is that storm that did hit Bloomington earlier. This is, again, tracking in the direction of Greensburg and Adams. Tornado threat is not as high as earlier, but there is still a possibility of a tornado, and if we get one, I can't rule out a strong tornado quite yet. That is still pushing off to the east-northeast. 2 tornado warnings still over here in Illinois. From my understanding, the National Weather Service has mentioned that these will be allowed to expire, and they will be downgraded to tornado possible severe thunderstorm warnings. So we still have several storm chasers here. We haven't seen anything. CJ Ziegler's bottom right. Just been a lot of lightning. We did have a wall cloud. Almost every one of these storms today has had a wall cloud, but as of right now, again, no active tornado on any storm in particular. All right, let's back over into Bloomington. Again, Tornado Pagey here is driving and looking for damage again here. That's what it looks like on the west side. Again, there's been a lot of power lines down. We got some lights on here. At least some of the traffic lights are on. For reference, this is on State Route 48. I believe they're going east right now. It's Hunter Switch. They, like when the tornado first happened, none of these lights were on. None of the traffic lights were on either. Actually, no, they're going south apparently on Park Square Drive. Maybe they're going south on that road. And they'll be bottom middle of your screen if they have anything else. We just got a new severe thunderstorm warning. This one's south of Winchester for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. Let me get the details here. So this is going to be back over in Wayne County, Indiana. Again, 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-sized hail tracking to the east. We got a few strong storms that are ongoing near Cincinnati, west of Dayton. I do want to reiterate, these are not severe. They're not even close to severe, but there are some gusty winds, maybe some small hail, plenty of lightning out there. This, for you guys in Cincinnati and surrounding areas, this is not tornadic at all. Again, we're talking about just some strong storms right now moving through your area. If we were to see a tornado threat, it would be this storm right here. That's tracking to the east right now with some broad rotation over State Route 46. And then we got a little bit of rotation that's been developing near State Route 44 near Homer. Effingham, by the way, if you guys are over here on Effingham or on the western side of this tornado watch, you guys are done with severe weather for tonight. We do still have one other severe thunderstorm warning, kind of in a random place in Illinois right now that is southwest of Pekin, northwest of Mason City for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. Let me go ahead and take off the METAR data here. We got about 12 minutes left on this tornado warning in southeastern Indiana. I would anticipate we'll probably get a new one here soon, so we should probably continue with this storm being tornado warned down the line. All right, we do have a new SPC outlook. I forgot to go over that. We, again, do have a slight risk of severe weather now. It's no longer enhanced. This is that new risk area. And you can also look at this risk area inside of the Radar Mega app. It's a little bit more interactive here. But we do have a slight risk again. No, does not include Columbus, but if you're in Cincinnati, Lexington, Louisville, Indianapolis, Urbana, Noblesville, any of those areas there in that yellow, you guys are all under a slight risk of severe weather still. The tornado watch in this area goes for at least another 2 to 3 hours, depending on where you are. 41 minutes for the south and west side of the watch. If you're in Indiana, southwest Ohio, not even southwest.
We are on the west side of Bloomington near the airport, and we are trying to get where that tornado came through, but all the roads are blocked with trees and power lines. We did get into one neighborhood where some of the homes had roof damage, and one home had major roof damage.
Yeah.
All right, so that is an update from Bryce Sheldon. Great timing. They are looking for damage again. This is live back over there in Bloomington, so they're currently driving around and going to different damage spots where a significant tornado hit earlier. Let me go back to the SPC outlook here. Again, slight risk is in effect in the yellow. Marginal threat does technically include the south side of Chicago, but it'll be mostly just an isolated wind and hail threat. Nashville, Tennessee, Blooming Green, you guys are also in a marginal threat of severe weather. The main concern for tonight will continue to be damaging winds and also large hail. The tornado risk, though, is still in place. We still have a 5% tornado risk, which does include Indianapolis, includes Cincinnati, Hamilton, Columbus, Evansville, Louisville, Lexington, and then a 2% tornado risk, which actually goes down into Nashville, Tennessee now. It's not a very favorable environment. It's very dry in the mid-levels, but we definitely could see an isolated spin-up brief tornado somewhere back down there in central Tennessee and southern Kentucky. So, again, tornado risk is definitely nowhere near done. It's just, again, lower than what it was a few hours ago. It's like Tornado Page, you start to drive by some more, at least light debris in Bloomington from that previous tornado.
There's more tree damage, guys. Likely came through here, too. It smells like trees.
It does. It smells just like trees here.
I wish we had smell-o-vision so you guys could smell it. It's a smell you'll never forget. Smells like you're in a Christmas tree store, but you know it's not good.
How do they have electricity?
I know. Look at these, and all the trees are cut up already. Like, dang, people. Heck yeah.
What am I drinking? I'm drinking Diet Coke. Got an entire 1 liter just in case. I get these 1 liters from Publix. They're, like, I don't know why Publix decides to do BOGOs on the 1 liters instead of the 2 liters. It makes no sense to me. Like 2 liters would be easier to supply. I could be tripping. Got a little interesting look. While they continue to look for damage, we got an interesting look back over in southeastern Indiana. The storm that is near Vincennes, it's not looking very healthy. However, there is still some broad rotation on this storm. Echo tops are only about 30,000 feet, so it's not a very tall thunderstorm here near Vincennes, but still wouldn't rule out maybe an isolated brief tornado out of this storm as it continues to move in the direction of Bloomfield and Washington. Looks like storm chaser Ryan Scholl is en route for that storm in case it does any sort of nighttime shenanigans on the south side of this tornado watch. The 2 tornado warnings again over here in Illinois are going to be allowed to expire in 8 minutes according to the National Weather Service. We still have a severe thunderstorm warning for those in York. That is for 60-mile-per-hour winds with a tornado possible tag. A little bit of quarter-sized hail is also possible. And it does look like they are not going to continue the tornado warning for Greensburg. That is actually a little surprising. They've gone ahead and issued a severe thunderstorm warning for this. That is going to be for 60-mile-per-hour winds and also quarter-sized hail. So they are not going to issue a new tornado warning here, which is, they actually just cancel it. So they're going to allow that to expire in about 7 minutes. So we're basically going to be back down to no tornado warnings. And we've had no point in today's stream where we've had no tornado warnings. Thank you, James, for the 10 gifted memberships. Really appreciate that. Thank you, Curtis, also for becoming a member. Is it Vincent's? My bad. I thought it was Vincennes. I don't know why. We just got a new tornado possible severe tag back over in Illinois. So that'll be for Robinson, Oblong, and Palestine. This is the same area, by the way, that was almost hit by a strong tornado earlier. So we're having more severe storms rolling right through the Robinson and Oblong areas. We had a strong tornado rip through the kind of just south of there, kind of in a more rural area, but not far from you guys. But new tornado possible tag, severe thunderstorm warning. That'll be for 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-sized hail. There's also a tornado possible tag on that. Thank you, Renee, for becoming a member. Guys, this is the beginning of a very long spring. That's all I gotta say. I think we're gonna have several outbreaks here over the next 30 to 45 days. This is just the beginning of a very long spring in terms of severe weather. You know, the long-term signals are starting to really hint at a lot more severe weather setups coming up here. Not necessarily, you know, in the next few days, but down the line. It looks like it's gonna be pretty darn active. Also want to point out, guys, if you are looking for snow, we obviously got severe weather happening. Got a little bit of snow possibly in northern Indiana tomorrow, but look at this. Sunday into Monday, nor'easter is possible. And I think actually this is probably going to happen. So we might be live again on Sunday and Monday on top of this. Possible nor'easter. Yeah, that's going to happen. We're going to get some significant northeastern snow. We'll have a video all about that tomorrow. Interesting stuff, though. Hey, Danielle, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. By the way, if you guys only see 1 tornado warning on the map, we actually have 3 technically. The one that is over here in Columbus is going to be allowed to expire. Radar Mega has those go away if they're allowed to expire. And then the other one that was north of Newton. Actually, there's still 2 here, but those are the other 2. So the one that's over here near Greensburg is going to be allowed to expire. There's still some broad rotation on this storm. I think it's just become a lot more elevated. Again, the dew points have been dropping. The temperatures have been dropping. So that's going to kind of help to alleviate the tornado risk right now. Hey, Cheyenne, for the $25 super chat, saying thank you, Max, from Columbus, Indiana. Tonight has been scary. There's no doubt about that. This has been a definitely a sketchy last few hours when it comes to our severe weather. And by no means is tonight over. Again, as a reminder, the severe weather's still going. We still got multiple severe warnings. We still have a tornado risk again for the next few hours. If we go back over to our significant tornado parameter values, again, this kind of gives you an idea of the, you know, environment here for the next few hours. This right here is pictured about 25 minutes ago. And so again, where you see those oranges and reds and yellows, that's where our greatest tornado environment still exists. And for the most part, we don't have any storms in that environment. And a lot of the environment, by the way, out in front of this, like over here in Ohio and in central Indiana, one of the reasons why we are not seeing as organized of a severe weather threat as, like, you know, what we've seen in Illinois and Indiana or southwestern Indiana is mostly because of all the convection that's out in front of it. It's kind of stabilized things a little bit. And so there is still a possibility of a tornado, just not as favorable as it could be. By 8 to 9 o'clock, we could see a resurgence maybe somewhere over here in southern Indiana, southwest Ohio for a possible tornado risk. The HRRR still has some confidence of that happening. Further south, we have a lot more dry air in the mid-levels, which could kind of choke off any sort of updrafts from really materializing and becoming that tornadic, and then by about 11, 12 o'clock tonight, you can see the values are pretty low to zero. So there won't be really much of a tornado risk later tonight, but there will be at least a tornado risk for the next about 3 to 4 hours. I think it'll be done by about 11 or 12. And if we go over to the future radar here, this is basically what it looks like right now. We got maybe a couple more cells that'll try to rotate. I think it's going to kind of struggle, but we could see a couple of storms try to do something here over the next few hours. This is a further southern view, 9, 10 o'clock. A few storms will try to go up near Clarksville and Bowling Green. Mostly going to be isolated hail and wind producers. Could get an isolated tornado out of one of those. But generally speaking, not looking at anything too widespread out of those storms tonight. Thank you, James, for becoming a member. Also, the tornado watch that is in effect was just canceled for a few more counties near Effingham, Olney, north of Fairfield. The tornado watch that's in effect for Indiana and Southwest Ohio. Actually, I think this was just expanded into Southwest Ohio. So we now have a tornado watch in Southwest Ohio. Dayton, Hamilton, Springfield, Loveland, and Eaton. You guys are all now included in this tornado watch. It does not include Cincinnati. So we're watching for an isolated tornado or two here over the next few hours. Got a few little radar mega cameras out here as well, so we'll be keeping an eye on those. Also, Tornado Pagey has now come up on some much more significant damage out here in Bloomington from that previous tornado. Looks like a lot of tree branches and large tree branches that are down. Thank you, Pastor, for becoming a member.
Yep. Hard-working people out working, clearing trees. I wish we had our chainsaw.
With this being a much more populated area, you know, obviously Bloomington has over 100,000 people that live there. It's pretty awesome to see all the residents coming out and even some of the business owners trying to come out and help with all the disaster relief. Again, it has not been a full-blown disaster, but we've had a lot of trees and power lines down and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's back there is likely where it started.
So they're on the west side again of Bloomington, where there's been again a stronger tornado went through earlier. Keep an eye on them. There's also a little bit of fog there as well. All right, tornado warnings are all about to be expiring. We're about to be back down to no tornado warnings for the first time in forever. It has been a long time since we've had no tornado warnings. We are about 20 seconds away from that. Hopefully. I don't want to jinx it, but hopefully we're about 20 seconds away from no more tornado warnings. Got a little bit of broad rotation still north of Robinson. Here we go. Oh, there you go. No tornado warnings. Back to a tornado possible tag. First time in about, how long has it been? 4 hours and about 22 minutes ago was the last time we had no tornado warnings. Hopefully it stays like that, but you never know. This event is not fully done yet. Storm Chaser CJ Ziegler's inside of that tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning. Going through actually some smaller hail right now. This is west of Robinson. It's near the Crawford County Airport.
I don't think that's corrupted.
Hey, Joseph, for the super chat, put a photo of snowfall in Omaha, Nebraska. As visibility is fading fast.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. We're on the south side a little bit.
Check it out. Got a few more photos and videos that you guys have sent in. Go over to those. If you guys have any photos, the link's on your screen. This is back over in Bloomington, Indiana, not too long ago. Bloomington had a lot of hail during the tornado warning, but they are safe thanks to you, Max and Riley. I'm glad I could help. So over in Bloomington, Indiana, looks like at the Best Buy in Bloomington. That's not good. There's a lot of expensive electronics in a store like this. So hopefully those don't get damaged either, but it looks like a large leak coming through the roof from the rain in Bloomington. And Bloomington might have been missed by that tornado, or at least most of Bloomington, but got other problems to deal with there. It's in Franklin, Indiana, looking to the northwest. A little earlier, but big lightning show apparently. You can see some of that lightning out in the distance. Best by a roof. That is a terrible pun. So over in Brown County, Illinois, nice storm structure in Mount Sterling. This is, wow, this is from Bloomington in Indiana. This is from Mike Barker. This is the 5-3 bank, or 5/3 bank at 3rd Street, I-69 in Bloomington. That is some significant damage there. And again, this is what we're talking about when it comes to this tornado that ripped through the west side of Bloomington. Even though it wasn't that significant for most areas, obviously it was significant enough to cause, you know, big damage here to some of those suburb locations on the west side of Bloomington. And this is also from Bloomington, Indiana. This is looking west, looking towards that tornado. Saw power flashes that way, according to this person. So this is, again, a little while ago, but just sent in. See all sorts of lightning. Looks like that might, it's hard to tell. That might be, it almost looks like that might be the tornado over there. Really hard to tell with a nighttime video like this. But there was actually a lot of lightning in Bloomington when this storm was rolling through. That right there almost looks like it may have been the tornado. Hard to tell, but that looks really suspicious. And if you have any photos or videos, the QR code's on your screen. It's also the link on your screen.
Down go. So however much we can get, basically.
This is back over in that tornado possible severe warning near Robinson and Palestine. In Oblong, Illinois. This is CJ Ziegler. 60-mile-per-hour wind still continuing. And got some quarter-sized hail coming with the storm as well. Thank you, Lunatic, for the $20 super chat. Thank you so much for the coverage, Max. This was a tension-filled event.
I don't have to worry about it again.
Yeah. This has been quite the event. There's no doubt about that.
He has to hurry the heck up, though. My front ones are still working, yes! I'm putting in 30.
It's been a very, I mean, it really got crazy when we had that, you know, tornado warning near Bloomington. I really thought that was going to be, you know, almost catastrophic. But luckily it occluded before it actually got into Bloomington. And this storm's still going, by the way. That one that did produce that tornado near Bloomington, it's still going. It's not done yet. Broad rotation still ongoing near Greensburg. Got a Storm Chaser PA Storm Trackers, who is currently on it, on the back side of it.
Okay, guys. She's looking good.
Still good. Got a little bit of lightning off there to the left. Not fully done yet. Is it done with tornadoes? Maybe. I don't think it's fully done, though, with at least the wind and the hail that's been coming from this. So that is, again, back over there near Greensburg in Indiana. Like Tornado Page, he's still over there in Bloomington looking for some of the damage. Again, if you're back over in Ohio, we do not have any severe warnings right now, but we've got some strong storms that are making their way through Mason, Loveland, and Middletown. This is one of those live shots over in Warren County, Ohio. These are mostly elevated storms. You can just tell by the clouds here. They're very high up. They're nowhere near the ground, but we got some lightning out in the distance. And you can watch all these different cameras inside of the Radar Omega app. This is over in Lebanon, where conditions are deteriorating. We got some moderate to heavy rainfall now. Maybe a little bit of pea-sized hail mixing with these storms. If you're over in Wilmington, Arvidsburg, you're next up in line for some gusty winds, and up to half-inch sized hail is possible. What's interesting, by the way, this storm, though, is a long-track supercell. No longer even has a tornado possible tag. So we're actually back down to literally just a normal severe thunderstorm warning with 60-mile-per-hour winds. So that is honestly pretty impressive. It's taken a little bit of a downtrend there. Also, this is a keynote for these storms in eastern Illinois, and this is a good thing for those that do not want tornadoes. Back over here near Hudsonville and Robinson, you can see this little dashed line here on radar. That right there is an outflow boundary that is coming off of this storm, and it's about a mile or two out in front of this storm. So, at least in the short term, it's not very tornadic, and whenever we get an outflow boundary like this, that means cold air is basically surging to the east, and that kind of chokes off any sort of legitimate tornado potential. And so as long as that outflow boundary keeps going to the east like it is now, the tornado threat will be lower. There are occasions that we can get this type of storm to latch onto the outflow boundary. In this case, I don't think it's going to happen, but it's not something we can fully rule out. The storms that are near Vincennes and Burrison in the Bicknell area, these ones are mostly just strong storms, not rotating much anymore. Again, a lot of these storms are struggling to really maintain their updrafts and continue to keep echo tops even over 30,000 feet. The ones here near Vincennes are about 25,000 feet. This storm over here near Robinson's about 32,000 feet. So it's actually not doing terrible, but it's also struggling compared to what it was doing earlier. So, and with the outflow boundary, it's going to make it harder to produce an actual legit tornado threat. The storms near Greensburg and Batesville are also not really towering as high as they were earlier. They're around 25,000 feet. And then back over here in Ohio, most of these storms are just strong. There's actually one that's at 31,000 feet, but it's also an elevated thunderstorm, which means it's more than anything dealing with more of a threat of just like some small hail and gusty winds. No really legit tornado risk would come out of elevated activity. Keep in mind, though, there is a tornado watch here for a reason. It's not because of these storms. It's the ones that are back over in Indiana. If these ones can organize again, we could see a possible tornado threat, especially with the storm near Greensburg. I do not think we're fully done, mainly because of this. There's still enough rotation for a tornado as it continues to move towards Batesville. Here's the latest scan. Again, this is your winds going away from the radar, winds going towards the radar. Still got an area of convergence over Greensburg. We've still got Storm Chaser, PA Storm Trackers, who is on the scene here, driving towards this storm. This is also CJ Ziegler. He's back over at Oblong, Illinois. We've got a little bit more lightning over the last few minutes, but a little bit weaker of a storm as well.
Coming back up to the river. We gotta go north. We might have to core punch again. We gotta cross the river.
Yay.
Instead, we're gonna do it the correct way.
And not go south.
Yeah.
Smart.
Sullivan.
That's back over in Illinois. Let me go back over to PA Storm Trackers. We'll hit West Virginia. I think West Virginia is going to see some gusty winds tonight. I don't think we're going to be talking about anything that significant, though. I mean, this line of storms will be, or these storms will more than likely be weakening by the time they actually get to you. Generally speaking, it's colder out there, too. Dew points are a bit lower, not nearly as much moisture. Storms are popping in Tennessee. Let's check it out. Oh, yeah, look at that. We got some storms going up in Tennessee now. You know, this is interesting. We got actually rotation on some of these storms already near Trenton. Very little lightning, but you can see the yellows here, and there's definitely some spin. Not much, but there's a little bit of rotation near Trenton, Tennessee. Got a little bit back down towards Maury City and Alamo. They did add a 2% tornado risk for a reason. I don't think we're going to see much in the way of lightning, but there is plenty of light pollution in this area, so we might be able to see something if we actually got a legit area of rotation. But storms have now gone up in western Tennessee. So we are, again, nowhere near done with at least isolated tornadoes. All right, back over in Kentucky. This is kind of the middle point here. There's really not much going up in Kentucky. We got a couple little updrafts that are trying to go up south of Louisville. This is, again, why there's at least a low-end tornado risk. We got a couple little updrafts going up. Nothing near term that is actually going to produce anything tornadic, but that is another area we're keeping an eye on. And then back over in Sullivan, Indiana, this is an area that did have I believe, at least an observed tornado warning earlier. We now have a new severe thunderstorm warning. This here will be for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds and up to nickel-sized hail. This is moving east towards Jasonville, Worthington, Clay City, Elliotsville, and Bloomington will eventually be in the path of this strong to severe storm. But again, nothing too concerning for right now.
Hey, Max, this is Bryce. You got a copy?
Yeah, go ahead. Oh, yeah, we need to go to him. Go ahead.
So we are on the west side of Bloomington, as you can see here. The roof of this pharmaceutical manufacturing place has been peeled off by the tornado.
Wow. This is live, by the way. So, major damage here on the west side of Bloomington. This is from that tornado earlier. This isn't even really, for reference, this was not where the tornado was the strongest. This is actually on when it was occluding. Why is there still lights on?
So we are on the west side of Bloomington, as you can see here. The roof of this pharmaceutical manufacturing place has been peeled off by the tornado.
Go ahead.
That's some of the damage here over on the west side of Bloomington. This is near Curry Pike and 3rd Street. I'm not sure what this place is even called. It's just south of Kroger on the west side of Bloomington. I'm looking at the map and trying to figure out what this is. This is the Simtra Biopharma Solutions building, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. It's a construction site?
Oh.
Think so? Cool. Let me look. Now, this actually, I don't think it's that building. I don't know what this is. It's definitely a building. This is not a construction site. I don't see, I'm looking at Google Maps. I don't even see anything for this. It's just south of the Kroger, though. I think there's a person walking outside, too. But at least some, again, not major damage, I'd say, but some damage there in Highland Village that's on the west side of Bloomington. And obviously there's cleanup going on right now in Bloomington, but we also have some more storms coming. Hopefully they're not tornadic, but there's a real threat of at least some lightning and also some strong storms rolling through that area here over the next hour or two.
What's that?
That's the entryway to that business. Keep an eye on them. Let's go back over to Tennessee. Again, we are starting to see an uptrend in terms of storm activity in Tennessee. Got a little bit more lightning also near Trenton. Again, nothing tornadic as of right now, but we have some broad rotation coming up towards Alamo, just west of Humboldt. There's also a little bit of rotation over the Trenton area. Pretty broad right now, but lightning has been uptrending a little bit here over the last few minutes. There are some live radar mega cyclone ports, including this one that is in this is the Gibson County EOC camera in Trenton. And we're starting to see some gusty winds right now. And nothing too crazy right now. Very few lightning strikes. Again, the lightning has been one of the smallest amount of lightning strikes that we've seen in an event like this in a while.
I mean, it's just insane.
This is back to Tornado Pagey. I'm going back to them real quick. This is in Bloomington. You can see the CVS there has no power. And there are pretty much widespread power outages. There's a lot of, or at least on the west side in Highland Village, there's a lot of lights that are also off. Southwest Ohio out of the woods. You guys are not done yet. Still got some strong, at least strong storms coming your direction here soon. Hey, red team for the super chat. Now we use an app for all the chasers that we communicate with.
The grocery store was all good.
I think they're still open.
Good for them.
Did Indiana University get hit? It got hit by high winds. I don't think it got hit by anything beyond that, though.
On taking way more damage if that would have stayed on the ground.
We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be for Pekin, just south of Peoria. This is going to be for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds and quarter-sized hail. Very small little area of convergence that's trying to come together in South Pekin. We're going towards Tremont over the next several minutes. Mackinac, Tazewell, and Morton, all of you will be in the path of this storm. So that is currently moving to the northeast right now, just west of Fairbury. A little bit. Oh, there's more damage. This is a gas station. So this is more damage in Bloomington, Indiana. That is a gas station roof that was ripped off. This is pretty common when it comes to tornadoes and high wind events. Is it Pekin? Pekin.
Yeah, I think these storms are actually weakening back to our west.
Yeah, there will be more storms coming into Bloomington here soon, which again could hinder cleanup a little bit, but it's also nighttime. You know, it's crazy. It's not even 8 o'clock yet, and it's been dark for like 3 hours. I don't know why that's... Like, it's just crazy. Like, we don't have severe weather that often before daylight... I think it's daylight savings. Or whatever it is. Whatever that daylight... Whenever we change the clocks, I don't even know what it's called. But whatever that is. We still do not have, like, the sunlight that late. It's very weird to have it be, like, almost 8 o'clock now. And we've had no sunlight for, like, 3 hours. And in general, it is very odd that we even have severe weather in the month of February. They are not even continuing a severe warning on this storm near Metamora and Batesville. They are going down to a special weather statement. That is basically the lowest thing that you can have before it's just an ordinary storm. So we are really seeing a downtrend in terms of severe weather at this point. The most significant storm at this hour is going to be the one over here near Robinson and Prairie Creek. Still has a tornado possible tag. There is a little hook that's developed. The outflow boundary that I was talking about is actually now kind of attached to the storm again. So the tornado risk isn't completely zero, but it's mostly just gusty winds right now and some small hail. Got a storm also near Charleston, Illinois, that's moving to the northeast, heading towards Paris and Clinton. That one should not be severe really anytime soon, but some small hail and gusty winds is possible. The one that is just south of Peoria near Pekin is also mostly wind. Don't think it'll be anything tornadic, but we'll be keeping an eye on it in case anything does happen there. Right now, I think the most concerning storm across the board is this one that CJ Ziegler's on that has had quite a bit of an uptick of lightning here recently. What it looks like over there in Robinson, Illinois.
Thank you for subscribing.
Do you think it'll pick up at all in Ohio? I mean, the worst storms, if we see anything crazy, would be in the next hour or two. I think after 10, we're definitely done. Indiana's part central, part eastern. Oh, that's true. Where's the cutoff line? I never remember the cutoff line.
Yeah, we're punching.
Actually, most of Indiana, I didn't even realize that. Bloomington is actually in eastern. So, I mean, technically almost 9 o'clock. I'm very accustomed to most of our coverages, not all of them, but the majority of our coverages when it comes to severe weather are in the, central time zone. So we don't usually deal with eastern that often. With that said, obviously there's a dividing line like somewhere around here, I think. Kind of goes up through parts of Kentucky and whatnot. Hey, Robert, for the super chat. You also have Matt for becoming a member. What about Texas? Nothing's happening in Texas. How's it going, DJ? Yeah, really, our main concern at this point will be this area of storms here near Bloomfield. Obviously, we have some storms near the Cincinnati area. For the most part, these are just isolated strong storms. Don't really have a whole lot of rotation with anything in particular. There's a broad area of rotation still northwest of Batesville, but again, the National Weather Service has gone all the way down to a special weather statement. So even though there's a tornado watch out here in western Ohio for the next 2 hours, not really a whole lot is organized, which is always good to see. Hey, Caleb, for the super chat. We, the Scout family, are grateful to have you too. You're our trusted meteorologist. Appreciate that. Appreciate the super chat. Yeah, I mean, obviously, I know a lot of people are talking about tonight's severe weather threat and whatnot. But once we go beyond tonight, there's going to be a lot more coming. All right, so we are going to talk all about this in tomorrow's video. But if you look at, you know, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, this is when we're talking about a possible nor'easter. We could actually have some severe weather in the south Saturday, but it doesn't look too significant. Sunday, we could be talking about big snow in the northeast. And then severe weather season's right around the corner, guys. We're going to have a pretty favorable pattern, I think, at the very end of February into early March, where at least some severe weather setups returning. Obviously, this is a pretty rare severe weather setup to begin with, as we are talking about the Ohio Valley in the middle of February for, you know, tornadoes and such. If this was like the middle of April or May, this would have almost undoubtedly been a big tornado outbreak because we would have had a lot more instability, moisture, all that stuff. But obviously today had a lack of it across the board. The instability was just barely enough. The moisture was just barely enough. If we were 5 degrees higher for our dew points and stuff, this could have easily been a much larger severe weather event. But kind of got lucky, I think, across the board with it not being as significant as it could have been. But even that, you know, this is one of the first 10% hatch tornado risks that we've had in a while that's actually performed. A lot of them have busted over the last 6 months or so.
And that's the way home. And if we see it, cool. If we don't, we're halfway to home.
Hey, Matt, for becoming a member. We do not have a hatch tornado risk, by the way, anymore. The 10% hatch tornado risk is gone. So it's just back down to a normal slight risk of severe weather. That's what it looks like over in Robinson, Illinois. We still have some strong storms rolling through this area. Hey, Justin, for becoming a member. I had a rain shower. It's better than having a tornado. Back down to 5 severe thunderstorm warnings. And about 5 minutes from now, we are going to be back down, I believe, to 3. At our lowest number of severe warnings that we've had today. This is a more zoomed out view of everything that's happening. And we got 1 lone severe storm out in Peoria. We got 3 right along the Indiana-Illinois border, and then 1 in southeastern Indiana, tracking in the direction of Hamilton, just northwest of Cincinnati. You check the snowstorm in Iowa. You know, there is a snowstorm going on. You know, you kind of forget about it sometimes with all the severe weather that we've had today. But this is what it looks like actually across the board. It's not just severe weather. We actually have big snow happening over here in Iowa and Nebraska. This is one of the radar Omega cyclone ports. Just got installed over in, I believe that's near Webster City. That's Fort Dodge. And you can see all the snow coming down. It's pretty light right now, but we are expecting around 3 to 6 inches of snow for most of Iowa, and then back into eastern Ohio or eastern Nebraska, and then back over into Wisconsin tomorrow. Snow. This is what the snow looks like. It looks like, I don't even know what that looks like, but the snow's actually, it's pretty windy, and there's a lot of snow coming down over there in Omaha. Same thing over here in the Stanton EMA in northeastern Nebraska. Some snow's rolling through Des Moines as well. Hey, dude, for the super chat. Any possible severe weather setups in the foreseeable future? I mean, Saturday, Sunday, or not Saturday, Sunday, but Friday, Saturday, there is a potential of severe weather. Tomorrow, we have a marginal threat across the southeast. Not anything too concerning, in my opinion, just isolated wind and hail. And then, as we go into Saturday, another marginal threat in the southeast. There could be an isolated tornado here in the southeast on Saturday. It doesn't look like anything, like, outbreak-wise, but... Hey, Robert, for the $10 super chat, is Dixon and Tornado Alley basically merging into one giant alley? No. Tornado Alley is very different. I don't think we're ever going to see Tornado Alley shift either. I've seen so many random posts and TikToks and stuff about how Tornado Alley is shifting, and it's just not. Tornado Alley is its own separate entity. It's not shifting. Anybody injured in Bloomington? From my understanding, I don't think we've had any injuries. Again, nothing reported at least yet. Granted, that could change, but we've had nothing reported as of now in terms of injuries or anything like that. Let's hope it stays that way. Unfortunately, though, sometimes we can get injuries or even, in rare cases, fatalities from cleanup. It has happened before, like, you know, electrical lines are still live and stuff like that, and then people sometimes make the mistake of getting too close to them, so that is something that can happen. By the way, we do have some storms that are rotating back over in Tennessee, mostly broad rotation right now, Alamo, Trenton, and Greenfield, but broad rotation ongoing in these areas. Still have a low-end tornado threat in Tennessee this evening. Actually, a little bit more rotation just south of Greenfield. That's going to try to track towards Paris, Dover, and Clarksville, so... Not ruling out an isolated tornado here in Tennessee tonight. We got a 2%, so we'll see. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, just want to give an update on the tornado environment and why we're starting to see this sort of gradual downtrend in convection overall. So this is actually an HRRR model run from a while ago. This is the 18Z model run. What we're looking at here is the instability or CAPE that we had at noon 12 today. And I'm just going to go ahead and drag that slider forward. And the thing that I want you guys to be looking at is how that CAPE slowly, or not even really slowly, quickly disappears once we have convection in the area, and then especially once the sun goes down. That's when all the instability for these storms starts to sort of really disappear and just not really become favorable for tornadoes. So this is something that we've been talking about with this event, is how it's going to be very reliant on daytime heating in order to have a proper severe weather environment to produce tornadoes. So this is a look at what the reflectivity looked like on radar at 4:54 p.m. Central today, where we had 6 different storms rotating at the same time. And then as soon as we started to lose that daytime heating, right around 7 p.m., the amount of storms very quickly started to diminish, and they became a lot less significant. And that is something that we're still continuing to see to happen. So this is the radar right now. We really only have one severe thunderstorm left in the main area of tornado concern. There is another storm up by Peoria as well. That's outside of the area where tornadoes are being driven, or where tornadoes are being driven by CAPE instability and all those sorts of things. So that's a little different, but for the main part in Indiana and Ohio and Illinois, we are starting to see that tornado threat disappear just because the environment is not there anymore. That is why our tornado watch is expected to expire in 2 hours at 10 p.m. Central, 11 p.m. Eastern, because there's just not really going to be a tornado environment left by the time we get there. There is still going to be the chance for maybe a QLCS tornado where we do see storms congeal into a line and push off to the east, but those are going to be a little bit less likely.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So, a little breakdown of this entire event so far. Anyone known for becoming a member? Bring cheese curd? I don't even know where my cat is, I'm not gonna lie. She's not in here. She's actually, no, what's funny is, I think some of you that watched our last coverage saw it, but last stream, I have a router in the background that you can't see, but she was just sleeping on it literally the entire stream because it's hot. So, it does happen from time to time. This is over in Hudsonville, Illinois.
Oh, it's a whole bunch, but
yeah, let's go try to do something. We gotta keep an eye on that storm.
Mm-hmm.
It's already got a little couplet on it. just northwest.
A little bit of lightning still in this storm. This is the last remaining storm, I think, that's really has any legit chance of doing anything. This is what it looks like in Sullivan right now. Broad area of, not really much rotation, but there's a little bit of rotation over in Sullivan. Got an outflow boundary stretching here from Sullivan back down towards Flat Rock. Also got a little area of very weak rotation north of Casey. But yeah, across the board, most of our storms are once again kind of winding down. I mean, I really think the only threat that we have maybe left to be back down here in Tennessee. It's been interesting because we've had a couple of rotating storms here near Greenfield, west of McKenzie. And there you go. Well, that's what we're just talking about. We now have a tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning. That is going to be for Paris, Big Sandy, Camden, Huntington, Puryear, Buchanan, Dresden, Greenfield. All of you are now included. A brand new tornado possible tag. So, and that's again a severe thunderstorm warning. So 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-sized hail is going to be possible with this storm as it continues to move off to the east-northeast. We're not done quite yet with severe weather. Again, this is the one area that has been uptrending here for the last couple hours. I do want to remind you too, if we go over to our significant tornado parameter values, they are not super high, but there's enough wind shear down here for sure for there to be an isolated tornado or two, especially near Clarksville and surrounding locations. Interesting area to watch. Tornado watch. Will a tornado watch be issued for Cincinnati? I don't think so. No, I think Cincinnati is pretty much done. I think if we got a new tornado watch for Cincinnati, I'd be surprised. I think we're done there. An overnight forecast? Yeah, we can do that in a minute. Sanding again. Yeah, what we're looking at here is a tornado possible severe warning in northwest Tennessee. Just west of Clarksville, Paris. We got a little bit of rotation right now near Bradford. Another area of rotation near Idlewood. So this one near Idlewood's going towards Huntington over the next 10 to 15 minutes. The other one, southeastern Greenfield, is heading towards McKenzie over the next 15 minutes. To move northeast at about 35 miles per hour. So not a super fast moving storm, but basically the same speed as everything else that we've seen so far today. Tennessee is used to this. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna be honest, like, these storms don't look that impressive, but at the same time, these are more impressive storms than I was even expecting to form here in Tennessee tonight. I didn't really think we'd have storms towering up to about 30,000 feet. We have a couple of them near McKenzie that are towering over 30,000 feet. So maybe there's a little sleeper surprise tornado threat that's trying to develop here in northwest Tennessee right now. Hey, Sean, for the super chat. How's Brookville, Ohio looking? Should I be concerned? I wouldn't be too concerned in Ohio. You know, we have a lot of convection that is out in front of our main cluster of storms that has kind of stabilized things quite a bit. So for the most part here in western parts of Ohio, again, I'm not really expecting a whole lot in terms of severe weather. I know a tornado watch was issued, but there being, you know, an actual tornado here tonight does seem to be pretty low at this point. Tornado watch does go until 10. They could always cancel it if things just kind of look like this. Again, most of the storms are strong here. A lot of lightning. They're all lifting north. They're not tornadic here. The only thing that would really be tornadic would be back over here off to the west, and that'll be moving towards Hamilton over the next half hour. This, again, storm has a history of producing tornadoes, including the one near Bloomington, but the odds of this actually producing something significant are fairly low here tonight. But if it somehow kind of gets into a more favorable environment, which I don't really think it will, but if it were to, can't rule out something. There's also a couple storms behind that could maybe try to do something near Shelbyville, but these are also kind of struggling. Got small little hooks on them west there of Greensburg, but nothing too crazy there right now. There's also been some broad rotation in this little cluster near Bloomfield and just west of Bloomington, north of Washington. But none of that has really done anything either. It's just been strong storms. Was tornadic earlier, but no longer tornadic. So this is from Storm Chaser Ben Williams, one of the shots that we saw earlier on one of the tornadic storms. Little photogenic storm. This was, I believe, back over... This was in, like, southern Illinois. I don't remember what storm it was. I think it was the one south of Effingham. Impressive wall cloud right there from earlier today. That is from Storm Chaser there, Ben Williams. We also got a few more photos and videos that you guys have sent in. This is a photo from Greenfield, Indiana. They said small-sized hail and power flashes happen in Greenfield, Indiana. Like some tiny-sized hail, maybe at most. Pretty good shot there of a lightning strike. And cloud-to-cloud lightning in Indianapolis earlier. So over in Bloomington, Indiana, part of a tree down on the Bloomington, Indiana University campus. There's debris everywhere. This is one of the first sites that we've seen, at least from the Indiana University campus, of some damage from that more windstorm more than anything earlier. There was a tornado, but it did not hit the Indiana University campus. So over in Clay County, Illinois, it's taking about 6 miles south of Bible Grove, Illinois. So good amount of lightning there. This was tornado warning, I believe, at the time of this photo. A little earlier, but storms in Morgan County, Indiana. Not really a whole lot there, but you can kind of see out in the background there. That looks like maybe an outflow boundary. This is from Greene County, Indiana. And Chris, a little earlier. Thank you, Moon, for the super chat. No chance. I mean, Dayton, Ohio, I think there's still a very low tornado risk, but it's very low. Wow, do you know there's a channel called More Max Velocity? Well, that would be my second channel, so yes. This year be active for severe weather. I think this year is definitely going to be active. This is also from an anonymous person out of Pickaway County, Ohio. My mini golden doodle Rory loves to watch you. I don't even think the dog is looking at me. It looks like it's looking probably towards some dog treat or something off to the right. If you have a photo or video, you can send it in to us. QR code's on your screen. It's also the link on the screen as well. Hey, Ethan, for the super chat. I have a family that lives 5 minutes north of Bloomington. The blessing, they are okay. I'm gonna be honest, guys. Like, I know there's a pretty tense situation when that tornado hit Bloomington, but I honestly thought like we were be talking about a possibly significant tornado going right into Bloomington. Like, it was literally, like, if it stayed on the ground for another 2 minutes even, it would have caused a heck of a lot more damage than what it did, and it already caused, it looked like, some significant damage. I mean, that bank took a pretty good hit from that storm. That was definitely a strong tornado, but we'll have the rating and all that probably sometime tomorrow, at least a preliminary rating on that. So we should have that at some point tomorrow. Thank you, Audie, for becoming a member. Are you excited to get fully into tornado season? I mean, I'm gonna be honest, like, our bread and butter has always been, severe weather coverage, and like, obviously destruction and stuff like that is never a good thing, but this is like the place that we, I think, thrive in when it comes to, coverage here on this channel. Really where my expertise is as well. I mean, winter storms, they can be fun to cover, or, sometimes not fun if stuff's happening that's bad, but, at the same time, it's just, winter storms only have so much you can really talk about. It's a lot of snow. Severe weather, there's always something different that, you're not always going to get the same storm. All right, this isn't like you're seeing 3 inches of snow per hour or 1 inch per hour. Like, there's only so much snow that you can see out of a winter storm. With severe weather, you can always see a different storm. You can see different phenomena that happen. So, I don't know. I've always been more into severe weather. Kind of excited to get back into the swing of things when it comes to severe weather coverage. And, we're going to have a very active spring, I think. I think we're going to have several tornado outbreaks, no doubt about that. Just a matter of when they start happening. I mean, this isn't really a tornado outbreak. This is more of just like an isolated, strong tornado kind of day. Didn't really think we were going to get to a tornado outbreak today. Kind of thought it was 50-50 on being at least at that small scale end of a tornado outbreak. I mean, we probably had about, 3 or 4 tornadoes today, maybe a couple more than that. But at least from what we saw, there's at least 3. I don't know if we got to 6. 6 would be that minimum threshold for a tornado outbreak. But I don't think we quite got there. Also, the rotation on these storms over here in Tennessee got a little bit broader over the last few minutes. We still got a little area of rotation near McKenzie that is going to be moving up towards Route 79 in Paris. We got a couple live cameras out here. None of them really have a view of much, just raining. There's not been a whole lot of lightning either, but if we see anything on these cameras, we'll obviously go to them. Only other severe thunderstorm warnings right now. We got one in Indiana. This one's down to 60-mile-per-hour winds. Not really severe anymore, but we got plenty of lightning still ongoing. We also got some strong storms near Bloomfield, west of Bloomington. Those will be coming into Bloomington here soon, so if you are one of those people that's doing cleanup stuff over there in Bloomington from that tornado, just a heads up, we got some lightning on the way. Cloud to ground lightning cannot be ruled out. Our only other severe storm is not going to be severe for much longer. That thing has died. East of Peoria, near Pekin, was producing hail and wind, not really doing that anymore. Got a lot of storms, though, that popped up here across central parts of Illinois over the last several minutes. You can see all the different storm activity there. Near Bloomington and Urbana. So we've had a lot of storms go up here recently. Lots of lightning too, but they're all strong storms. A lot of them are elevated, so we're mostly talking about a hail risk out of that stuff that is southwest of Chicago. We have a brand new severe thunderstorm warning for, need the pronunciation of this one, but back over here in Ohio, east of Dayton. Xenia, there we go, I got Xenia. If you're in Xenia, New Jasper, Cedarville, or Spring Valley, quarter-sized hail's on the way. No, not really much wind, and we don't really have much of a tornado risk here either. I got it, guys. Xenia, I think, or is it something like that? Is Indianapolis good now? Yeah, most of Indianapolis is done. We'll have a couple, maybe another storm tonight, maybe a little bit of rain, but not looking at much more severe weather tonight there. Will you make a video about the new CIG on outlooks? We probably should. Actually, a good idea. We actually have I'm going to be in a meeting, I think, on Monday or something. I'm in some sort of meeting next week. I'll be meeting with, I believe, the NOAA or the Storm Prediction Center, and we're going to be talking about these new risks that are coming out. For those that don't know, we have new, basically, Storm Prediction Center intensity risks that are going to be added, which might be confusing to you guys, but we'll probably make a video to kind of explain it more. But I'll be in a meeting sometime next week, I think, about that. So we'll have a video kind of breaking that down. That goes into effect on March, I think, 4th. So we're a few weeks away from basically new intensity things being added to the Storm Prediction Center outlooks. And we'll have a much more detailed breakdown of what that means down the line. It's going to be a communication issue because a lot of people, like, anytime you get an outlook, change, it can be tough to communicate that sort of, change happening. But we should have something about that down the line. Probably a couple weeks from now, we'll actually have a video out. We'll probably put it on our, second channel, and then we'll make it a little bit more clear about why there's a change and whatnot. Once again, really the most concerning storm right now, or storms, are back over in Tennessee, approaching Kentucky Lake and Camden and Huntington. Still got some broad rotation on these storms. A little bit of an uptick of lightning as well near McKenzie. Got a couple areas of rotation. Currently east of Greenfield. They're going to be tracking in the direction of New Johnsonville, Waverly, and then eventually Clarksville. And there is a low-end tornado risk over here tonight. You say Bloomington's in the clear? Yeah, I think mostly it's clear for Bloomington. A couple strong storms tonight could continue. Maybe an isolated severe storm. We still got one warning right now in Indiana, but this one's not going to probably last too much longer. Definitely a good amount of lightning, though. That's for sure. Reports coming in from the Fifth Third Bank, heavily damaged. Yeah, we got a photo of that damage too. It's not just a report, or it's not just a report. Like, there's actual proof of all of that damage too that happened to that bank. I need to go back a little bit here. I don't know what photo it was. This one right here. So this was back over at that Fifth Third Bank, Fifth Third's Bank, over on 3rd Street on I-69 in Bloomington. This is from that strong tornado earlier. Roof heavily damaged. I can't tell what that is right there. That looks like a computer, though. Some sort of 1990s computer that is hanging and dangling from the roof. That's what it looks like. Got a few more photos and videos that have come in from you guys. It's from Sullivan County, Indiana. A half-mile away from Carlisle, Indiana, same county. That was from earlier. Again, a lot of you probably saw something like this. We had it on our stream for a while. And yeah, like this doesn't even look real, but it was. There's a massive wall cloud and lowering on a pretty dangerous supercell. This went on to produce the tornado near Bloomington, by the way. Produced 2 separate tornadoes. It's from the Shawnee Airport in Greene County, Indiana. This is from Madison, Wisconsin. This is the Max Velocity Supercell t-shirt. Actually get that at shopmaxvelocity.net. That was while the Bloomington tornado was really ramping up. Are we really using a shovel to get all the hail out of the way? It's a pile of hail. It looks like in a puddle over in Bloomington, Indiana from Hannah. It's from Owen County, Indiana from earlier. If you have any photos or videos, you can send them in. The QR code's on your screen. Link is on your screen. There's also a link down in the description, too. We are currently sitting at 4 severe thunderstorm warnings. Most notable one at this hour is back over in northwestern Tennessee. We still have a tornado possible tag on this cluster of storms that has gone up. Rotation right now in the storm near McKenzie is pretty weak in nature. We put it on the rotation scale. It's probably right around a 2 or 3, top left of your screen. Pretty low-end rotation. Over McKenzie, got a couple different areas of rotation, too. Back over near, like, Paris, for example, that's just wind. Not really any rotation there. At least very weak rotation, if that. These storms, again, will be in line for Clarksville over the next hour and a half. Thank you, Nap, for the $5 super chat. Thank you so much, Max, and everybody on your team. Appreciate the super chat. You know, it's crazy. I mean, we talked about this a few times today, but we literally had, you know, there's still a lot of storm chasers on Omega right now, but we had about, I don't know, 12 or 14 different storm chasers just on Radar Omega today. I mean, we had about, I want to say 18 or 20 different chasers that we've utilized today in today's severe weather event. And this is, you know, a 10% hatch tornado risk. Yes, it's a little bit more of an elevated day, but you know, for this being a slight risk yesterday and not being like a multi-day outbreak, it's crazy to have that many storm chasers out there. And a lot of these storm chasers, at least on here, are part of, you know, our team and, you know, our growing operations here when it comes to weather coverage. So we have a lot of storm chasers now compared to what we used to have. What about Richmond, Indiana? Most of Indiana is kind of winding down. I mean, again, we got some strong storms out there. There's a low-end chance one of these tries to produce another tornado or a damaging wind gust, but across the board, a lot of the storm activity here in Indiana has gotten a lot weaker. We still got a little bit of very weak rotation near Cass. That's not anything I'd be concerned about. We got some gusty winds moving through, you know, Bloomfield and the I-69 corridor west of Guthrie, but there's just not really much there that's going to be that significant. The storms over in Ohio have been mostly wind, too. There's a low-end chance one of these tries to produce a tornado. We actually got a new cluster that's gone up near Middletown, so can't rule out something trying to develop here just north there of Cincinnati. I do not expect Cincinnati to be issued into a tornado watch. I also do not think Columbus will be in a tornado watch tonight, but there could be some strong to severe storms even if you're not in a tornado watch. Hey, Topsy for the super chat. Is Dayton, Ohio chilling? You're not chilling quite yet, but we got some strong storms rolling through your area here in the next 20 minutes. Yeah, Storm Trackers has been keeping up with this singular storm over here in Batesville for quite some time. It's just a strong storm now, but this is the probably remnants and really probably getting close to the end of this supercell. That was, again, the one that produced a couple strong tornadoes today. I think it was the main culprit for any tornadoes that we did have as well. Going towards Harrison and eventually going towards Riley. This is back over in Marshall, Illinois. Few storm chasers are still out there. Still got some flashes of lightning. Again, most of Illinois is done. We have strong storms out there. They will continue for the next few hours, but Severe weather is going to be winding down. You can see across central Illinois right now, we got a cluster of strong storms that are ongoing. Pretty widespread coverage, actually, but none of these are expected to produce anything too significant. Maybe some isolated quarter to $half sized hail. That'd be really about it. And the storms over here in Tennessee are still trying to cook. A little bit of rotation here, Mackenzie, still. Any other severe weather threats coming up? We got one tomorrow in the southeast and also Saturday. Different storm systems, but generally speaking, if we had any significant severe weather, it probably wouldn't be tomorrow. But Saturday, maybe something. Not very confident in much happening on Saturday either. But if we go over to the significant tornado parameter values, you can see a little boundary might set up here near the Gulf Coast. So something down closer confined to the southeast. Keep in mind that this event is also going to come with probably a nor'easter developing. So we could end up getting maybe a spin-up tornado somewhere over here in southern Alabama and Georgia. But in terms of actual legitimate concerns, I don't really have many about that storm. Now, what will be interesting is what happens on Sunday. Could be talking about a nor'easter happening. That's something we really have had many of this season. We haven't really had that many in general, but there could be some pretty significant snowfall sometime Sunday and Monday. The Rufus here shows a large area of snow over Maryland and Virginia. And if we go over to the GFS, which has been the most supportive of a nor'easter, you can see this is what it looks like Sunday into Monday. Different story, has much more significant snowfall here across the East Coast and producing a lot of snow too. I mean, if this scenario were to pan out, it would be about a 24, 48 hour event. It's dumping 1 to 2 feet in some areas over in, the DC area and back into New Jersey. So, mid-Atlantic could be getting hammered by some heavy snowfall here Sunday into Monday. It would be crazy, though. It would be crazy if that happens. And it could. We'll see. Any nor'easter I saw was when I was back in middle and high school. I've got to be honest. I used to live in New Hampshire, and I didn't live there. I haven't lived there in 8 years now. But I mean, for 17 or 16 years of my life, whatever it was, I lived in New Hampshire, and we had so many big snowstorms. So many feet of snow almost every single winter. Every winter we had something big, and for whatever reason, the last 10 years, there haven't been many, big winter storms there in the Northeast from what we've seen. It's been kind of quiet up there, actually. We've only had maybe a few that have actually cooked in terms of heavy snowfall. So, there isn't really a whole lot of, there's some pretty crazy lightning there in CJ Ziegler's feed. But yeah, there hasn't really been a whole lot of, major winter storms up there in a while. We've had, one every year maybe on average, but it's just not been as consistent or as frequent. We got some gusty winds currently making their way into southwest Ohio. Nothing severe, but Middletown, Hamilton, Fairfield, Forest Park. Some gusty winds moving through your location. The severe thunderstorm warning for Xenia in Ohio is mostly quarter-sized hail, which is mostly now confined to the eastern side of the severe warning near New Jasper, just south of Cedarville. They're striking towards South Charleston and basically going kind of paralleling I-71 just to the north. A lot of strong storms ongoing here across Ohio. And again, across the board, most of what we're seeing are strong storms. There's not really a whole lot left that's severe. They have gone ahead and canceled the severe warning for Indiana. The one in Illinois has also been canceled. And so in a few minutes, we'll be back down to just 2 severe warnings. The main one, again, being the one in Tennessee right now that has been producing some broad rotation. I do not think there's anything too elevated when it comes to tornadoes here. We got a little bit of broad spin right now near McKenzie, north of Huntington. Very weak rotation, but tornado threat still cannot be fully ruled out at this point. And there's really not much lightning. This is one of the live radar mega cyclone ports in Carroll County, where the temperature's 70, the dew point's running at about 57. We really need dew points about 3 to 5 degrees higher for this to be a bit more of a legit tornado risk, and also a little bit more moisture in the mid-levels. And we don't really have that. That's why these storms are going to struggle a little bit more. But not much happening out there. There's also, again, really no lightning. Lightning's been hard to come by for many of you today. And on many of these storms, we haven't had a whole lot of lightning. Another video that somebody sent in back over in Bloomington, Indiana from earlier when there was a tornado warning. Lots of lightning in Westchester, Ohio. Yeah, there's been a lot of lightning on some of these like these clusters of storms, but like when we were talking about the discrete supercells that we had earlier, there wasn't really a whole lot. Is Chicago in the clear for the rest of the night? Chicago's not fully done. I mean, we got some showers and some thunderstorms down to your southwest, but for the most part, when it comes to severe weather, you're done. There could be some isolated strong storms, though, in the vicinity. If we were to see those, it'd probably be back down towards Joliet. That severe thunderstorm warning in Ohio is just condensed, so it only includes New Jasper and Cedarville. Now, if you're in Xenia, we're mostly just talking about small hail and gusty winds. Fire the groundhog. You know, I said that, but at the same time, if we go over to the long term of the weather, let me go to the 850 millibar temperature anomalies. We do have an Arctic blast coming this weekend. It will really impact the East Coast a lot more Monday and Tuesday. Beyond this, we could have a wave of different Arctic air masses that make their way through at the end of February and early March. So Northern Plains, Midwest, large Arctic air mass sometime around Saturday and Sunday, maybe around March 1st. It's possible. But trends are leaning towards us being on a temperature roller coaster through basically the middle of March. And yes, there will be extended periods where warmer air comes in, but you know, keep in mind, when we get warmer periods like this, it often leads to larger storm systems. Like, we obviously have had this large warm-up for a while, and now we have a large storm system. And then, you know, after this Arctic blast makes its way through, there probably won't be a whole lot of major storms through the middle of next week, but that should, you know, come back once this warm air starts to build across the Great Plains and Midwest again, and then things will get colder again. So again, in terms of like the long term for, you know, major who the heck just talked? Go ahead. It scared me.
We got a pretty good looking lowering right in front of us on stream.
Okay, thank you. Apparently we have a lowering near Marshall. Oh yeah, look at that. Whoa. Yeah, we do have a lowering. The heck? This is CJ Ziegler. That was a very defined lowering. If somebody in stream room get a screenshot of that. There's a actual like wall cloud right there.
We got a pretty good looking lowering right in front of us on stream.
There's actually a lowering. I mean, there's not a lot of rotation on radar, but this is near Marshall. It's in eastern Illinois. Kind of came out of nowhere.
Thank you.
Well, that's interesting. So we have to watch this storm a little bit. This is approaching Terre Haute, by the way, in Indiana. I wouldn't say panic or anything like that, but you got a lowering there.
Hey guys, we have a pretty good.
And there's just enough lightning now. I mean, we didn't have much lightning earlier with some of these other storms that were actually tornado warned.
Something. She's wow. She's really well. We might have to.
Lightning's really helping here. So we'll at least be able to see the structure. I don't think it's imminent either. I mean, again, the rotation on radar is very weak in the low levels, but
up to here and up to over here. Okay.
Not a good look at it there. I think there might be a little bit of hail in Middletown. Yeah, Middletown, Ohio is definitely going to be seeing some small hail for sure.
We gotta get moving, I think.
Ryan, we're moving.
Into the freaking
don't
field.
Get stuck.
We're good. This is 4-wheel drive. That's why I have really no concern.
Like driving. But yeah, I mean, that's, hey, we can't rule out again another tornado. I don't think this one's going to do it though. Again, the dew points have decreased quite a bit. It's going to kind of hurt our overall threat again of tornadoes. But can't rule out something. Keep them bottom right of your screen. But there's definitely been a lot more lightning. You can see the lightning here over the last several minutes on Radar Mega here. You can see 6 different lightning strikes. Doesn't mean 6 lightning strikes have only happened in the last 5-10 minutes, but lightning's definitely been uptrending on this storm, which sometimes can mean they're intensifying. Yeah, if you look at radar here, it does not look very impressive in the low levels for rotation, but you know, it could maybe do something as it moves into Terre Haute. Or storms that are south of Bloomington right now are mostly just wind. You know, we have some very weak rotation still located west of Guthrie, but I do not expect any imminent tornado risk in Bloomington. If you're one of those people that's doing cleanup efforts right now from that tornado earlier in Bloomington, definitely make sure that you are going back indoors. We do have some lightning in the vicinity, and that's going to continue here for the next couple of hours as these storms roll in. Cloud ground lightning is definitely on the table too. Now back over in Batesville, this is the storm that was notorious for producing our strong tornadoes earlier today. It is coming up towards the north side of Cincinnati, near I-74 right now, but again, nothing more than just some small hail and gusty winds. That one's weakened a lot. Do not expect much of a tornado risk with that. Back over in Ohio, we got a lot of strong storms. The velocity's not showing any sort of definitive areas of rotation. Got quite a bit of lightning with these storms and some hail, but outside of that, again, tornado risk does appear to be pretty low right now for most areas. We still have a tornado possible tag in Tennessee for this strong cluster of storms near Paris, but generally speaking, these storms have gotten a lot less organized here over the last 15-20 minutes. Just a very broad area of circulation stretching from Buchanan, Tennessee, back down towards McKenzie. This is back over to Marshall, Illinois. This is Logan, who is also on that storm, has had a little bit of rotation. A little bit of lightning too. Is Cheese Curd back? Is Cheese Curd back yet? I don't know where she is. I'm not gonna lie, I have no clue. She's probably been sleeping all day. What would you say for Northeast Ohio? I'm not expecting really anything in Northeast Ohio aside from just rain and yeah, maybe some gusty winds. Things will be winding down there here pretty soon. Reporting the chat in Paris, Tennessee, a little windy, but pretty calm otherwise. Sounds about right. We go back over to CJ. And we do have a lowering on this storm. See if we get another view of it. On the north side of Marshall, Illinois. There it is right there on the left. Got a good amount of lightning that's still coming from the storm. Look right there on the left side of your screen. If you get one more lightning flash, you'll see it pretty clearly. Past the tree line. If we get one. Keyword is if. Expecting anything in New York City tomorrow? Some rain. That's really about it. We got a side view camera now. Here in Marshall. There you go. It's not much. I mean, again, it's pretty scuddy. Pretty ragged looking. Probably just a remnant tail cloud from our storm earlier, when it was actually trying to produce a more legit tornado risk. Again, the problem that we have right now with all these storms, and it's a good problem to have, but the problem is, and the reason why we're not seeing that many tornadic, or that much tornadic activity right now is because the dew points are dropping. Our dew points right now are right around 55, maybe 56 in a lot of these places, and again, that can be sufficient sometimes, but it does keep storms a lot of the time more elevated, and it a lot of the time will not sustain a legit tornado risk, and that is why we're not seeing this storm, for example, really trying to produce anything. It's trying, but it's just not going to probably be able to, even though it's a discrete cell. Now, if our dew points, again, were 5 or 8 degrees higher today, even 5 degrees higher, we would have undoubtedly had probably a tornado outbreak and maybe even several strong tornadoes. I don't think that's anything that can be out of the question if we had more moisture. We just didn't. And again, this is mid-February. It's not very common that we even have something like this. And so, a lot of the time we do have a lot of the time in early season stuff, this type of stuff does happen. And it's one of the common quote unquote fail modes. But even then, I mean, it didn't really fail today. We still had a few tornadoes either way. Hey, and Tasha for becoming a maximum velocity member. Look at the pictures from the Bloomington tornado. Yeah, we've looked at some of them. Also, if somebody can go through the reports, be good. Let me go over to here. We had a photo from that bank that was sent in earlier. This is some of like the different damage. This is over at a Best Buy in Bloomington. Had a large leak into a Best Buy earlier. Well, then again, a lot of the damage in Bloomington was wind, but on the west side is where we had that tornado. It's the PDS tornado warning at the time. This is, again, the 5th thirds bank. 5/3 bank. Over in 3rd Street and I-69 in Bloomington. Also, here's a look at that lowering from earlier. Oops. Let me do this. This is that lowering that was back over in Marshall, Illinois just a little bit ago. And it looks like more of a tail cloud. Not necessarily tornadic anymore. Ohio doesn't get the love. We've been talking about Ohio. It's just, again, a lot of strong storms. Not really a whole lot more to talk about there. We don't have anything tornadic. Mostly just wind. And the dew points are, again, still like the big struggle point. I mean, dew points are right around 57, 56. And if it's a few degrees higher, it'd be a little bit more favorable. It's 54 apparently on the Mason, Ohio camera, so. And up near Dayton, Ohio, the dew point's about 56. The other problem is, too, we've had a lot of convection roll through this area, which has kind of stabilized the atmosphere across the board. So, you know, there's multiple reasons why these storms are not performing as well in Ohio as they could. And also, another thing to keep in mind, too, is that this low pressure system did end up slowing down a little bit. And it was a little bit slower than forecasted, which meant that a lot of the storms initiated further west instead of, you know, possibly further east. CJ's back on the storm in Marshall, Illinois. We'll see if we can get that lowering again. I need food. I have not had anything in about 7.5 hours. How do you feel about Bowling Green, Kentucky for the next couple of hours? Not too concerned about you guys. Thank you, Frank, for becoming a member. They have gone ahead and canceled that severe warning in Tennessee. So, again, there's still some weak rotation. But the only warning that we have right now is in Ohio. They're going to allow that one in Tennessee to expire. We could be in 6 minutes without any sort of warnings at all. Dew point, go to Titusville, Florida at 5 a.m. in the summer. That's the dew point. Yeah, again, the dew point is basically a measure of moisture, and, you know, in severe weather cases, this is basically what you need. So with today's setup, most areas in the tornado watch were somewhere between a 53 degree and about a 58 degree dew point. Very few areas really got to 60. There was only a couple areas, and that was where the most significant storms happened. Now, if we had dew points, and I'm just going to kind of give you like estimates here, but a lot of the time when we have a dew point less than 50, severe weather is minimal, all right? So we don't usually have that much severe weather. A lot of the time it's hailstorms, and this is what keeps storms elevated. What I mean by elevated is that the cloud base is multiple thousands of feet off the ground a lot of the time. That prevents tornadoes from happening. If our dew point is between 50 and 54, again, typically we don't see tornadoes. We usually just see, you know, again, hail and wind. There's not really much more to that. But once we get beyond 55 degrees, 55 to like 59 is kind of the gray area when it comes to tornadoes. So sometimes we can see tornadoes. It depends on a lot of other features too, and how warm it is outside too. If it's too warm, like if it's 80 degrees at the surface, a lot of storms won't even form because of that. But if our temperature is close to like 60 and the dew point's 55, we can get tornadoes for sure. It has to do more with the temperature there. And then anything over 60 degrees for a dew point, that is where severe weather is much more favorable. There's more buoyancy, and that'll lead to a more favorable environment for, you know, tornadoes. So if we go over to like the METAR data, for example, you know, when it comes to, actually, let me just put on dew points. We'll just put on the dew point number across the board. But you see dew points right now across most of southwestern Ohio are in the low to mid 50s. We barely have anyone over 55 right now. That means a lot of the storms are elevated. Hail is the main concern. If we go over here to Indiana, you know, a lot of the dew points here are now down into the very low 50s, like 50 to 54. And that's in that area where it's mostly just elevated hailstorms, maybe some wind. And then even on that storm that CJ's on that has that little weird lowering, the dew point here, according to this METAR, that was at 6 o'clock, so that was 2 hours ago. But basically, it's somewhere around 50, probably 3, 54. It's still on that edge, right? So Those storms struggle. Now back over in Tennessee, it's a little different. It's actually warmer here, which isn't necessarily the best thing for these storms, but we can sometimes get brief spin up tornadoes out here. The dew points here though are right around 57, maybe 58. It's a little bit more favorable. We're in that gray zone. And so that's why the tornado environment down here is slightly more favorable than like up there to the north now. Because our moisture is definitely more in line. It's more in check, basically. Thank you, Abby, for the super chat. Should southern Wisconsin worry tonight? No. I mean, we're not looking at severe weather. There could be some snow tomorrow, though, so something to look out for. And also, Lemon for the super chat. Thank you for keeping us aware. I'll appreciate the super chat. You don't just thank me, by the way. I mean, again, I obviously am kind of the host of this show, if you want to call it that. But we do have, obviously, an entire team of chasers that we have. We have upwards of 10 people working on, like, the back side of these streams, too, to be able to, keep everything smooth and running. All the reports that we get, all that different stuff comes from other people sometimes. It's not just all me. So, a huge shout out to our entire team of people that we've built here over the last month or so. This is, again, not a solo effort. I know it was for a long time, but we have an entire team of people. We basically turned ourselves into an actual, like, weather channel here on YouTube. That's literally what it's become. So it's pretty cool. Pretty cool what we built. And we're still building. Hey, Don, for the super chat. So Southern Louisiana worry tonight? I don't think so. I think you'll be chilling.
Come on, lightning.
It's trying so hard, dude.
Yeah.
Storm is done. I think most of the severe weather's done, honestly. I think we're getting close to the end.
Please. Pretty please.
At least getting close to the end of everything significant. Hey, Natasha for the super chat, and Jam for the super chat. Hordash Fun, Max needs to consume something besides Coca-Cola. It was actually Diet Coke, alright?
We're not gonna see anything.
Same brand, still. I think it's actually worse because it doesn't have calories, so I don't think it really fills me up at all. Which is the problem. Did CJ get pulled over? No, I think whatever. I don't think that's a police officer. I think that was just some chaser. I don't know. Diet Coke is worse. Yeah, it is worse because it's not very filling. We are now 50 seconds away from 0 severe warnings. We're gonna have 0. What do you eat during long live streams? A lot of the time, I don't go, like, there's some streams that I'll be live for 16 hours, and the most I will get is a couple bites to eat. Like, there's hardly a time where I can actually have an entire meal. It doesn't happen very often. We've covered several outbreaks, and that just never happened. Thank you, Peru, for the super chat. Go forecaster besides Jamie Simpson and Nahoa's Memorial Day tornadoes. Appreciate the super chat. Get IHOP. Love IHOP. Yeah, Storm Trackers is still live. Yeah, we still got a lot of Storm Chasers out there. Again, in the Radar Omega app, there's still 6, I think. This is kind of your group of people here. And if you want to check out the Radar Omega app, I highly recommend it. Again, there's it's unbelievable how many chasers are on this app right now. There's like maybe 4 or 5 for a really long time. We had about 14 live on the app today. It was actually crazy. And it's cool to like watch all these chasers in real time and be able to, see their location and all that good stuff. Same way people are watching them too. The location of where they're at, kind of see what storm they're on. It was really cool. And this season will be really cool to see how everything pans out.
Yeah. We're
gonna have a ton of chasers out there this season. Again, this is the first really event that we've had so far. This, I wouldn't call it severe weather season yet, but basically the first event really that was more legit this year. We had one back, a couple weeks or about a few days ago in Louisiana. But by the way, that Louisiana event, I don't think I really talked about this. I really should have. I haven't talked about it in videos, but we did end up having. We go back to the data here. There were about almost 30 tornadoes confirmed from that outbreak that we had on February 14th and 15th. So this was about 5 days ago. We were live. We were the only people live on YouTube really covering this tornado threat. And there ended up being 25 different tornadoes across Mississippi, Louisiana, and Texas. This was a pretty major tornado outbreak. Granted, a lot of them were brief, but nonetheless, 25 tornadoes is a lot. So, We were there for most of it. Unfortunately, for those wondering why we weren't live for this cluster of tornadoes, one obviously was late, but that wasn't the reason. It had more to do with the fact that if we went live, nobody would have gotten notified. For whatever reason, we went live twice accidentally, and both of them pushed out notifications on that day. So, yeah, unfortunately, that happened, and I would have been live again. But we also, by the time this stuff started happening, we weren't live for it. We ended probably right about here, where things were kind of winding down, and then it ramped back up again around 1 or 2 in the morning. Otherwise, again, I would have been live for this too. It kind of sucks because we only could send out notifications 3 times every 24 hours, and we already did 3, which one of them was accidental. So, yeah, 25 tornadoes. Again, a bunch of tornado warnings. There's a lot of controversy too about all these tornado warnings being issued, but I mean, for the most part, they were right on par. Good job by the National Weather Service. Hey, Talon, for the $5 super chat. Met you at the National Storm Chaser Convention. It was nice meeting you. Get some curds, and I just want you to know how amazing you are. I appreciate that. Cool meeting you. I met a lot of people at that summit. Looking forward to the next one, too. We're at zero. I just noticed. We're at 0 severe thunderstorm warnings. We have nothing left other than the tornado watch. There you go. I think I counted 31 on the damage assessment. Yeah, I think we're up to probably, from what I saw yesterday, I think it was up to 30. So I think we're at least at 30 tornadoes confirmed from the February 14th and 15th tornado outbreak. I definitely wouldn't be surprised if it was 31 or something like that. New video tomorrow on the upcoming nor'easter. That's the plan. Yeah, we got a big video coming tomorrow about that nor'easter. Again, there is a possibility it's a boom or bust. It's not for sure right now, but yeah. Accidental stream. We had an accidental stream today too. We accidentally went live, and I don't know why it didn't send out notifications. So we actually went live twice today too, but the first one was not. It did not push notifications, so our notification count wasn't affected today. Shocked you're still live. Only 5 hours and 40 minutes in. I hope for a bust. Anybody that hates winter is hoping nothing happens. More submissions.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have a tornado warning in Ohio. If you're in Springboro, Centerville, Bellbrook, south of Kettering, seek shelter immediately, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible. It's gonna be for that right there. We got a little conversion signature near Centerville that is currently moving to east. So Bellbrook, Spring Valley, Centerville, we need to get to our safe places right now, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible. This is currently moving to the east at about 35 miles per hour. In fact, we've actually had a couple more convergence signatures try to come together near Bowersville. These are all next to the radar site. So there's actually several areas of rotation right now. But again, Centerville, you guys are now included in a tornado warning. So you need to get to your safe place again immediately, get away from windows. Lowest floor possible right now is where you got to be. We have a few live cameras here on Radar Omega that are actually inside of this tornado warning, which that one actually just went down near Harveysburg. So I'm not sure why that went down. Maybe from this tornado warning cell. This is a live shot on the north side of the tornado warning. It's near Clark State, which is I believe a college or university. Got some heavier rain coming down right now. Not really much lightning. Once again, the lightning has been very infrequent. All right, here's the latest radar scan. Hey, Grim, for the super chat, what's your thoughts on the legendary meteorologist James Spann? Respect the Polygon. I love James Spann. I've met him before, too. All right, here's the latest radar scan. And again, we do have some little bit of rotation there on the southwest side of Centerville. Hasn't really gotten that much stronger, but there's a little bit of rotation. It's kind of on the back side of the storm. Yeah, if you're in this warning, seek shelter. We do not have a debris signature right now, but there's enough rotation for there to be a tornado. We have a little bit of rotation east of New Burlington. We have a little bit also back over near Bowersville. So we're still looking at 2 other areas of rotation a little bit further off to the east. Also, the storm that is northwest of Cincinnati is not really doing much of anything. That one was the one that produced a couple of strong tornadoes earlier. So again, not much there, but this area here is interesting to watch for. It is converging more. It's over a pretty populated area too. Centerville is not small, so surrounding areas, again, make sure that you're in your safe place. This is a live view from the Warren County, Ohio camera. So this is, again, another camera that's looking in the direction of this possible tornado. And there's been very little lightning, but at least you can kind of see the skyline a little bit. And, you know, maybe we could see something back in here, perhaps. On this camera view. And again, you can watch this camera also inside of the Radar Mega app that is in, again, Warren County. Again, dew point's right about 54. This is kind of on that borderline as we were talking about earlier with dew points. It's not humid enough for a significant tornado threat, but it is enough to maybe drop a tornado out of this storm. But for those in Centerville right now, we need to be in our safe places just south of I-675, east of 75. This is just out to the east of Dayton Wright Brothers Airport. It's also next to the golf club at Yankee Trace. And if we do have a tornado, it's going to be rain wrapped. We'll have another scan in a moment. It's going to be coming in here in just a second. But yeah, we got 1, maybe 2 kind of in here, and then that's our 3rd area of rotation. Did you talk to him on Weather Brains last year? Yeah, I was on James Spann's thing last year. By the way, this tornado warning includes, drumroll please, 222,000 people.
Warning has been issued.
We now have 2 tornado warnings in Ohio. We got another one. New Jasper, Bowersville, just southeast of Xenia. We now have 2 tornado warnings. So if you are in this tornado warning, get to your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible. We're just talking about that one too. We got a little hook echo again near Route 68 that is currently tracking to the east towards Bowersville. There's another hook that is trying to develop over Bowersville that's going to be moving towards Octa, Milledgeville, and Jeffersonville. The latest velocity scan still showing a broad area of rotation over Centerville right now. And if we look at the velocity scale here, we're about medium rotation on this one near Centerville. That's moving towards White's Corner, Bellbrook. Southeast Dayton is also in the path of this. Again, we're about a 4 out of 10 on the velocity scale. This area here is definitely on the lower side right now. It's around a 2 or 3. That main area of rotation that we'll be looking at is this one right here, right over Route 68, coming up towards Port William and Bowersville. We got a new radar scan coming in now. Getting reports in the chat that tornado sirens are going off in Miamisburg, Ohio. Xenia, thank you. Southeast of Xenia, we have a tornado warning. We also got one west of Xenia. New velocity scans coming in right now. Don't get confused, by the way. These purple or kind of purple-blue polygons, these here are going to be special weather statements. And the pink that you're seeing here, those are actual tornado warnings. A new velocity scan coming in right now. All right, latest scan still showing, again, an area of rotation right over Centerville. And this is not super strong rotation, but a tornado could drop again coming up towards White's Corner and Bellbrook, just outside of Xenia. And then further off to the east. This storm here is kind of messy. Again, there's a little bit of rotation, but it's not very strong. All currently moving to the east right now. Look right here again, over Centerville. That's the main area of rotation. The one over here west of Port William is much broader. We also have a broad area of rotation over Bowersville. So there's, again, 3 different areas of rotation. I'd be keeping an eye down the road here. If you're near Washington Courthouse, Mount Sterling, you guys should be keeping an eye on this storm because this one might try to do something as it goes up this I-71 corridor. A little bit more rotation trying to develop on the east side of the storm. It's actually going to be moving into Jeffersonville here shortly. And if it continues to develop, we could definitely see a tornado warning for Jeffersonville. Any of this heading towards Columbus? All this activity is going to move towards Columbus. The tornado risk, once this gets closer to Columbus, will be much lower, though. Let's see. I think I have my terminal radar sights off for some reason. I don't know where that is in here. Oh, it's that. Here we go. Here's one of the other terminal radar sites. I was curious to see if we have any view of these storms on the terminal radar sites. This one's a little bit too far north. All right, we'll stay on this. Good thing is, by the way, the radar site is updating every like 2 minutes here, so we are getting frequent radar updates to see if there's a tornado. And a lot of the time with these types of storms, they are not long-lasting tornadoes, usually a lot quicker in nature. With that said, though, we can, in some cases, see a stronger tornado. Actually, look at this right here. I believe that might be a lowering. This is the tornado warning again, the western tornado warning. So this is west of Xenia. Maybe a little wall cloud right there. In Warren County, got some lightning as well. See if we can get that camera full screen here. We go to slot 1. That is live there. Inside of this tornado warning. Rotation on the latest scan a little bit broader on this western tornado warning near Centerville, south of Kettering, just south of Dayton. And then the eastern tornado warning, most of the rotation inside of the warning is weak and broad, but there's an area east now of the warning that is trying to wrap up near Jeffersonville. So we need to keep an eye on that. That will be, again, going towards Washington Courthouse and Mount Sterling in Ohio. Since when did Ohio become Tornado Alley? Ohio is not Tornado Alley. This is far from it. I know we got a couple tornado warnings, but this is a couple tornado warnings like this does not mean we're in Ohio Valley. Xenia, we're getting there. Getting there with the pronunciation. And both these warnings are radar indicated rotation. So again, nothing confirmed as of right now. We haven't had anything drop quite yet. It's always possible we can get something with one of these storms. Indianapolis is pretty much done. And our concern at this point is going to be in southwest Ohio. Maybe somewhere out here in the tornado watch still, south of Indianapolis. We actually do have a little bit of weak rotation right now near Guthrie in Indiana. And then the stuff that was ongoing back down in Kentucky and Tennessee, for the most part, is just gusty winds. Again, very low-end chance one of those tries to produce a brief tornado. So again, our main concern right now, shifting gears back to Ohio. That tornado warning for Centerville, the last couple scans, rotation's gotten a lot broader and a lot weaker in nature. So that's good news. Hopefully that continues. Further off to the east, we do have an area of at least broad circulation near Jeffersonville. There's been a couple other ones embedded in the tornado warning that have been pretty weak. So nothing too significant right now, but again, any of these could maybe drop a weak tornado. So continue to stay in your safe place if you're in the tornado warnings. Again, nothing actively on the ground, but you want to be in your safe place in case something takes a turn here over the next few minutes. We have had situations where tornado, velocity signatures go from almost nothing to something very fast. So no reason to get out of your safe place right now. It's currently 9 o'clock Central, 10 o'clock Eastern time. We are technically in Eastern time zone right now with these warnings, so I'm going to go and change over the clock to Eastern. That'll be top of your screen. Thank you, Will, for the $20 super chat. Feed yourself, says Jennifer. Appreciate that. Appreciate the super chat. Thank you also, Lisa, for becoming a member. I hear thunder. I bet you do. There's plenty of lightning out there right now. Cincinnati, again, if you're in Cincinnati, you guys are chilling right now. Not really much is coming towards you guys. I forgot. We need the lights on. So, man, the judge said I'm sheltering in my basement in Miamisburg in Centerville. That's a good idea. Hey, Chandler, for becoming a member. All right, here's the latest couple of scans. Velocities will update here in a second. We'll see if anything's uptrended. We had some gusty winds currently approaching Harveysburg. This is a live shot in this tornado warning here in Spring Valley and Harveysburg and Bellbrook. That's the western tornado warning. We had a view of the edge of the clouds just a moment ago, but again, very little lightning and not really any light pollution to help us see the bottom of the clouds, which makes it harder to see if there's actually a tornado or not. Again, I do not think there's a tornado for the record in Centerville or Bellbrook, but this will be looking towards that storm. Not seeing much of anything right now. There's lightning. By the way, to add on to this, we do have a flash flood warning that is in effect for South Charleston, Xenia, and as well as Harveysburg, just south of Centersville. This kind of goes hand in hand with all the rain that we've seen already, and there's going to be more rain here over the next few hours. And a lot of convection that's gone up, and we got several more thunderstorms that'll be impacting these areas. So we could see an extension of those flash flood warnings for surrounding locations too. They have condensed both tornado warnings. So Centerville in Ohio, you no longer have to be in your safe place. You guys are good. Dodds as well. You guys are fine. If you're over in Xenia, if you are in New Burlington, you guys do not have to be in your safe place. Again, the tornado warnings do not include your location unless you're like the very far western side of this town. There's a few, homes that are in those areas, but yeah. We have a little bit of weak rotation also south of South Charleston. It's northwest of Washington Courthouse. It's not in a tornado warning, but if things uptrend, we could definitely see something there. It's up for the $10 super chat. Sirens are going off in Franklin, Ohio. Anything to worry about here? Unless you're in a tornado warning, no. Again, I'm not worried about most of these other storms right now. These really are the two main ones. Like this one right here, it's kind of there's multiple storms in this, but it's kind of clustered. And then this one right here near Harveysburg. That area of rotation that was over Bellbrook has completely weakened. The only place that we could see maybe something happening now would be down near Harveysburg, and that would be heading more towards Wilmington and Sabina and Port William. Zachary with the super chat says sirens are going off in Beaver Creek and Dayton. Yeah, if you're in Dayton, Ohio, and no concern right now for a tornado. You do an arrow where these are going. I'll put a little track on here. This is the eastern storm. It is going to be moving towards Columbia. So here are some of the main towns and cities that are in the track of this more eastern one here. Or I can make a different color. I don't know what color would actually work for this. Green? There you go. What do you guys like? Do you think it's kind of hard to see it? I feel like green looks a little bit easier to see. This is the path though of this storm. So again, the timestamps are on the left side of your screen there. So that is the first tornado warning that we have. If we go back to this other one here, I'm gonna time this one out too. Basically going the same direction. They're both basically paralleling I-71. So Mount Sterling about an hour from now. I got some other locations in here that are going to be sooner, like Port William in about 15 minutes. Pink. What pink looks like. Pink's a little bit easier to see, maybe. Or if I can increase the opacity of this. I don't know if I can. Hey, Matt and Laugh for the super chats. All right, here's the latest radar scan. So the western tornado warning over the last couple minutes, rotation's not very intense. Broad rotation right over Harveysburg. And then still a little bit of rotation again near South Saloon Midway. You got a little bit more rotation there to south of 729. That is heading towards range and going to be going up I-71 here over the next few minutes. And both tornado warnings do expire. This one expires at 9:30, which will probably not last that long since the rotation's mostly outside of the warning now. And then the more western tornado warning will expire in about 10 minutes. Xenia. I have to keep going to Google pronunciation to get Xenia. Xenia, you do not have to be in your safe place. You guys are all right now. Again, if you want to, you can. If you're on the west side of town and in that pink polygon, you should. But Xenia does not have to be in their safe place right now. We do have a flash flood warning in effect. Again, there's not really much rotation either coming towards you. It's mostly just gusty winds. I think gracefully become a member. Also, Matt for the super chat. I think Wheeling, West Virginia, or anything north will get anything besides rain and wind. I'm not really expecting much other than wind out there. Thank you, Famous, also for the super chat. From Kanye, thanks for staying on with us, Max. Just north of those warnings, hoping nothing. Stay safe. Appreciate that. Guys, I know the Xenia tornado. I know the tornado. I don't know how to pronounce the town sometimes, and it goes for a lot of places, but I do know what the tornado was. Like the I think it was 1974, I want to say, 1975, the F5 that happened. It was before the EF rating scale came out. Again, we're not talking about that tonight for the record. All right. How do you get a meteorology degree without knowing what the Xenia tornado is? I know what the Xenia tornado is. Again, pronunciation is not my strong suit, as many of you know, but at the same time, there's also not a weather history class in college, believe it or not. Just as I don't, maybe there is in some colleges, but I know for sure mine did not have that. A little concerning, you know, this tornado warning here is maybe going to extend. We do have an area of rotation now over Harveysburg. So this may get continued as a tornado warning. That is an area of convergence. This was all wind, and we are now seeing tornado genesis, it looks like. So North Kingman, Gurneyville, Little Center. We may end up getting a new tornado warning here in a minute. Station's got a little bit stronger here over the last couple minutes. Everything further off to the north and east is pretty broad, but we still have a little bit of spin with our storms near South Charleston and west of Mount Sterling. What college did I attend? I went to Embry-Riddle in Daytona Beach. By the way, the tornado warning southeast of Xenia has been canceled. Will these storms still be tornadic all the way up to Columbus? It's possible. I think the tornado risk, though, should be pretty low. Was Jim Cantori your professor? No. All right, here's the latest velocity scan. This will pretty much decide if we get a new tornado warning or not, because there is definitely convergence right now south of New Burlington and south of Xenia. We'll be heading towards Bowersville and Port Arthur. Here's that latest scan. Still pretty strong. Again, there's definitely some rotation here south of New Burlington. Not as strong. It's not really strengthened much, but you can see the winds going towards the radar. That's that green. So still pretty strong RFD, and then a decent inflow still coming into this. It's not very organized on radar either, but it's still trying. If the dew points were just a little higher, it would be a different story. This is what it looks like right now in the Warren County camera. This is looking inside of that tornado warning. And it's hard to really see much, but on the right side would be really where we're looking for maybe some sort of lowering or tornado. They have gone ahead and issued a new severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag that will include north side of Wilmington, and also include Bowersville, Port William, and just south of New Jasper. So again, stay away from windows. There is definitely rotation here. It's not anything to be short-sighted at this point, but we'll see if this evolves into anything or not. Hey, Wendy, for the super chat. I've been watching your content for 2 years, and I just want to say it's been a blast. What's your favorite memory from college? Favorite memory from college? I don't even know. There's just so many. I can't think of one right now. I'll get back to you on that. Thank you, Troy, for the $10 super chat. Is Beaver Creek, Ohio in the clear? There's not really any specific area that is clear in Ohio. I mean, obviously, if you're up here to the north, you're basically not going to see anything other than rain and maybe some wind. If you're down here to the south, pretty unlikely you're going to see much of anything either. Right smack dab in the middle of that, closer to a warm front, there's a better chance of stuff happening still, and there's still ongoing storms, so I wouldn't say any particular area is clear, at least in this white circle that I just drew. We still have storms on going off to the west. There's basically a train of storms going west to east right now. So maybe not many more tornadoes happening tonight, but there's definitely enough storms for there to be more flooding, more, you know, some hail, more wind, that sort of thing is still on the table. Latest scan showing, again, definitely convergence over the North Kingman area. They have gone ahead and they're going to go ahead and allow that tornado warning to expire for Harveysburg, but there's still some rotation there. Hey, Jennifer, for becoming a member. Can you show Indiana? I'll zoom out a little bit. That's what Indiana looks like right now. It's all strong storms, nothing really tornadic at this point. Very broad rotation southwest of Columbus on this storm right here. Storm near Terre Haute is still going, but that one's pretty much falling apart too. There was a little wall cloud on that earlier. We'll see how this evolves over the next few minutes, but again, just still would not be surprised if we end up getting a new tornado warning for Port William or Bowersville. Hey, Teresa, for becoming a member. Ohio is the new tornado alley. It's just not, but okay. Anything for Illinois? Illinois is mostly done. There's a lot of storms out there, but none of it's really severe. Should be mostly strong storms from here on out. We're 2 minutes away from that tornado warning officially ending. Again, it pretty much has ended. It still says 1 tornado warning on here. Again, the only active, technically, warning that we have is this severe thunderstorm warning here with a tornado possible tag. And there's always a possibility that we could end up seeing a new tornado warning for something like this. There's a pretty messy hook on it, a little bit of an inflow too, but some broad rotation still, again, on the southeast side of New Burlington. Hey, Roger, for becoming a member. And huge shout out to anybody that's become a member today. It really helps support what we're doing here, our entire operation, and also our entire team of people that we have. So I really appreciate all the new members here today. And anybody that is a member of the channel, it goes a long way. And if you want to become a member, it's a join button down below. It's also starts from like $2.99 a month. It's pretty cheap. Like, we're talking not even a coffee per month. But it helps out our channel tremendously. Again, we are basically a funded channel by you guys. That is pretty much what this is. It's literally just funded by our audience. So being able to do everything that we do is not cheap. Hey, Susan and AG, for becoming members. What software are you using? I'm using Radar Omega for the radar. Obviously, all of our camera stuff is through something else that we've made with our developers, but all the stuff that you're seeing on Radar and whatnot, that's all through Omega, which you can download Radar Omega. It's the top link in the description. What shows debris signature? That'd be your correlation coefficient. It would be a CC. It would be this right here. And if we had a strong area of rotation, we don't really have one right now, but we have at least some rotation. But if we had a strong area of rotation, and there was some dark blue like donut that shows up, that would basically represent a tornado most of the time, unless it's contamination. And that's a whole another ball park that we're not really gonna get into too much right now. At least there's not really any example of it either. Thank you, Chris, Danny, and Wick, for all becoming members. Latest radar scan still showing some broad rotation here, again just east of Harveysburg. We also got a little hook trying to form right now, west of Mount Sterling. A little inflow notch, too. We have no tornado warnings anymore, by the way, so that 1 tornado warning that we had left is gone. There's still an inflow and a little hook on this storm west of Mount Sterling. And then the one north of Wilmington still has my attention. There's, again, a tornado possible tag on this severe warning. All right, we have a new velocity scan coming in here in a second. We got basically 2 hooks right now. We got one north of Wilmington. We got another one right here north of the Washington Courthouse. It's interesting. Not done yet. Velocities will update here in a second. Thank you, Beth and Amy, for becoming members. Oh, I see velocity scan with Omega. If you go to the bottom right, there should be a thing that says just like, it's like a drop down menu that shows you all the different stuff, all the different things. I can't show you, it's on the bottom right of my screen here. You can kind of see it. But all right, latest scan on this storm here near Port William. Rotation does not appear to be really lining up with our hook anymore. Probably more contamination more than anything, but there's at least still a little bit, maybe a broad rotation in our mid-levels. That's approaching I-71, and this will continue to track east towards Sabina and Washington Courthouse. And we may have a tornado near Book Walter. Very tiny. That might be contaminated too. It's hard to tell. South of Book Walter, there's a tiny couplet. That could be an unwarned tornado. See if we can get double confirmation on this, but there may actually be an unwarned tornado right now. It's a very tiny couplet. It could also just be... Yeah, that might actually have just been that might be a brief tornado that just happened. Yeah, there's a debris signature. Yeah, we have looks like a very weak tornado near Book Walter, Ohio, that is not warned right now. We were just talking about this a second ago. This near I-71 north of Jeffersonville, and entirely unwarned here. Very weak. Granted, not anything crazy, but there's definitely a debris signature right there. Not sure how many scans it's gone for. It's gone for maybe 2 at most. So a little unwarned tornado just a moment ago. Might still be happening too. It's right now near Wesley Chapel Road in Book Walter. Moving northeast towards Midway and Range. There's a hook echo. I'm kind of surprised I didn't honestly issue a warning on this, even though it's pretty weak and brief, but nonetheless, unwarned tornado action. Hey, Jennifer, for the $20 super chat. At least I think it's I think it's an unwarned tornado. Or at least a tornado, I think. Maybe just a brief one. It's very hard to tell because it happens so quick and it's a very localized area. Hey, Michelle, for the super chat. Should probably go away on the next scan. It looks like it was weakening anyway. Riley also thinks it was a tornado. So, I do think we just saw, again, a little weak tornado here. If we look at this right here, this is a 4-panel view of different radar products that all kind of verify if there's a tornado or not. You got the debris signatures, bottom left. Obviously, reflectivity, top, or bottom left, top left. So, yeah, it looks like we definitely had a tornado. The differential reflectivity is bottom right there. And kind of lines up with there being a tornado. So it looks like we did have a tornado here. Again, very brief and weak. And this is the remainder of that tornado. Probably lifted up some tree branches. See what the velocities look like. West or north of the radar site, this area of rotation is not really rotating, it looks like. We're waiting for a velocity scan. There you go. So yeah, mostly wind right now. It doesn't look really tornadic anymore north of Wilmington. This one, again, that's right now near Book Walter, still a hook. And there's still a little velocity couplet. Not as tight, but this might try to produce another tornado as it goes up I-71. It is tracking towards Mount Sterling. It's kind of going up in the direction of Columbus, Ohio. So this is not fully done yet. We definitely have a hook echo and a pretty strong inflow here near Midway. Hey, Tim, for becoming a member. I know it was an unwarned tornado, but again, like, obviously, there will be unwarned tornadoes. It's literally human nature, but at the same time, it looked very weak, even though it lifted up debris for a scan or two. Sometimes tornadoes get missed. It does happen from time to time. Got a new radar scan coming in now. See what both of these look like. And our main 2 storms right now is this one near Mount Sterling and then the other one that's near Sabina. Also just got a new flash flood warning for Fayette and Madison counties in Ohio. That is going to be for actually where this tornado just happened, basically, just south of London. And again, I'm not seeing any debris signature on this latest scan. Riley has an urgent update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I think there was just another tornado. I'm trying to find it here, but there was a CC drop back off to the west in our severe thunderstorm warning here. Yeah, right here, just off to the west of Lumberton. I do believe this is a low reflectivity tornado. There was a slight velocity couplet. We can see the drop on CC, and it was correlated with a ZDR drop. So I believe that that was another unwarned tornado.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So we may have just had 2 unwarned tornadoes here in the last few minutes. See it again right here. Again, very localized, not far from the Mertz Field in Lumberton. If you look at velocities, yeah, that looks like a tornado. Yeah, you can see right there. Little couplet. Completely occluding off to the north and east, but this is now possibly the second different tornado that we've had in Ohio in the last 10 minutes. Both of them, again, very weak and brief. This is kind of like the leftovers at this point of our entire event here today. But not too often do you see a dark blue, drop on, or CC drop on, I'm on the wrong screen, but not too often that you see a debris signature like that on radar. With, weak tornadoes like this. We can see it right there. Might still be there. Yeah, there might still be a tornado too. Hard to tell. There's a very small little remnant CC drop still on this little tiny area of rotation west of Lumberton. And there might still be a little weak tornado there. Maybe a little bit of debris still being lofted up. As again, north of Wilmington, Ohio. And then that storm near Midway is getting a lot weaker now. Huge shout out to Michelle with the $20 super chat. I'm an OBX and a bit of a weather geek myself. Keep up the great work. Appreciate that. We just got a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning in Indiana for Columbus. There's 70-mile-per-hour winds with this, and also a tornado possible tag. This is currently tracking to the east. Got a little bit of rotation right now south of Nashville, east of Elkinsville, heading up towards Pikes Peak. So if you are in this area, definitely stay away from windows. Going back over to Ohio. That looks... I can't really tell anymore. The velocities are so jumbled together. Riley has another urgent update. Go ahead, Riley.
Yeah, I'm looking at that same thing right now. I think that was either debris fallout or some sort of tornado. It's really, really hard to tell, and I don't have that much confidence in it being a tornado, but everything is pointing at the fact that it could be. In the latest scan, it does look like it's gone, but I'm going to go ahead and say that that was possibly still a spin-up tornado, but not 100% sure about that.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley. So yeah, I mean, again, I think we just had at least one tornado here north of Wilmington. Looks like it's a lot weaker now, and the one over here near Jefferson, we at least had a brief tornado there. We did have a debris signature, so probably 2 unwarned tornadoes here. Just outside of Xenia or Zinnia. I'm gonna have to get a pronunciation for that every 5 minutes. But again, if you look at this, this is just putting a bunch of different radar products together. That's reflectivity, that's the correlation coefficient, probably debris, velocities a little harder to come by, and then differential reflectivity bottom right all kind of lines up with it being a tornado. So we likely just had 2 unwarned tornadoes here in Ohio. Even if they're weak. Obviously, this is a reason why, by the way, if you're in like a tornado possible severe warning, you should be in your safe place, because there are instances like what we just saw where we can get tornadoes that do not get tornado warned. And it does not always because the National Weather Service wasn't looking or something. It sometimes has to do with just the fact that, they happen so quick, even if they're not even on radar. So this one that's going up towards Mount Sterling's gotten a lot weaker. So I'm not as concerned about that storm. At this point, it'd be mainly this storm that's here north of Wilmington. But yeah. Look at image submissions again. Let me see if there's anything here. Here are a few of the submissions that we've gotten. A lot of hail in Indianapolis. Again, just a lot of small hail. A lot of lightning over. Wow, look at that cloud of ground lightning. That's in Woodford County, Illinois. See if I can pause that on that lightning strike. Look at that right there. Just down the street right there. Got a cat watching the live weather updates in Pike County, Missouri. Lightning time lapse of the tornado warning cell in Columbus. That is a lot of lightning flashes. I don't see your tornado photo. Apparently there's a Culver's, though, over in Bloomington, Indiana that somebody went to. I haven't gone to Culver's in, I think, at least a month. It's been a while. Hey, official for the super chat. How do you submit? It is reports.maxvelocitywx.com. There's also a link below. It's not a good stream if Max hasn't had Culver's. I haven't had Culver's in a long time. Need cheese curds, though. That sounds good right about now. I'm not going to lie. Is this storm supposed to get worse? No. Everything's kind of winding down. And I honestly think the little brief tornado, maybe spam if you want to call it, here in Ohio that just happened is probably about it. Like, I don't think there's gonna be much more after this. But obviously, make sure that you have multiple ways to receive alerts. Have a tornado action plan ready to go in case there's another tornado warning tonight, which is entirely possible. Can't rule it out. Yeah, otherwise, I mean, again, most of the activity's winding down. Again, just make sure that you're still staying weather aware tonight. Also, as a reminder, I mean, again, we're going to get off here in probably about a minute or two, but we will have our 24/7 live weather stream going up. It's up all the time. We have live weather alerts, live radar, and cameras all across the country, live storm chasers. So you guys will be redirected automatically to that when the stream ends. It's also on the More Max Velocity channel. We are also working on a fully revamped 24/7 radar that is going to have a lot more, and it will actually be a 24/7 radar. Like, we're going to have, you know, tornado warnings and, you know, all that stuff. Like, it'll actually be very interactive and stuff, and that'll be coming out hopefully sometime in the middle of the spring. So we're working on getting that rocking and rolling. But as a reminder, again, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe, like the stream as well. And again, if you want to support our page and our team and what we do here, please become a member. It is the join button. It's also one of the top links in the description below. Really appreciate all of you that become members or are members of this channel. Wouldn't be able to do everything that we do here without all of you guys. And again, our next live stream chance would probably be Sunday or Monday. So we might have a stream Sunday or Monday for a nor'easter, possibly. We'll see if that happens. I'll have a video, no doubt, tomorrow about that. So stay tuned. Make sure that you're subscribed and click the bell icon so you're notified with the latest updates. Again, everybody stay here on the stream. You'll be redirected automatically to our 24/7 live weather stream. Thank you all again so much for watching, and we will see you in the next one.